Silence. The entire environment was devoid of sound. Gu Mu's face paled. He saw the speed his senior granduncle displayed, and if the other party were to use this speed against him, he probably won't even last for a breath. That is to say, killing him is indeed not any harder than slaughtering a chicken. Upon recalling the fact that he had tried to get violent with such an expert, cold sweat drenched his back immediately. It was fortunate that the other party had recognized him, and that there was a form of kinship between them. Otherwise, even though he was an envoy of the headquarters, he would definitely have been reduced to a corpse in an instant. The other party was an expert of an entirely different level, and given he didn't attempt to retaliate when Gu Mu provoked him earlier on, why would he need to fool him just to take his life? Rather, that would just sully his status. Senior granduncle, I was too skeptical, please forgive me. Upon understanding this fact, Gu Mu bowed in apology. If killing him was as easy as killing a chicken, there should be no need for the senior granduncle to play mind games with him if he really wished to slaughter him. I was traveling around the world when I passed by Red Lotus City and noticed that the great Herb King was afflicted with the contract Gu. Thus, I saved him, and from him, I heard about the conflict over the seat of the Hall Master in the Poison Hall branch. Unable to bear the sight of the younger generation of Poison Masters killing one another over such a minor matter, I came here with the intention of resolving the conflict. Staring at the skies, benevolence shone through Xianxia's eyes. This, upon hearing that the other party came here for such a reason, Liao Sun and the others felt embarrassed. To think that they had believed that he was a fraud hankering for some treasure. Such thoughts appear ludicrous now that they recalled about it. No wonder he spoke of conducting an examination the moment he arrived and declared that the most outstanding poison master would become the Hall Master. Through such, they would be able to avoid unnecessary conflict and trouble. Gu Mu came to a realization as well. He had been thinking why his senior granduncle, despite his position, would choose to impersonate as the envoy. In the end, it was because he was unwilling to see fellow poison masters killing one another. Upon realizing this fact, Gu Mu couldn't help but be impressed with the other party. Probably only a true poison master, one who had an intense love for this occupation, would be able to possess such magnanimity. All right, since the real envoy is here, it's meaningless for me to remain here. Thus, I'll be taking my leave. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned around and walked out of the poison hall. The reason why the others took in his words so easily was that they were still awed by the Heaven's Path movement art. As time went by, they would realize the many loopholes in his words. However, Xianxia's motive here was to browse through the books. Now that he had accomplished his primary aim, and that the real envoy had arrived, remaining here would do nothing but increase the chances of his disguise being seen through. In that case, he might as well leave immediately. After leaving the perimeter of the poison mist, he would be able to summon the howling firmament beast and leave this place for good. Senior granduncle, please save me. Seeing the other party turn around to leave without talking about his illness, Gu Mu's complexion turned pale. He knew that his doubt had offended the other party, so he hurried forward and kneeled to the floor. All experts had their own dignity. From the moment he arrived, Gu Mu has been antagonizing him, even making a move against him. Furthermore, when the other party offered to help him out of goodwill, he refused to believe him and doubted his intentions. It was no wonder why the other party was displeased. His temper could already be considered good for not teaching Gu Mu a lesson there and then. I require my patients to be unconscious when treating them. I understand that you're worried about your safety, and I don't blame you for not believing me. Xianxia shook his head. The other party was clearly angry from his tone, and he didn't seem to intend to help him. Thus, Gu Mu hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and sending a telepathic message. Senior granduncle, wait a moment. It was merely a pretense that the headquarters sent me to nominate a new hall master and stabilize the situation in the branch. The truth is that the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed in this branch has matured. Crimson Flame Lotus Seed? That's right. The Crimson Flame Lotus Seed lives in the depths of the volcano, and it absorbs the strength of the earth veins for its growth. If a cultivator were to consume it, their chances of breaking through the Jizuan realm bottleneck to reach higher realms would be increased by 20%. It is precisely because I'm stuck at this bottleneck that I took the initiative to apply for this mission. Gu Mu spoke of everything without withholding any information. I know that given Senior Granduncle's strength, this object is useless to you. Even so, it would be beneficial to your disciples and students if they were to consume it. It can increase the chances of breaking through Jizuan by 20%? Xianxia was astonished. A breakthrough in cultivation depended on one's will, faith, accumulation, and cultivation technique. Pills are considered as supplements, and most medicinal herbs weren't very effective for helping to raise one's cultivation. Yet, the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed increased the chances of breaking through the Jizuan realm by a full 20%. If Xianxia didn't hear this news from a Jizuan realm expert himself, he wouldn't dare to believe it to be true. Even though 20% may not seem to be much, such effectiveness was already considered to be amazing by cultivators. Many would kill to lay their hands on the seed. Jizuan realm was the pinnacle of being a fighter, but it wasn't the terminal point of one's cultivation. In the vast world out there, there were countless experts who had surpassed the Jizuan realm. A single Crimson Flame Lotus Seed can increase the possibility of one's breakthrough by a staggering 20%. So it is definitely considered a priceless treasure. Xianxia didn't expect to find such a valuable object in this Poison Hall branch. All right, speak of your request. Knowing that the other party must have his motives for this matter, Xianxia turned to look at him. I only hope that Senior Granduncle can lend a helping hand to cure my physical trauma. As for the Lotus Seed, I only require one for my breakthrough, and I'll present the rest to Senior Granduncle. Gu Mu said. Gu Mu knew that given his current physical condition, even if he were to obtain the Lotus Seed, it would be impossible for him to reach higher realms. If that was the case, he might as well trade the seeds in return for treatment. Besides, even though the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed was good stuff, it wasn't that easily obtainable. Otherwise, the old Hall Master wouldn't have died so abruptly. Other people may not be aware of the cause of the death of the old Poison Hall, but Gu Mu was in the know. The branch had written and submitted a report on the old Hall Master's death, and Gu Mu happened to see its content by coincidence. The rumors outside claiming that he died due to an illness were false. Rather, it was because the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed had matured, and in the midst of picking it, the old Hall Master was burnt to ashes by the earthen flames. Given how even a Jizuan expert was burnt to ashes by the flames, it was likely that Gu Mu would require the help of his Senior Granduncle to obtain that Lotus Seed. Thus, after some contemplation, he decided to inform the other party of this news and make a deal. Gu Mu knew that an expert of the other party's level wouldn't treat him poorly in consideration of the latter's status after knowing of the news. All right, Xianxia nodded. Xianxia had already intended to treat Gu Mu from the start, and now that there would be a reward, there was no reason for him to turn the other party down. So, when do we begin? Seeing the other party agree, Gu Mu was delighted. Are there any preparations that need to be done? There's no need for any preparations, we can start now. Xianxia waved his hands. The longer he dragged the matter, the likelier a twist would occur in the situation. It was best for Xianxia to get it over and done with. All right. Upon hearing that the other party would conduct the treatment now, Gu Mu was overjoyed. I'll be depending on Senior Granduncle then, after which he raised his hands. Pada! Knocking himself on his head, his body went limp and fell to the floor. Ah! Seeing that the other party had knocked himself unconscious, Xianxia glanced downward to look at the bag of soul-numbing powder in his hands. Helpless, Xianxia could only place it back into his storage ring. I was intending to use this. To think that you would be even more reckless than the great Herb King. The soul-numbing powder, which can send a person unconscious, is extremely useful for his unique medical techniques. Thus, before setting off, he asked for plenty of it from the great Herb King. In any case, the object wasn't expensive, and the great Herb King was also willing to do Xianxia this favor. Thus, he gave him over 20 packets of it. He was intending to test the effects of the powder, but by the time he managed to take it out, the other party had already knocked himself out. That was way too fast. However, this was good as well. In any case, he was unconscious, and this spared Xianxia some effort. Stepping forward to the unconscious Gu Mu, Xianxia shook his hands and a few silver needles appeared in his palm. A detailed description of the other party's physical condition was formed when the other party made a move on him earlier, so there was no need for Xianxia to diagnose him once more. With a flick of his fingers, the silver needles flew toward Gu Mu's body. Xianxia's movements were light and nimble, as though a butterfly. Gu Mu's physical condition was largely different from that of the great Herb King. The latter had his foundations damaged by the contract Gu, resulting in his declining health, whereas the former used poison excessively to stimulate his acupoints so as to raise his cultivation, during which the poison seeped into his body and began to destroy his physical functions. The former required the nourishment of the heaven's path Xianxia, whereas the latter merely required Xianxia to locate the area where the poison accumulated and use the heaven's path Xianxia to expel it from his body to solve the issue straightforwardly. In fact, the treatment for Gu Mu's condition was much easier than that of the great Herb King. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The heaven's path Xianxia flowed through the silver needle toward the areas where the poison aura accumulated. Soon, the sound of flowing water could be heard from Gu Mu's body, and black water flowed out from his fingers and toes. Is this the poison aura hidden in his body? Is it being forced out just like that? Looking at the situation, Liao Sun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Coming into contact with poison on a daily basis, they understood the difficulty of expelling poison from one's body. Some poison aura, once seeped into the body, can never be removed regardless of the valuable herbs one consume or how long one tries. This was precisely the reason why, even though poison masters were fearsome existences, their lifespan tended to be extremely short. Reaching 50 to 60 years of age was already a huge achievement for them. Even though they didn't have any visible conditions, there were already numerous problems within their bodies. The poisons that they came into contact with were already slowly gnawing at them from within. They thought that there was no cure for them, but to think that the senior before them was able to resolve this trauma easily. If he is able to expel the potent poison contained in the envoy's body so easily, doesn't it mean that he can treat us with ease as well? Thus, they started staring at Xianxia with fiery eyes. Oblivious to the crowd's reaction, Xianxia was immersed in the matter at hand. Every single needle was pierced accurately at areas where the poison aura was hidden within his body. Before long, he shook his hands, and all of the silver needles flew back to him. Then he swung his arms in a grand fashion. Gu Mu slowly roused into consciousness. Opening his eyes, Gu Mu detected the changes within his body immediately. Before, when his body was affected by the poison aura, he felt as though he was weighed down by gigantic shackles. Every single movement and action he made felt difficult. But now, as though all of the shackles were removed, his body felt as light as a feather. Even without checking his condition with his Xianxia, he knew that the other party had pulled him back from the gates of hell. Senior Granduncle, thank you for saving my life. Thus he knelt to the floor once more. This time, it wasn't out of fear for the other party's strength, but in earnest respect for the other party's capability and assistance. Xianxia waved his hands casually. Your condition is more severe than I thought, and you will require 3 treatments before the problem can be completely solved. Thus, there's no need for you to be thankful to me. It's not too late to say such words after you are completely cured. Xianxia hadn't received the crimson flame lotus seed, and he wasn't out of danger either. Thus, Xianxia left himself a bargaining chip, choosing not to cure the other party in a single go, in case the other party reneged on his words. Yes, Gu Mu knew that his physical condition had already deteriorated to the worst possible state, so he thought it would take several months to treatment for the other party to alleviate his situation. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the other party said that 3 treatments were sufficient. Thus, he couldn't help but feel amazed by his senior granduncle once more. Your current condition shouldn't pose any problem to you in the short term, so I will arrange for the other 2 treatments at a later date. Also, I'll leave the matter regarding the crimson flame lotus seed up to you. After all, you're the envoy, so I will stay out of this matter. The carrot and stick each has to be employed at the right moments for it to be useful. Knowing that Gu Mu was completely impressed by him, Xianxia wasn't worried about being attacked by him again. Thus, as he spoke, he walked up and sat at the centermost position in the hall. Gu Mu nodded before turning to Liao Sun and the others. Other than the vice hall masters and the elders, the rest of you can leave now. Yes. No one dared to disobey the words of the envoy. Soon, only the 4 elders and the 3 vice hall masters remained in the room. I'm here for 2 matters. Flinging his sleeves, Gu Mu scanned the surroundings. Even though he behaved as an obedient junior before Xianxia, acting cautiously and subserviently, it was a fact that he was still a Zhizuan realm pinnacle expert and a 3-star pinnacle poison master. Destroying this branch didn't mean anything at all to him. His absolute strength granted him unparalleled authority, and no one dared to talk back to him. Envoy, please speak. Liao Sun and the others quickly bowed. Firstly, I will choose the new hall master. Secondly, I am here to pick the crimson flame lotus seed, which should have matured by now. Gu Mu said. Crimson flame lotus seed. Liao Sun and the others shuddered, their faces turning pale at the same time. Crimson flame lotus lives in the regions where the earth flames burn, and it feeds on lethal poison to nourish itself. Both the flower and the leaves contain lethal poison, and they are ideal ingredients to concocting poison. However, despite the lethal poison on the other parts of the lotus and its surroundings, its seeds remain untainted. On the contrary, it is an unparalleled treasure for cultivators trying to surpass Zhizuan realm. The reason why the red lotus branch was established several thousand of years ago at this spot was to monopolize this lotus. With an authoritative tone, Gu Mu spoke. Now that the lotus seed has matured, I'll take the seeds and leave the flower and leaves to you. I presume that you have no problems with this, right? There's no problem. Liao Sun and the others smiled bitterly as they nodded. The envoy had already spoken, and the senior granduncle was observing beside. Even if they had a problem with his words, they wouldn't dare to voice it out. That's good. How much longer will it take before the lotus seeds mature? Seeing the lack of opposition to the matter, Gu Mu nodded his head in satisfaction before asking. He chose this period of time to come after having estimated the maturing of the lotus seed, but the specific date that it would fully mature eluded him. Reporting to the envoy, there's still 10 days to its maturity. Liao Sun replied. 10 days? Good. Prepare the best room in the poison hall for my senior granduncle. In this 10 days, I will pick out the new hall master. Gu Mu said. Yes. Everyone nodded in response to the envoy's instructions. Knowing that it would take 10 days before the crimson flame lotus seed mature, Xianxia decided to make use of this time to digest the information which he had just absorbed to analyze the poison aura within his body. In any case, since he hadn't yet cured the other party completely, so even if Gu Mu were to realize a lapse in his statements and conclude that this senior granduncle of his was a fake, it was unlikely he would do anything to him. Besides, he had displayed numerous incredible feats which even 5-star poison masters were incapable of. Most probably, he wouldn't dare to pick a fight with him either. Ignoring the issue of selecting the new hall master, Xianxia sat quietly in his room after instructing the Great Herb King and Butler Lu to guard his door. He was analyzing the books which he had gathered, and his mind operated at maximum efficiency. Correct. Muttering under his breath, the countless books on poison on the shelves merged into one and formed a thick secret manual. Knowing that this was the Heaven's Path poison art that he wanted to compile, he grabbed it lightly and started browsing through it without hesitation. Poison is a type of medicine. It can kill and can also save lives. Written on the first page of the book was an introduction to poisons. This Heaven's Path poison art manual formed with the books on poison here was clearly much more advanced, detailed, and profound than the one formed with the books in Tianxian Kingdom. Xianxia's understanding of poisons deepened with each page he read. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia's eyes suddenly opened. The confusion which could be seen in his eyes before was replaced with clarity. To think that the study of poison is so vast and profound as well. Recalling the content he has just learned moments ago, Xianxia felt amazed. It was no wonder why poison masters were the subjects of fear for countless people. In terms of the complexity, it wasn't inferior to apothecary, blacksmiths, and the other upper nine paths occupations. In terms of offensive ability, it might even exceed them. For example, with Xianxia's current cultivation, he would definitely be unable to match a Zongshi realm intermediate stage cultivator. However, if he were to utilize poison, he could easily kill a Zongshi realm pinnacle expert, or perhaps even a Jizuan realm expert. Of course, poison wasn't omnipotent either. Without a sufficiently high cultivation, one would be unable to conceal the killing intent within them, and their attempt at poisoning the other party would be easily detected. If so, they would probably be killed before they could even do anything. Furthermore, there were some formidable poisons which required a poison master to use his blood essence and jinqi to trigger its effects. Even if a person who wasn't a poison master or didn't possess sufficiently high cultivation were to be given a potent poison, he would be unable to utilize it. On the contrary, he might even be killed by it instead. It is just like how everyone knows about the might of the atomic bomb, but without sufficient knowledge and strength, it is impossible to control. Even if you were given one, you wouldn't be able to threaten anyone with it. On the other hand, you might even put yourself in danger by wielding it. Potent poison is just like a powerful weapon. Without sufficient strength and mastery, putting aside coming into contact with them, even if one was several hundred meters, or even several thousand meters away, it was possible for him to be poisoned to death by it. It is an incomparably dangerous tool. Initially, Xianxia thought that if he formulated a potent poison, he wouldn't have to fear even Jizuan realm pinnacle experts. But from the looks of it, he had been overthinking. While I don't intend to harm anyone through poison, I can avoid being harmed by others with this knowledge. The strength that a poison master could potentially wield alarmed Xianxia. While he didn't intend to kill anyone with poison, he had to be careful to not allow anyone to obtain a chance of poisoning him. It was just like the poison aura in Xianxia's body. If he had been guarded against all poison masters beforehand, he wouldn't have landed himself in such a difficult situation. According to the manual, the highest level that a poison master can attain is to create the poison body. It is entirely possible for me to cultivate it. Xianxia smiled. Just like any other occupation, being a poison master is heavily reliant on talent. Talented poison masters would possess innate poison body. Not only does the innate poison body grant one incredible sensitivity to poison, it would also give them extraordinary resistance toward it. That is to say, if a poison master possesses this constitution, even if he were to consume the poison concocted by other poison masters, he wouldn't suffer any effects or damage, as though eating an ordinary meal. Even more so, rumors have it that a person with such a constitution can absorb the energy contained within the poison they consume in order to raise their cultivation. Of course, this constitution is incredibly rare. Even within billions of poison masters, there might not even be a single one. Similar to Zhao Ye's purine body, one had to be born with this constitution to possess it, so it was impossible for Xianxia to cultivate the innate poison body. However, the countless secret arts that poison masters cultivate contained in the books of the Poison Hall had formed a corresponding cultivation technique alongside the Heaven's Path poison art. And if he were to cultivate according to the cultivation technique, even if he is unable to reach the level of the innate poison body, he would be able to significantly increase his physical immunity to poison. This was much more efficient than the special techniques poison masters utilize to temper their physique to make it more resilient toward poison. I should give it a try. Without any hesitation, Xianxia willed for the book on the cultivation technique to appear and started browsing through it. After an unknown period of time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up all of a sudden. Jai, Jai. The bones throughout his body crackled as though fried beans, and his aura evolved in an instant. Even though it pales in comparison to innate poison body, it grants me immunity toward ordinary poisons. In my current state, consuming poisons formulated by a 3-star poison master wouldn't hurt me in any way. Sensing the changes in his body, Xianxia smiled. There was an obvious change in his body after cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art, and his immunity toward poison had increased. Even though it wasn't the innate poison body, he had achieved perfect immunity to poisons concocted by 3-star poison masters and below. More importantly, after cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art, on top of curing people and inducing a breakthrough in their cultivation, my Heaven's Path Xianxia can also be turned into lethal poison with a single thought, killing an enemy instantaneously. Rather than his physical body, the greatest change from cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art was actually his Xianxia. The purity of the Heaven's Path Xianxia made it an unparalleled tool in healing injuries, rejuvenating one's stamina, augmenting one's life force, and inducing a breakthrough in cultivation. And after cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art, Xianxia was now capable of converting the Heaven's Path Xianxia into a lethal aura that was impossible to withstand. Once it seeps into one's veins, even a Zhizuan realm expert would be unable to neutralize it. As clear as spring water, it was capable of diving into any holes or acupoints within the human body. Even if one were to know where it was without sufficiently pure Xianxia, it would be impossible to expel. This was no different from terminal stage cancer. Even if one knew the cause and solution to the problem, it was impossible to treat. As expected of the Heaven's Path Xianxia, life and death hinged on just a single thought. Xianxia didn't know that it could wield such an incredible power. Now that I'm done cultivating the poison body, I should check on the poison aura. Having finished cultivating the poison body, Xianxia exhaled deeply. He turned his attention once more to the poison aura hidden in the depths of his body. In the past, he understood very little about poison, and thus he was unable to ascertain what the poison hiding in his body was. Now that his knowledge was comparable to a 3-star poison master, such that Gu Mu might not even be a match for him, he finally possessed the capability to look into the origin of the poison aura and find a way to expel it. Upon entering the state of heart of tranquil water, Xianxia's mind began clocking at a rapid speed. This poison aura can hide within my bloodstream and escape the pursuit of my Heaven's Path Xianxia. As he examined the poison aura hidden in his body, books after books of poison appeared before his eyes, and countless knowledge flooded his mind. There was more than 1 million types of poison in the world, and every single one of them had a different concoction and cure. Even the slightest mistake could cause a huge difference in the result. Thus, Xianxia didn't panic. He took his time and sieved through the countless books in the library slowly. Green spirit poison, that's not it. Phantom shadow toxic, that's not right either. Clear snake venom, that doesn't seem like it. Xianxia compared the poison based on its color and traits to those listed in the books one by one. After a period of time, Xianxia suddenly halted. His face paled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. To think that it would be this. How is this possible? Clarifications. A Heaven's Path, perfect cultivation technique is formed along with the Heaven's Path poison art. While the book is called Heaven's Path poison art, the cultivation technique is also called Heaven's Path poison art. Cultivating Heaven's Path poison art will grant you the poison body. This is the innate fetal poison. It's a type of innate poison. Upon identifying the poison, Xianxia felt as if he could go insane. Innate fetus poison is a poison that affects a fetus in its mother's womb. The poison melds with one's blood and soul, making it impossible to cure. Xiaoya possessed the innate pure in body and, after awakening her unique constitution, gained overwhelming strength and incredible beauty befitting of a queen. On the other hand, Yuan Tao possessed the innate emperor bloodline and, after its awakening, gained an invincible defense, becoming a human-shaped meat shield. Xianxia had always been envious of them, and now, he realized that he possessed an innate constitution as well, just that. These are all innate constitutions, but why the huge difference? Other people's innate constitution allow their cultivation to soar, but his innate constitution was instead threatening to claim his life. Innate fetal poison is a unique poison that is planted into the body of a pregnant mother. It fuses with the fetus within her before it is born and causes an innate lack of fetal vitality. Those who have been inflicted with this poison rarely live beyond 30, and this constitution is also termed as the constitution of premature death, and there is no cure for it. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Other people possess overpowered innate physical constitution, while I possess the innate constitution of premature death. Premature death, your head. Is it even possible to pull an even bigger prank on me? If I won't live beyond 30, doesn't that mean that I only have a decade more to live? My days are numbered. Suppressing his dismay, he searched through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path and found 7 to 8 other books with descriptions on innate fetal poison. But these descriptions tallied with the poison aura hidden in his body. That meant that, without a doubt, Xianxia was inflicted with this poison. Just that, to be capable of planting the poison in the mother and have her pass it to her offspring without being noticed, the one who planted the poison must be at minimum a 7-star poison master. But I am only an orphan. There shouldn't be any need to go through so much trouble. After confirming the poison in his body, Xianxia brooded for a moment before doubts started appearing in his mind. Having read so many books on poison in the poison hall, Xianxia had gained an in-depth understanding of the usage of poison. For one to plant an innate fetal poison into a person without being noticed, the poison master must be above 7-star. He would be either an 8-star or even a 9-star poison master. A poison master of this level already possesses unparalleled cultivation. Why would he waste so much effort just to deal with an orphan like him? His previous self was just an insignificant figure living in a backward place like Tianxian Kingdom. Being an orphan, he was so poor that he did not have a single cent in belonging. Nothing about him was exceptional except for his cultivation before he reached 18. But after that, he fell behind and even earned a reputation as the worst teacher in the entire history of Hongtian Academy. How can a figure like him be worthy of the attention of a poison master standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid? Isn't this inconceivable? This poison fuses with one's body, and under normal circumstances, one wouldn't notice it until his death. It is due to the Heaven's Path Xianxia that I cultivated being too pure that it was forced to reveal its presence. Even so, there's no way for me to treat it. Xianxia felt helpless. The first time he noticed this poison, he thought that someone had planned to murder him, and his previous self was killed by that person. But from the looks of it now, he had been overthinking. This poison had accompanied him from birth, and it was hidden so deeply that even a 9-star poison master wouldn't be able to notice it. Without a doubt, this would have been a perfect murder. Even if Xianxia were to die, it would be impossible for anyone to pinpoint the murderer. In fact, even if Xianxia were a poison master, it would have been almost impossible for him to notice the poison aura. However, the Heaven's Path Xianxia that he cultivated was simply too pure. Flowing through his meridians and blood, no impurity was able to remain hidden. As such, it was forced out of its hiding. Even so, Xianxia could do nothing about it. Nourished during the pregnancy of its former host, it had already gained intelligence such that even the Heaven's Path Xianxia was incapable of expelling it. Furthermore, it would grow more and more potent with the passing of time, and Xianxia would surely die before reaching the age of 30. The heck? What in the world is this? Other people are blessed with golden fingers which allow them to reign supreme in their worlds. But he was given a time bomb instead. Furthermore, it was the type that straps tightly to you in order to ensure your death. It was likely that this poison had played a part in the death of his previous self. Under uncontrollable depression and a strong will to end his life, the poison aura acted up prematurely, claiming his soul. However, Xianxia's transcension occurred before the poison aura could corrode the body fully. Xianxia's sudden fall as a genius, due to his cultivation stagnating, was also related to this poison aura. Before reaching Xianxia realm pinnacle, his previous self advanced swiftly in his cultivation, and he was reputed as a genius that appeared only once every 100 years. However, he ended up being stopped before the gates of Pigu realm for countless years. The reason for this was that the poison aura fused with his entire body, and this severely suppressed the might of his once murky Xianxia. Unless one achieved the level of purity of Heaven's Path Xianxia, it was impossible for him to overcome the suppression of the poison aura and reach higher realms. Given the murky Xianxia that one could only cultivate practicing the inferior cultivation techniques in Tianxian Kingdom, there was no way his previous self could have reached Pigu realm. All poisons must have a cure. However, the tier of this poison hall is too low. Maybe I would be able to find a solution within the books at a higher tier branch. Even though Xianxia felt dismal at his condition, he wasn't ready to give up. After comprehending the Heaven's Path poison art, Xianxia had gained an extensive understanding of poison. Every cause is linked to an effect, and similarly, there isn't such a thing as an incurable disease in the world. Even though the books Xianxia compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path stated that there wasn't a solution to the poison, that didn't mean that it was truly incurable. He could perhaps find a remedy in another higher-tier poison hall. This innate fetal poison will not act up before I reach 30. That is to say, I have to find a remedy within the next 10 years. As though a dagger, the heart of tranquil water state sliced away all negative thoughts from Xianxia's mind. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He had transcended for barely more than a month, and he had already reached half-zongsure up from Xianxia realm pinnacle. It was hard to imagine what heights he would reach in the next 10 years, and by then, he might have already found a cure. There was no need for him to panic. But the matter nevertheless weighed down on him heavily, exerting a constant stress on him. Often, what happens in practice do not obey logical theories. It took Xianxia great luck to live once more, and he didn't want to die for such an absurd reason. Summon Gu Mu. Standing up, Xianxia instructed the great Herb King and Butler Lu, who were guarding the entrance to his room. Senior Granduncle, did you call me? Not too long after, Gu Mu walked into the room. Sit, Xianxia gestured. The reason why I had you come over is that I have something I would like to ask you. Gu Mu sat upright immediately. Senior Granduncle, please speak. In the last few days, Xianxia had taken out some time to conduct a second treatment for the person before him, after which the latter felt rejuvenated, and he felt as though he had returned back to the time 10 years ago when his stamina was at his peak. Endless energy seemed to gush through him. After 2 treatments, he knew that this senior granduncle before him possessed heavenly means. He had long been fully impressed by the latter, and he didn't dare to hold any doubts or vile thoughts toward him. Have you heard of the innate fetal poison? Xianxia asked. Gu Mu came from Shenyuan Kingdom Poison Hall branch, and he had read through profound secret manuals. It was possible that he might know something that Xianxia didn't. Innate fetal poison? Gu Mu hesitated for a moment before answering. I've heard of this poison. It is a lethal poison which is implanted into the womb of a woman, and the poison fuses itself with the fetus along with its growth. There's no cure for the poison. No cure. Yes, Gu Mu nodded. However, he suddenly thought of something, and hesitation flickered on his face. But what? Xianxia stared at him intently. I've heard a rumor, but I can't ascertain its authenticity. After hesitating for a moment longer, Gu Mu said, It is said that the greatest man in history, Emperor Reincarnation, was afflicted with innate fetal poison. No one knew how he resolved it, but he lived to 10,000 years old and passed away from old age. Emperor Reincarnation was known as the #1 master teacher in the world, the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion. He was revered by countless people in the world, and there wasn't a single master teacher or master teacher apprentice who didn't know of him. Oh! Xianxia had once heard Huang Yu spoke of him, and he felt immense respect for the legendary figure as well. However, he didn't expect that senior to be afflicted with the innate fetal poison as well, to have been in a similar predicament as him. However, since he managed to overcome it, it meant that there was a cure for the poison. However, this is only a legend spread among the civilians. If one wants to know about the matters surrounding Kongshi, one would probably have to pay a visit to the Master Teacher Pavilion as a master teacher. Poison masters like us only know a thing or two about him from the rumors. But why would Senior Granduncle ask about this? Gu Mu asked doubtfully. I am just casually asking about it. Xianxia waved his hands casually. At this moment, Xianxia decided to pay a visit to the Master Teacher Pavilion right after he settled the things here. An autobiography would be compiled on the life of outstanding figures in each occupation and kept in their respective guilds so that the later generations can learn from their example. Since Kong Shi was the founder of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, it was likely that his records were in the Master-Teacher Pavilion. If he was truly afflicted with innate fetal poison and if he eventually lived to the end of his full lifespan, it would mean that he had managed to resolve the poison. If there was a precedent of success, Xianxia would need not panic that much. What's the situation in the poison hall? Having a plan in mind, Xianxia decided not to linger on this topic. After several rounds of examinations, I have already decided on the new hall master. He is the vice hall master Liao Sun. Also, the crimson flame lotus seed is nearing maturity and we can pick it tomorrow. Gumu replied. Tomorrow? Great. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He had obtained the knowledge he required and had also identified the poison he was suffering from. As such, there was no further need for him to remain here, and it was best for him to leave as soon as possible. After Gumu exited the room, Zhang Xian continued to look through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path to augment his knowledge, and he took time to reinforce his cultivation as well. Even though there weren't sufficient Zongshi realm cultivation techniques in the Red Lotus City to form the Heaven's Path divine art, there were sufficient lines of information that were correct, allowing Zhang Xian to start on the next level of cultivation. After several tries, Zhang Xian was able to clearly sense the half-Zongshi Jinqi in his body growing more and more powerful, and he was barely a step away from stepping into the Zongshi realm. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path was capable of peering through the flaws of all objects and beings, Zhang Xian nevertheless required a stable foundation to reach greater heights. Thus, he had been studying whenever he had the time, and in just 10 days, his knowledge had expanded by more than twofold. His understanding of beast taming and poisons had deepened significantly, and even without the assistance of the Library of Heaven's Path, he could be considered as a knowledgeable veteran. At the same time, Zhang Xian practiced a round of the Heaven's Path fist art, Heaven's Path leg art, and Heaven's Path spear art each once more. These skills were the most fundamental of all but were capable of bringing out the strength in one's body perfectly. They boost Zhang Xian's abilities in offense significantly, allowing him to stand against some Zongshi realm intermediate cultivators, and perhaps even kill them. Of course, if Zhang Xian were to use the Library of Heaven's Path ability to detect flaws and the Heaven's Path movement art along with it, by going all out at the expense of his own body, he might be able to kill even a Zongshi realm pinnacle. It was completely unheard of for a half-Zongshi to defeat a Zongshi realm pinnacle in a straightforward fight. Even the most talented genius in the Master-Teacher Pavilion would be incapable of such a feat. Senior Granduncle, the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed has matured. Zhang Xian spent his entire time cultivating, and at the daybreak of the second day, Gumu knocked on his door. All right. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian stood up. Zhang Xian had waited 10 days for this treasure which could increase the chances of breaking through Jizuan realm by 20%, and finally, it had become ready for picking. The Red Lotus Range is a gigantic volcano, and our Poison Hall branch is built at the opening of the volcano. When the branch was built back then, a formation master was invited to build a formation to seal the volcano and gather earthen flames to nourish the Crimson Flame Lotus. Even though Liao Sun had become the official hall master, he didn't dare to pull his rank before the duo. On their way there, he explained the situation to them respectfully. Envoy, Senior Granduncle, this way. Liao Sun had also followed Gu Mu's way of addressing Zhang Xian. Proceeding forward, the trio soon arrived at an altar. The mouth of the volcano is hidden below. Liao Sun pointed. Zhang Xian glanced downward. A gigantic altar with a radius of more than 100 meters laid before them. From afar it looked ancient. Rather than an entrance to the volcano, it seemed more like a piece of barren ruin. Zhang Xian was perplexed, but having heard the history of the branch, Zhang Xian knew that there was likely to be a formation in place, so he kept quiet. And just as he deduced, Liao Sun stepped forward to the altar. With a flick of his hands, he whipped out the token representing his identity as the hall master and placed it in an opening at the center of the altar. Hong long long. The world spun, and the sight before them changed immediately. A seemingly endless staircase that led downward appeared on the flat and vast altar. This way. Liao Sun led the way, and after walking down the staircase for nearly 2 hours, a vast underground palace appeared before them. At the center of the palace was the huge mouth of the volcano. Scorching flames burned on the surface, and waves of heat gushed forth from it, making it grueling for anyone to approach. Feeling the heat surging from within, Xianxia's expression turned grim. They had yet to enter through the opening, but just the torrid air in the main hall was sufficient to cause any Pishua realm cultivator to collapse. Envoy, Senior Granduncle. That is the Crimson Flame Lotus. Stepping forward to the entrance of the volcano, Liao Sun pointed. At the center of the volcano, amidst the searing lava, a crimson lotus floated. On it was a lotus pod filled with countless seeds, exuding a slight fragrance. How beautiful! Xianxia's eyes lit up. The crimson lotus before him was 2 to 3 meters tall, and its entire surface was fiery red, resembling raging flames. It was several hundred meters away from their present location, but they could already feel the heat wave emitted by it searing their skin. Putting aside Xianxia, even a Jizuan realm expert would find the heat hard to tolerate. How do we pick the lotus? Xianxia asked. Not only was the heat wave emitted by the crimson lotus intolerable, the crux was that it was floating on the surface of the lava several hundred meters away from the shore. How can one reach it? Step into the lava? Even with the powerful Heaven's Path golden body, Xianxia would be reduced to ashes the moment he stepped in. Needless to say, the rest. I've no idea. My teacher was burnt to ashes while attempting to pick the lotus seed upon observing that it was nearing maturity. Liao Sun shook his head sorrowfully. The abrupt death of the old hall master was due to his attempt to pick the crimson flame lotus seed. The crimson flame lotus seed matures once every century, and each time, someone would succeed. The headquarter has always received your tribute, so why would the old hall master be burned to death? Gumu asked doubtfully. This poison hall branch had been guarding this lotus since its inception, and it wouldn't make sense for them to spend countless medicinal herbs to nourish it just to hand it over to the hands of another. Besides, this branch had been supplying the headquarter with a certain amount of lotus seed every century, so they had to have a way to harvest it. We do have a way, but we're no longer able to utilize it. Look! Liao Sun smiled bitterly. Picking up a rock, he threw it straight toward the crimson flame lotus. He was a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert, and under the augmentation of Jinqi, the stone flew at an incredible speed with a screeching sound, as though it was tearing air apart. What are you doing? Seeing the other party throw a stone with such immense force toward the crimson flame lotus, Gu Mu's expression darkened. The crimson flame lotus had matured, and upon being struck, it was highly likely it would fall into the lava. Once it fell in, it would be nearly impossible to find. Envoy, take a look, Liao Sun said. In the midst of their exchange, the stone was already right before the crimson flame lotus. Just as it was about to strike the lotus, the lava surrounding the flower tremored violently and suddenly, and a bizarre creature flew upward. Opening its mouth, it swallowed the entire stone. That bizarre creature was shaped like a snake, and it was several dozens of meters long. Covered in a thick layer of bright red scales, it swam leisurely in the lava, creating an extremely peculiar sight. What is that? Gumu didn't expect such a bizarre creature to be swimming in the scorching lava. He pondered for a moment, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Can this be the lava beast that you brought up with the headquarter previously? Upon seeing the creature, he suddenly recalled the contents of the report the Red Lotus Range branch submitted to the headquarter previously. Not only did the report talk about the abrupt death of the old hall master, it also spoke of a savage beast that lived in the lava around the lotus, and they have termed it as the lava beast. He thought that it was just nonsense the other party came up with to avoid handing over the crimson flame lotus seed, and the possibility of it being true never flashed across his mind. Yes, this is the lava beast. The unique scales around it grants it tolerance to high heat, allowing it to live in the lava. Its strength is comparable to a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert. Liao Sun flashed a bitter smile. To think that such a creature exists in the world. Gumu wasn't the only one shocked. Xianxia was perplexed by the sight as well. The temperature of the lava below was definitely above 2000 degrees Celsius. They could never have imagined that such a huge creature would be able to survive such extreme conditions if they hadn't seen it for themselves. Indeed, this creature appeared all of the sudden, and for the past few years, it has been guarding the crimson red lotus as though it was his property. Anyone who tries to approach it would have to suffer his attacks. Liao soon explained. It is one thing if we are on the shore, but the lava is its haven. Furthermore, it has reached the level of Zhizuan realm pinnacle. Honestly, we are helpless before it. This, Gu Mu's expression darkened. Even though he had achieved Zhizuan realm pinnacle as well, if he were to battle with this gigantic fellow in the lava, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that he would die here. Does poison not work? Xianxia couldn't resist asking. The poison hall was adept at using poison, so it was plausible that they could kill the creature using it. The lava beast isn't afraid of even the searing earthen flames, so how can any ordinary poison be effective on it? Liao soon said. The lava was about 2000 degrees Celsius hot. Most poison would be reduced to ashes before it can even reach the lava, thus making it nigh impossible to use poison. We've tried all kinds of methods except finding a beast tamer to tame it. Honestly speaking, there doesn't seem to be any other solution. Liao soon shook his head. However, this is our greatest secret, and the poison hall doesn't interact with any other occupations. It is highly likely that inviting a beast tamer will cause unnecessary trouble. The poison hall didn't possess any connections with the other occupations. There were some which were actually hostile to it. Inviting people from another occupation here would mean having to reveal their den, and this could potentially bring them a catastrophe. If so, they would have wasted their years living in seclusion in the Red Lotus Range. That's right. Understanding this fact as well, Gumu shook his head. Poison and brute force wouldn't work, and they couldn't hire a beast tamer either. It was indeed a huge question how they could harvest the crimson flame lotus seed. Will beast tamers be able to subdue that fellow? Hearing the duo's conversation, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before speaking. Perhaps. I can give it a try. Golden Finger refers to the gifts or talents one receives upon transcending to an alternate world. For example, Xianxia's Library of Heaven's Path can be considered as a golden finger. Kongshi is most probably a reference toward Confucius, otherwise known as Kongzi. He is a philosopher who had formulated a line of thoughts that became known as Confucianism. On top of that, he is also informally known as the first teacher. Upon hearing those words, Gumu and Liao Sun's eyes lit up. Can it be that senior granduncle intends to subdue it? The person before them was an incredible expert who had surpassed the Zhizuan realm. No matter how domineering this giant fellow was in the lava, if he were to make a move personally, he would be able to kill it effortlessly. It is just a small savage beast. It's not worthy of being my opponent. Xianxia shook his head, revealing an expression full of disdain. However, on the inside he was spurting blood. Me subdue it? What a joke. That is a Zhizuan realm savage beast. Even if I were to face it on land, I will run as far as I can. To want me to subdue it, if I were to really get closer, I would become a delectable meal for the other party. Then, the duo was perplexed. It isn't easy for a savage beast to achieve a Zhizuan realm pinnacle cultivation. It would be a pity to kill it. Xianxia shook his head, and a benevolent expression appeared on his face. Gumu, since you're my junior, I'll give you this opportunity to tame this savage beast. Once it becomes your tamed beast, harvesting the crimson flame lotus seed will be easy. Me, tame it. Gumu was still wondering what ideas Xianxia had in mind when he heard the other party's words. He staggered and nearly blacked out. Even on land, it would be difficult for him to defeat this massive fellow. To face him in lava was equivalent to courting death. To talk about taming the savage beast, it would already be a huge blessing for him to not be the one who gets tamed. Senior granduncle, I know nothing about beast taming. With a reddened face, Gumu shook his head hurriedly. He had dedicated himself to the way of poison. Even though he had heard of beast taming, it was something very unfamiliar and foreign to him. To tame a humongous fellow who has achieved the same cultivation realm. Better not. I wish to live a much longer life. There's no need to worry about that. I can guide you. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. With an imposing tone, he spoke. Don't you believe your senior granduncle? I dare not. Shuddering, Gumu hurriedly bowed. Then, unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked, Senior granduncle, can it be that you are well versed in beast taming as well? Even though the senior granduncle of his didn't appear much older than him, his mastery of poison far surpassed him, and his understanding of the way of medicine didn't seem to be mediocre. Could it be that he is versed in the art of beast taming as well? If that was the case, he would surely have been a legendary figure. But if that was the case, why hadn't he heard of him? I know a thing or two. Nodding his head, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back as he walked to the mouth of the volcano. The lava beast was swimming in the lava around the crimson flame lotus, resembling a gigantic snake. To harvest the seeds, it was impossible for them to get close without alarming it. Turning around, Xianxia stared at Gumu. This is a Jizuan pinnacle savage beast, and countless people dream of taming such a savage beast. This is a good opportunity. Are you really reluctant to grasp hold of it? I. Seeing the other party's serious expression, Gumu hesitated for a moment. Then, with a slightly reddened face, he asked, Can I really tame it? Taming a savage beast of the same cultivation realm meant that his fighting prowess would be increased twofold. In truth, he was tempted by the idea. On top of that, if it were to consume the crimson flame lotus seed, it was possible that it would be able to break through its bottleneck. At that time, with the strength of the human and the beast in unison, he would have a much better chance at exacting vengeance. Just that, isn't taming savage beasts a skill that only beast tamers are capable of? Guide me? Even if you were to guide me, it is impossible for me to become a beast tamer instantly and be able to tame this incredible savage beast. If you follow my instructions carefully, taming it shouldn't be a problem. Sensing that the other party had been tempted by his offer, Xianxia swung his sleeves and spoke indifferently. The choice is yours. If you are unwilling to do so, we can drop the idea. It's just a Jizuan realm savage beast. I can kill it effortlessly. However, if you miss this opportunity, there won't be a second chance. This. Gumu's eyes flickered with hesitation and doubt. But eventually, he gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, senior granduncle, what should I do? Do I need to prepare anything? It was indeed a good opportunity for him. Not only did the savage beast rival him in strength, it did not fear poison. The moment he succeeded, his standing in the Shenyuan branch would rise greatly. Even though Gumu had never tamed a savage beast, he had seen others do so. He knew that a beast tamer would have to prepare numerous items beforehand so as to attract the other party's attention and win its goodwill. He would have to find a way to deepen his bond with it and gradually gain intimacy before it would submit to him. There's no need for it, and there's no time either. Xianxia shook his head. Since this fellow has decided to camp around this crimson flame lotus, he must be extremely fond of it. No matter what it is that we prepare, it is impossible to be more attractive to it than this lotus. Besides, the lotus seed has already matured and it is ready for consumption. If we were to start making preparations now, by the time we're done, it would have already eaten all of the seeds. That. Gumu was perplexed. If we do not prepare any gifts for the lava beast, how will we attract its attention? At this moment, the senior granduncle's voice sounded once more. It's simple. You'll jump down right now and beat it up. After that, I will tell you how you should tame it. Beat it up. Gumu's face turned green. Other people would be thinking of ways to win the trust of the savage beast and move it. Yet, this senior granduncle asked me to attack it. Won't we incur this gigantic fellow's wrath this way? Once this fellow bears hostility toward us, wouldn't it become impossible for me to tame it? More importantly, it is highly probable that I would be unable to return once I go down. Are you sure that you are sending me to tame this savage beast? Not defeat it? Sensing his hesitation, Xianxia knew what he was worried about. Thus, he reassured him, "Don't worry. I'm here. It won't be easy for that fellow to kill you." "Yes." Gumu clenched his jaws. "That's right. Senior Granduncle is a formidable figure who has surpassed Jizuan realm. With him here, how can I possibly be subdued by that mere lava beast?" Of course, if he were to know that this senior granduncle of his had merely a half-Xianxia cultivation realm and that he could easily crush him to death, he would probably burst into tears. Having made up his mind, Gumu took in a deep breath and flicked his wrist. The next moment, a sword appeared in his palm. Pumping the jinqi in his body, he slashed at the ground several times swiftly, and the firm granite ground was immediately cut into tiles of similar sizes. There were roughly 70 to 80 tiles, and each of them was a square of a chi wide. He stacked those tiles up and placed them before Liao Sun. "Hall Master Liao, I'll have to trouble you to build a footpath for me later on." "All right." Liao Sun nodded. Even Jizuan realm pinnacle cultivators were incapable of flight. To fight with the lava beast from above the scorching lava, he had to build suitable footpaths. By throwing these tiles into the lava, Gumu would be able to utilize the feedback between the granite and the lava to move about. This is a feat that only Jizuan realm experts are capable of. A Xianxia wouldn't even be able to tolerate the heat wave, needless to say, tread above the lava. "Senior Granduncle, I'll be going down now." Now that the preparations were in place, Gumu took in a deep breath. Xianxia waved casually in response. "Who?" Upon seeing the senior granduncle's response, Gumu pumped his jinqi to the maximum, and with a flick of his wrist, threw out a granite tile, and it landed on the surface of the lava. At the same time, he rushed forward and leaped toward the tile. Stepping lightly on the tile, he was able to push himself upward once again. Most Jizuan realm experts would have cultivated lightweight movement techniques, which allowed them to even tread across the surface of the water. As such, treading the denser lava wasn't a problem at all. So, seeing the other party starting to descend, Liao Sun immediately estimated his landing spot and threw a tile over. As though a dragonfly treading on water, he stepped on the granite tile and leaped upward once more. Just like that, he quickly arrived before the lava beast. "Let's begin." Gathering the entire might of his body into his sword, Gumu roared and stabbed straight at the lava beast. Since he was facing the lava beast, he had to give his all without reserve. Otherwise, the one who will end up dead would be him. Roar! Seeing that someone had made an attack against it, the lava beast flew into a rage. Roaring loudly, his bulky tail lashed out. Walala! Magma splashed about the field with great force. Before Gumu could reach the lava beast, he felt an overwhelming heat gushing straight at him. Gumu hurriedly twisted his wrist to turn the stab into a parry. Ding! The tail struck his sword, and the aerial Gumu was sent flying instantaneously as if he were a cannonball. So, after determining precisely the other party's landing spot, Liao Sun swiftly threw a tile over for Gumu to step on. Even though the both of them didn't have any experience of working together, as a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert, Liao Sun wouldn't commit a mistake in the simple job of throwing tiles. "Senior Granduncle, what do I do next?" Not expecting the creature to be so formidable as to be able to send him flying with a single strike of its tail, Gumu questioned in a panic. "Give me a moment, I haven't thought of it yet." "You should continue for now." Xianxia waved his hands. "You haven't thought of what to do? Continue?" Gumu nearly failed to land on the tile and almost fell into the lava. "This senior granduncle is too unreliable. It was just a moment ago that you claimed that you will guide me to tame the savage beast, that I should first engage it. The battle has already started, yet you have not come up with an idea. Do you need to be so darned?" "Who?" Just as Gumu was feeling dismal, the provoked lava beast charged up to him, and its sharp dagger-like teeth abruptly closed in on him. The attack came too swiftly, and Gumu didn't have any time to evade. Thus, he could only face it head-on with his sword. Pong! The sword came into contact with the lava beast's sharp teeth. Feeling a numbness in his hands, Gumu was sent flying once again. Lava flowed beneath Gumu. Even though he was able to move around using those granite tiles, without the solid earth for his feet to apply his force on, the strength he could exert dipped significantly. At present, he was only capable of displaying 60 to 70% of his full strength. It was impossible to face the frenzied attacks of the lava beast in his weakened state. Senior Granduncle, are you ready yet? It took much effort before he managed to stabilize himself once more. He glanced at Xianxia immediately to rush him, but what he saw was the other party standing on the spot with a blank expression, as though he was daydreaming. A chill surged into his heart, and at this, Gumu really cried. If only he knew this senior granduncle of his was that unreliable, he would have never come down. Now that this fellow was fixated on him, it was impossible for him to escape even if he wanted to. Will he really meet his end here? Forget it. I'll go all out. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, he gritted his teeth and lifted his sword high up. Xianxia flurried through his body as though a storm, and he sent the sword right down on the lava beast. Pong! When the two came into contact, Gumu was sent flying 10 meters backward once more. It was fortunate that Liao Sun was able to determine his landing points accurately each time with precise timing. Otherwise, he would have long fallen into the lava and be reduced to ashes. Ding ding ding. After crossing a few more blows with the lava beast, Gumu was already on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, a voice sounded by his ear. All right, listen to my instructions. Turning around, he saw his senior granduncle looking at him with a calm expression. Roar! In the split moment when Gumu's attention was diverted by Xianxia, the lava beast charged forward once more, generating frightening torrid air currents that threatened to rip him apart. Taking a deep breath, Gumu prepared to face it once more with the sword in his hands. However, at this moment, his senior granduncle's voice sounded once again. Don't fend off its attack. Keep your sword back into your storage ring. Don't fend off its attack? Upon hearing those words, Gumu glanced at the agitated lava beast which was charging toward him, and he nearly keeled over. If he doesn't fend against such a violent attack, won't he be killed instantly? Hurry up! In the midst of his hesitation, the voice urged him. All right. Even though he was doubtful, he didn't think that his senior granduncle would go through so much trouble to kill him. Thus, he kept his sword back into his storage ring, and at this moment, became completely defenseless. Stretch your head toward him. Right after he kept his sword, the next instruction reached his ears. Gumu staggered, and he nearly fell off the granite tile into the lava. I can still accept it, albeit reluctantly, when you tell me to keep my sword and not fend off its attack. But why in the world do I have to stretch my head forward? Senior granduncle, are you in such a hurry to see me die? Looking at how furious the lava beast is charging at me, wouldn't it bite my head off immediately if I were to stretch it over? This isn't beast taming at all, this is a tribute. Don't waste any time. Hurry up. The voice by his ear urged him. The duo was conversing through Xianxia telepathy. Even though they had exchanged quite a few words, only 2 breaths had passed. At this moment, the ferocious lava beast was just 3 meters away from Gumu, and it could bite down on him at any moment now. It was already too late to try anything else. Forget it. I'll just give it a try. Reminding himself of the fact that his senior granduncle could have easily killed him when he was unconscious, he told himself that there was no need for him to use this gigantic fellow to murder him. Gritting his teeth, he stuck out his head, pointing it right into the other party's gaping mouth. This. As the duo spoke using telepathy, Liao Sun was completely oblivious to their exchange. Upon seeing the envoy trying to send his head into the mouth of the lava beast, he was horrified. His entire body trembled violently, and he was about to pass out. Others would prepare delicacies and treasures to attract a savage beast's attention in order to tame it. It was his first time seeing someone offer his own head. Even those who surpassed Jizuan realm would have their brain matter spurt out upon the bite of the lava beast. If the envoy were to be killed here, he wouldn't have to dream about holding on to his position as the new hallmaster. He would be summoned by the headquarter immediately and be questioned for a month or 2 before being sentenced to death by poison. He quickly turned to look at the senior granduncle, but the other party was watching the situation impassively. There wasn't the slightest bit of anxiety in his eyes. Senior granduncle. Liao Sun couldn't help but yell for the other party to do something. However, before he could say anything else, he saw the other party point forward with his finger. Hurriedly turning his head over, he witnessed a sight that left his eyes widened. Gu Mu's head was already within the lava beast's mouth, and if the latter closed its mouth, he would be killed on the spot. However, at this crucial moment, not only did the lava beast not bite down, it even turned around to flee. Isn't it intent on tearing Gu Mu into pieces a moment ago? Why would it back away when the other party has delivered his head to it? What is this situation? He wasn't the only one who was bewildered by what was happening. Gu Mu was also confounded. He had already prepared himself for his death, and he hadn't expected such a situation to occur. Don't blank out. Quickly, rush forward and grab its tail. Gu Mu was still trying to make sense out of the situation when his senior granduncle's voice echoed once more. At this point, he was already holding complete confidence in the other party's words. Thus, he stepped against the granite tile immediately and flew forward as if he were a swallow. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with the other party. Closing his arms, he embraced the creature's bulky tail tightly. Roar! Having his tail grabbed, the lava beast panicked. It began to thrash about immediately with all its might, and lava splashed into the surroundings, burning hole after hole in Gu Mu's clothes. What do I do next? Sensing that his Xianxia was reaching its limits from fending against the lava's heat, Gu Mu asked anxiously. Hold its tail tightly, no matter what it does. Xianxia replied. All right. With vicious tenacity, Gu Mu held onto the lava beast's tail with his 4 limbs. No matter how the other party struggled, he refused to let go. At this moment, he had no choice but to furiously pump even more Xianxia to fend off the intense heat in the surroundings. Roar! Roar! With its tail grabbed, Lava Beast was infuriated and it howled ceaselessly in anger, trying its best to shake Gu Mu off. However, its movements gradually slowed, and in less than a single minute, it went limp, its condition resembling a dead snake. Seeing the lava beast collapse, Gu Mu heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that he was going to die, and the current situation was unbelievable to him. He had felt the ferocity from the lava beast when he faced it just a moment ago, that if it could, it would surely have torn him into pieces. But, when he stretched his head toward the other party, why did it refuse to bite down and instead back off? Also, why did grabbing its tail result in this situation? All right, bring it up to shore. Gu Mu was still wondering when he heard his senior granduncle's instruction in his ears. Yes. Grabbing onto the tail end of the paralyzed lava beast, he exercised his Xianxia and dragged it to shore. In no time, the human and the beast were on the concrete granite ground. Xianxia walked up to the lava beast the moment it was on shore. With a flick of his wrist, a few silver needles appeared in his hands and he threw them straight at the lava beast. Tell it to submit to you. If it agrees, I'll help it achieve a breakthrough in its cultivation. Otherwise, die. After which, Xianxia sat quietly by the side. All right. Gu Mu walked up to the lava beast and relayed Xianxia's words. A moment later, its massive head nuzzled against him, displaying its submission. The contract was established swiftly and Gu Mu had successfully tamed the lava beast. Liao Sun was completely dumbfounded, observing everything from beside. He had seen people tame beasts, but he had never seen anyone doing it so speedily. That is a Zhizuan realm pinnacle savage beast. For it to submit to a human so easily, isn't this too simple? If taming a beast is that easy, doesn't that mean that I can be a beast tamer as well? He wasn't the only one who thought so. Gu Mu also felt as if he was in a dream. If not for the massive lava beast nuzzling against him continuously, he would truly doubt if everything was an illusion. Senior granduncle. Knowing that the one who pulled this miracle off was the senior granduncle, the duo turned to look at him immediately. This lava beast lives in the lava, and it doesn't have any peer or companion. It has never come into contact with any other life forms, and as such, it has a skeptical personality, having a fear of coming into contact with unfamiliar things. Knowing the question that was lingering in their minds, Xianxia explained. Even a person would become autistic after living in seclusion for too long, needless to say, a savage beast. A Jizuan realm pinnacle savage beast possesses an intelligence that is in no way inferior to humans. Living in the depths of the volcano, it had not once met another life form. As such, it was filled with curiosity and fear for Gumu. When you utilized brute force and tried to kill it, it had retaliated instinctively. Even though this lava beast didn't have any battle experience, it held the advantage of being on its home ground, and it would have been impossible for you to emerge triumphantly. Xianxia continued. Gumu nodded. In that battle just now, he could barely fend off the other party's attacks. He clearly wasn't a match for the latter. If it had continued that way, he would surely have died. Even though keeping your sword and sending your head to it was a clear act of suicide, the skeptical lava beast was doubtful toward your actions, and it felt fear. That's because the move was irrational. Xianxia smiled. On top of that, the lava beast has a huge weakness on its mouth. Upon seeing your irrational movement, it began to suspect if you had noticed that weakness and that you were baiting it. Thus, it chose to escape instead. So that's the case. Upon hearing the explanation, Gumu and Liao soon came to a realization. Gumu felt relieved that he had listened to his senior granduncle earlier on. Otherwise, if he were to continue fighting against the lava beast, he would have become a cripple by now. Then, why did grabbing its tail cause it to fall limp and lose its ability to fight? Do savage beasts need to breathe? Xianxia looked at him. Of course they need to breathe. Surprised by the question, Gumu was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded his head. Just like humans, savage beasts require air to survive. The lava beast had been living in the lava, but when we first arrived, we didn't see it. Don't you find it strange? Gumu was taken aback by Xianxia's words. The reason why fishes can breathe in water is that it has gills that can filter out water and absorb the oxygen contained within it. Lava is in fact just molten granite, and it is impossible for there to be oxygen within the thick lava. When the three of them first arrived, they did not observe the lava beast's head. It was only after Liao Sun threw a stone at the lotus that it jumped out. Can it be that this fellow doesn't need to breathe? But that is impossible. It is not heard of that a savage beast can survive without breathing. The breathing organ for lava beast, which is to mean the nose that we speak of, isn't on its head. Rather, it's on its tail. Xianxia explained. On its tail. The duo hurriedly turned to the lava beast, and they saw 2 rows of fine opening on its tail. Usually, this fellow would hide in the lava, exposing only its tail to breathe. Furthermore, its tail is the same color as the lava, and that's the reason why we failed to notice it when we first arrived. Xianxia smiled. The reason why I had you hug the other party's tail is to obstruct its breathing. While a cultivator would still be able to sustain himself through his jinchi, the same can't be said about savage beasts. Not to mention, it was thrashing around the scorching lava, causing its stamina to fall rapidly. Naturally, it would lose its ability to fight. I didn't notice these special characteristics from the start as well, and I only managed to deduce them during your battle. I see. Gumu finally comprehended the situation, the reason why his senior granduncle didn't say anything at the start. The other party wasn't toying with him. He was observing the characteristics of the lava beast to formulate a plan to subdue and tame it. It was laughable that he mistook his intentions. It was truly embarrassing. Upon knowing all these facts, Gumu's reverence for his senior granduncle reached a new peak. He was able to deduce the characteristics and personality of this lava beast within such a short period of time while observing their battle and formulate a method to tame it. Even a 4-star beast tamer would be incapable of accomplishing the same feat. On top of that, the needles which he shot out at the lava beast probably curbed the other party's movements. Otherwise, it was impossible for the taming process to proceed so smoothly. Now that the lava beast has been tamed, you can now harvest the lotus seed. Done with his explanation, Xianxia waved casually. All right. Gumu nodded, and without a word ado, he leaped into the lava once more, flitting swiftly toward the crimson flame lotus. Actually, upon seeing Gumu successfully tame the lava beast, Xianxia had heaved a sigh of relief as well. Just like humans, the Library of Heaven's Path will compile a book on a savage beast when it is engaged in a fight. The reason why he had Gumu face off with it was to compile a book to view its flaws. Once he knew its flaws, the rest became simple. Without the obstruction of the lava beast, Gumu brought a lotus pod back in no time. There were 9 gold lotus seeds within, and it emanated a fragrance which rejuvenated one's spirit. Senior Granduncle, this is the crimson flame lotus seed. Placing the lotus seed carefully in a jade box, Gumu passed it forward. Grabbing over the box, Xianxia took out 2 of the seeds and passed it over to Gumu. One is for you, while the other one is for this lava beast. They had agreed beforehand that Gumu would take 1 crimson flame lotus seed, while the rest would belong to Xianxia. Due to the presence of this lava beast which was already at Jizuan Pinnacle, Xianxia decided to give him another seed. After all, if not for this envoy telling him about it, Xianxia wouldn't have known that there was such a treasure hidden in this poison hall branch, and he would have missed it. Thank you, Senior Granduncle. Gumu was moved with great agitation. Here, I will leave this one at this branch. Whoever who reaches Jizuan Realm Pinnacle first will gain the right to consume it. Xianxia took out another seed and passed it to Liao Sun. The latter was also extremely grateful to Xianxia. Even though the crimson flame lotus seed was a precious commodity, it wasn't of much use to Xianxia. As long as he was able to find sufficient secret manuals, breaking through Jizuan Realm Pinnacle wasn't a problem at all. As such, the bottleneck in cultivation which others faced was non-existent for him. Since it wasn't much use to him, and that he had obtained it from the Red Lotus Range Poison Hall branch, he didn't think that it was right for him to deprive the branch of all seeds. After giving 3 of the lotus seeds out, Xianxia kept the remaining 6 in his storage ring. Since I'm done with the matters here, it's time for me to leave. Xianxia had accomplished his primary aim of browsing through the books in the Poison Hall, and he obtained the Crimson Flame Lotus Seeds on top of that. After conducting the last treatment for Gumu, he bided the others farewell. Senior Granduncle, where can I find you if I wish to greet you in the future? Even though he knew that the other party would leave after harvesting the Crimson Flame Lotus Seeds, Gumu nevertheless felt a reluctance to part with him. Even though he had merely known the other party for a few days, the latter had treated his trauma and helped him tame a Jizuan Realm Pinnacle savage beast. The favor that he had showered upon him was so great that it would be hard for him to repay. Even though he had roughly guessed that the other party might not be his senior granduncle as he claimed to be, it didn't hinder his respect for him in any way. The world is my home. If we're fated, we'll eventually meet. Xianxia shook his head. He was assuming a pseudo-identity, and it was best for them not to meet ever again. Senior Granduncle, this is my identity token. I know that it is useless to Senior Granduncle, but if you have any kin or students who are in trouble, you can get them to take this to Shenyuan Kingdom's Poison Hall to look for me. As long as it is within my means, I'll do my best to help. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved a jade token and then passed it to Xianxia. All right then, thank you. Knowing that the other party was doing this to repay the gratitude, Xianxia didn't turn him down. He took the token and kept it in his storage ring. Farewell. After saying all that had to be said, Xianxia walked out of the Poison Hall with large strides. He remembered the roads he took on the way here with the Great Herb King, so even without anyone to lead him, he was able to leave easily. 5 days later, he finally stepped out from the perimeters of the Red Lotus Range. He yelled with a deep tone, and after a moment, the steel-fang howling firmament beast appeared in the air above him. Leaping onto the back of the howling firmament beast, the latter unfurled its wings, and the duo headed straight toward Tianwu Royal City. Master Teacher Pavilion. Here I come. The vast lands of Tianwu Kingdom span tens of thousands of kilometers. Due to the backing of 2-star master teachers, it is classified as a Tier 1 kingdom. Tianxian, Beiwu, Hanwu, Beichen, Shenyuan, Anyuan, Bailey. With Tianwu located right at the center of 12 other neighboring kingdoms, Tianwu Kingdom became the cultivation and trading hub in the area, a sacred land where countless people yearned to travel to. Princess Mo had long left on her viridescent eagle, and thus, Xianxia was the only person on the howling firmament beast's back. Out of boredom, Xianxia worked on increasing his knowledge in the Library of Heaven's Path and, at the same time, reinforced his cultivation and evaluated his current condition. Along with the rise of my cultivation, the effect of the Heaven's Path golden body is becoming increasingly insignificant. When Xianxia was at Tongshan realm, the Heaven's Path golden body had allowed him to easily subdue cultivators of the same realm. Upon reaching half Xianxia, the effects had become less apparent. Eventually, when he reaches Xianxia realm, its potency would be reduced further, to the point that it becomes insignificant. It appeared there was a need for him to look for additional physical body cultivation techniques for further upgrade and training. As for Heaven's Path fist art, Heaven's Path leg art, Heaven's Path movement art, even though they were simple moves, they wielded incredible strength. From the looks of it, before he reached Jizuan, it was unlikely for him to be outdone in terms of battle technique. Thus, there was no hurry for him to look for new books. I'll have to take the Master Teacher examination as soon as possible after reaching Tianwu Kingdom. Only after becoming a Master Teacher will I gain the rights to enter the Master Teacher Pavilion and browse through records on Kongshi. On the way here, he had written what Gumu told him about Kongshi on a blank piece of paper and confirmed the matter using the Library of Heaven's Path. It was true that Celestial Kongshi was afflicted with the innate fetal poison just like him, and that he was later cured of the poison. That was to say, the innate fetal poison wasn't without a cure. It was just that, at his current standard, he was unable to identify the correct method to cure it. After coming to this conclusion, Xianxia felt reassured. However, at the same time, doubts emerged in his mind. His previous self was only an orphan, so why would an 8-star or 9-star poison master go so far as to poison him himself? Could it be possible that he possessed an incredible background and came from a powerful family? Even though Xianxia was perplexed, he decided not to think too much about the matter. Putting aside the fact that his previous self was an abandoned orphan, he, as a transcender, felt uncomfortable at the thought of abruptly stumbling upon people claiming to be his parents or one of his kins. Rather than to feel distressed, it was much wiser to just ignore it altogether. In any case, with the Library of Heaven's Path in his grasp, Xianxia could only grow stronger. The world is vast, and there was nowhere that he couldn't go. After traveling for another 2 days, when the sun was about to set in the west, a towering city appeared before Xianxia's eyes. Under the orange glow of the evening sun, the city appeared just like a vast mountain range which extended into the horizon. The city was more than several dozen times larger than Tianxian Royal City. Its infrastructures were beautiful and elegant, and the ancient city walls, which stood dozens of meters tall, were comparable to relics of history and were altogether an imposing sight. Staring down from above, the streets in the city were well connected and filled with crowds walking to and fro. All kinds of carriages and horses were traveling in and out of the city, creating an image of a lively painting. As the trading hub of 13 kingdoms, Tianwu Royal City was extraordinarily grand. It simply wasn't something that any of the cities Xianxia had seen could compare to. Let's go down. Knowing that a city of such scale would surely have restrictions on massive savage beasts such as the howling firmament beast, Xianxia decided not to cause a ruckus. Thus, he landed at a location in the mountains not too far from the city, where the howling firmament beast could behave freely, before walking toward the grand city with big strides. Please wait a moment. You've to pay the entrance fee to enter the city. He was about to walk through the gates when a group of guards stopped him. Entrance fee. Only upon looking around him did he realize that all visitors had to pay a certain sum to enter the city. If there wasn't such a restriction, the Tianwu Royal City's population would surely suffer from an uncontrollable population growth, possibly to the point that even the Tianwu royal family would be unable to manage the situation. That's right. Unless you're a master teacher or apprentice, you'll have to pay the toll fee, the guard said. Master teachers were the foundation to the progress of the world, and thus they possessed a high status in society. No matter where they went, they would be granted special privileges. This was something that the other occupations can never enjoy. Enough, what's the use of wasting your breath on him? Given his age, how could he be a master teacher or a master teacher apprentice? That's right. Hurry up. There is a huge crowd waiting behind you. Seeing that the fellow was wasting their times, the two guards became impatient. The crowd behind which was waiting to enter the city was also urging them to hurry up. What are you putting an act for? Since its establishment several thousand years ago, a toll had been imposed on all entries into the city. For you to not even know such a basic fact, which backward place did you come from? How much does it cost? Ignoring their irritated gazes, Xianxia asked. 100 gold coins. A guard replied. 100. Xianxia was astonished. Even a star teacher in Hongtian Academy earned only 2,000 gold coins per month. 100 gold coins for an entrance fee was indeed exorbitant. That's right. Seeing the shocked expression on the other party's face, it was clear that he was someone who had never seen the world. The guards stared at him contemptuously. To make such a huge fuss over 100 gold coins, it is clear that he is a poor bloke. I don't have money. Xianxia shook his head. Upon hearing those words, the guards revealed an expression that screamed, I knew that you would say that, and bellowed. If you don't have money, don't waste our time here. For you to think that you can enter the city like that, you must be dreaming. However, before he could finish his words, the irksome fellow before him lifted up a token in his hand and looked at him with an excited expression. But with this, I shouldn't have to pay any money, right? No matter what you have, it doesn't make a difference. Ah, a master teacher apprentice identity token. Halfway through his words, the guard recognized the token in the other party's hands. His entire body trembled in shock, and all of the words that he was about to speak choked in his mouth. At this point, he was already on the verge of tears. Are you a master teacher apprentice? Those guards who were criticizing him just a moment ago turned pale upon seeing the token. They had thought that he was a countryside bumpkin, but to think that he would be a formidable figure. Brother, if you're a master teacher apprentice, you could have just entered straight away. Why do you have to go through all the trouble to ask us about the toll fee? Aren't you intentionally making things difficult for us? Please enter. Suppressing the stifling sensation in their chests, the guards stepped aside immediately to open up a path for him. If the royal family were to find out that they had troubled a master teacher apprentice, their heads might be lopped off their necks. Upon seeing that the token Lu Shi and the others could allow him to enter freely, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. To think that this toy would be this useful, saving me 100 gold coins so easily. The guards. They had seen misers, but they had never seen such a Scrooge. For a master teacher apprentice, a figure who induces respect no matter where he goes, to be so happy just because he saved 100 gold coins, behaving like that, aren't you doing injustice to your prestigious identity? Ignoring the stifled guards, Xianxia walked right into the city. Even though he had several 10 million gold coins in his storage ring, he nevertheless maintained the mindset of a spendthrift. After all, gold coin saved is a gold coin earned. As for the opinions of others, what does it have to do with me? The streets within the city were wide. Shops could be seen all around and vendors shouted passionately to gather customers. The remaining sunlight from the setting sun reflected off the towering buildings, inducing in oneself a warm feeling. As expected of Tianwu Royal City, an object picked at random from any vendor is of much higher grade than those in Tianxin Kingdom. Walking along the street, Xianxia glanced at the various products sold in the stores, and he could not help but feel astonished. Him right now was like Granny Lu stepping into the Prospect Gardens, curious about everything around him. Even though he had read about most of the objects present here in the books, it was a different thing to see them in person. So you're a master teacher apprentice as well? Xianxia was looking around his surroundings when a voice sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw a lady in her 20s looking at him with a perplexed expression. This lady was dressed in a light green robe. Even though her appearance paled in comparison to amazing beauties like Shen Bairu and the others, she had an amiable face which felt pleasant to the sight. An elder dressed in an obvious bodyguard outfit stood beside her, and the aura he exuded felt deep. From time to time, a spark of light would flash across his eyes. He was a Xianxia realm expert. To be able to hire a Xianxia realm expert as her bodyguard, this lady was likely to be of an extraordinary standing. Zhang Xian replied casually. It was likely that these two saw his apprentice token when he entered the city, so they gave chase to ask him about it. Me too. With a laughter, the lady flipped her hand and a token appeared in her palm. To think that she would be a master teacher apprentice as well. Incredible! Zhang Xian was impressed. In Tianxian Kingdom, even someone as outstanding as Lu Sun was unable to become a master teacher apprentice. But a random lady he met on the streets turned out to be one. The disparity between both kingdoms was indeed huge. The lady was clearly satisfied with Zhang Xian's response, and her attitude toward him improved significantly. My teacher is one-star master teacher Chang Xian. May I know who you're studying under? My teacher isn't well known, and I doubt you would have heard of him. Zhang Xian shook his head. He didn't actually have a teacher, and this token was given to him by Lu Shi and the others. As such, he could only beat around the bush. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to disclose anything, the lady also didn't pursue this any further. Instead, she looked at him with a doubtful expression and asked, "For you to arrive at the capital at such a time, can you be here for the question symposium as well?" Question symposium? Zhang Xian was bewildered. What's that? You don't know? The lady stared at Zhang Xian as though he was a monster. The question symposium is the final test for the master teacher examination. Only those who have passed the question symposium can become a true master teacher. Since you're a master teacher apprentice, how can you not even know about it? Zhang Xian was confused. He only obtained the apprentice token by impersonating as Yang Shi's disciple, so there wasn't anyone to explain to him the process of the master teacher examination. Previously, Lu Shi and the others had only spoken briefly about the eligibility for the examination, and they hadn't touched on anything else in detail. Thus, he didn't know about the question symposium. That's right. The lady hesitated for a moment, and a thought seemed to have flashed into her head. Coming to an epiphany, she said, I get it, you must have just become an apprentice not too long ago. As a new apprentice, it is a long way before you can take the master teacher examination. Naturally, your teacher wouldn't have told you about the examination yet. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Putting aside how long it had been since he became a master teacher apprentice, it wasn't even 2 months since he arrived in this world. Besides, there wasn't even a single master teacher in Tianxian Kingdom, and there wasn't a single book on master teachers. Thus, it would be a wonder if Zhang Xian knew about the examination process. Since you've just become an apprentice, you need not be so anxious. Study hard, and as long as you pass the examination within 10 years, you will bring glory to your ancestors. Hearing that the other party had just become an apprentice, the lady's attitude became even more amiable. After all, we can't expect ourselves to be as talented as Princess Mou and pass the master teacher examination at 22. Upon speaking of Princess Mou, her eyes began to glow in reverence. Granny Lu stepping into the Prospect Gardens. Reference to the dream of the Red Chamber. It is similar to Alice walking into Wonderland. Princess Mou passed the master teacher examination? Zhang Xian asked with doubt. Wasn't her still an apprentice when they were at Red Lotus City? He had spent only 20 days in the Poison Hall. Could it be that the princess began the master teacher examination the moment she arrived in Tianwu Kingdom and had passed it? Princess Mou is one of the most renowned geniuses in Tianwu Kingdom. She has just returned from her training half a month ago and, upon her return, passed the 2-star apothecary examination before taking on the master teacher examination. In a single breath, she overcame countless tests, and all that is left is the question symposium tomorrow. As long as she conquers the question symposium, she will become a true 1-star master teacher. The lady's eyes shone with excitement. The only one who can outdo her feat of becoming a one-star master teacher at 22 would be the number one genius in Tianwu Kingdom, Mo Hongyi. Mo Hongyi? Despite being a two-star apothecary, one-star beast tamer, one-star master teacher, and apprentice physician at 22, she actually isn't the number one genius? You don't know about him? Seeing the confusion on the other party's face, the lady became speechless. If she hadn't witnessed his apprentice token for herself, she would have thought that he was a fake. It is one thing for you not to know about the various tests in the master teacher examination and the question symposium, but to not even know Mo Hongyi. Which corner of the world did you pop out from? Is he famous? Xianxia asked. Upon hearing those words, the lady suppressed the stifling sensation in her chest and asked, "It can't be that. Is this your first time coming to Tianwu Royal City?" Xianxia nodded. Fine. Seeing how the other party admitted to the matter so frankly without the slightest bit of embarrassment, the lady rolled her eyes. Anyone else would surely be filled with embarrassment and a sense of inferiority upon being asked such a question. But this fellow answered it so boldly. It is as though coming to Tianwu Kingdom for the first time is a glorious affair. It is truly a wonder how he has such confidence. Since you don't know about him, let me tell you. The lady explained, Mo Hongyi is reputed as the number one genius in Tianwu Kingdom in the past 1,000 years of history, and his name is known throughout the surrounding 13 countries. Despite being just 26 this year, he is already a one-star pinnacle master teacher, two-star apothecary, two-star formation master, and two-star blacksmith. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. One-star pinnacle master teacher, two-star apothecary, two-star formation master, and two-star blacksmith. Despite being just 26, he was shouldering 4 great occupations of the upper 9 paths. From the looks of it, he is on a totally different level from Lu Sun, who is also reputed as a genius in Tianxian Kingdom. In fact, even Mou is far from his match. Seeing the change in the other party's expression, the lady nodded her head in satisfaction before continuing on. Not only so, this great genius Mo's talent in cultivation is also outstanding. 3 years ago, he achieved Xianxia realm and defeated the Xianxia realm intermediate stage General Taishu, after which, with a single sword, he slaughtered the 5 northern warriors who have been plaguing the northern regions. One must know all 5 of them were Xianxia realm experts, and 3 of them had even reached Xianxia realm intermediate stage. For him to kill all 5 of them single-handedly, I would not have dared to believe it if I had not heard it from a reliable source. At the start of this year, he reached Xianxia realm advanced stage. Just a while ago, at the Heaven Spring Peak, he battled the Xianxia realm pinnacle master Hong Ruo, defeating him within 100 blows. Furthermore, in the midst of the battle, he successfully achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation, reaching Xianxia realm pinnacle. Even the emperor had complimented him as a genius who appears only once in 1,000 years, and that his future accomplishments would be limitless. Xianxia realm pinnacle at 26? Furthermore, he is capable of battling those with cultivation above his. Xianxia was astounded. It was no wonder why he could be reputed as the number one genius in the past 1,000 years. This Mo Hongyi was indeed a fearsome figure. In comparison to him, all of the so-called geniuses he had seen were as though fireflies before the sun, too insignificant to mention. Since this Mo Hongyi's surname is Mo, does it mean that he is part of the Tianwu royal family as well? Suddenly, Xianxia noticed a peculiarity and asked, Princess Mou's surname is Mo. So this means that the royal family of Tianwu Kingdom goes by this surname. Can this Mo Hongyi be a member of royalty as well? That's right. The lady nodded her head. He is a son of one of the princes, but he isn't favored by the emperor. Although he is Princess Mou's elder brother in terms of seniority, his standing pales far in comparison to hers. Even so, given his talent, no one dares to underestimate him. Xianxia agreed. In this world, even though one's birth determines his nobility, as long as one is willing to work hard, he can nevertheless earn respect. Mo Hongyi was an example. Even though he wasn't in line for the throne, given his current prestige, If he truly wanted the crown, the other princes were not likely to be a match for him. When one's capabilities exceed a certain level, schemes and ploys become laughable deeds that are comparable to playing house. Seeing the other party enter into contemplation, the lady continued, "However, even though he's an incredible figure, I revere Princess Mo more. Not only is she beautiful, she's talented as well. I want to be like her, polite, humble, and possesses an earnest desire for knowledge. Just like her. I'll work hard and make a name for myself with my own capabilities. Polite, humble, and possessing an earnest desire for knowledge?" Xianxia had been with this Princess Mo for many days. But why hadn't he noticed these strengths of hers? Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on this question. Recalling all that the other party had said before, he asked, "The question symposium that you spoke of, other than Princess Mo, how many other people are taking it?" Upon hearing his question, the lady rolled her eyes once more. "Do you think master teachers are like cabbages in the market, available whenever you want it? There might not even be a single person who successfully passes every test in the master teacher examination in the whole of a year. I've specially traveled here from Quanhai City just to spectate the princess's master teacher inauguration ceremony. So how can there be anyone else?" Quanhai City? A book appeared in Zhang Xian's mind, and within it was a map of Tianwu Kingdom. For example, if Tianwu Royal City were Tianxian Royal City, Quanhai City would be similar to Baiyu City, the second largest city in Tianwu Kingdom. Given that this talkative and extroverted lady was escorted by a Zhongshe realm bodyguard, it was likely that her standing wasn't ordinary. But that is to be expected as well. It is impossible for one to become a master teacher without sufficient connections to search for a good teacher to guide them. After another short exchange, Zhang Xian learned that her name was Ling Xiaoxiao and that she had just become a master teacher apprentice during the year. The reason why she spoke so much to him was that they were fellow apprentices and that she thought that they should look out for one another. The question symposium will be carried out tomorrow afternoon at the Master Teacher Pavilion. If you wish to take the Master Teacher examination, you should take a look. I'll be leaving now, farewell. After speaking for a short while longer, Ling Xiaoxiao realized that this apprentice known as Zhang Xian seemed to be completely ignorant of the Master Teacher examination. As such, she lost her interest to chat with him. In her opinion, it would be several decades before he would be eligible to take the Master Teacher examination, and they were of two completely different standards. I should first find a restaurant to dine in before looking for lodging. Bidding the lady farewell, Zhang Xian stretched his back lazily. He had already obtained a clear idea of the Master Teacher Pavilion's location, and it was getting late. Furthermore, after 7 consecutive days of consuming dry rations on the back of the howling firmament beast, Zhang Xian had gotten sick of that food. After eating his dinner, just as Zhang Xian was about to look for an inn to settle in, he saw a massive building before him. On the plaque hung above its entrance were 2 majestic words which felt vigorous and soulful, as if it would soar out from the board at any time. Painter Guild. Recognizing the words on it, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. The painter, just like apothecary, is an occupation of the 9 paths, and there is a guild to oversee its affairs. However, Tianxian Kingdom was too small and remote, so it didn't possess the qualifications to build a branch. Zhang Xian didn't expect to see the Painter Guild right after entering Tianwu Royal City. I should take a look. Of the numerous skills that Zhang Xian possessed after pill forging and beast taming, the one he was the most skilled at was painting, and he was capable of even producing a painting of the 5th level. Since he managed to chance on the guild, it was a good chance for him to take the examination to become an official painter. After all, he had only acquired the emblems of a 2-star beast tamer and 1-star apothecary at the moment, and this looked rather plain. As for Poison Master, even though his mastery in poison had also reached the level of a 2-star, he was in disguise as the envoy's senior granduncle then, so it was impossible for him to take the Poison Master examination. Naturally, he didn't manage to obtain the corresponding emblem. But even if he were to have successfully acquired it, given how hostile the other occupations were toward Poison Masters, he wouldn't dare to take it out either. As such thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhang Xian stepped into the Painter Guild. As expected of the Painter Guild, Its vast hall was arranged in an orderly and artistic manner, making one feel as though he has stepped into a painting. Slowly walking inward, Xianxia felt as if he were walking leisurely in the midst of a book, and an indescribable sensation of comfort embraced him. Hung on the walls around him were all kinds of art pieces, and every single one of them was astonishingly lifelike, having reached the first level of painting's reality depiction. A painter has to grasp the first four realms of a painting: reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude before he can be qualified as a one-star. Even though a painting of the first level sounds unexceptional, several years of effort is required before one can produce such a painting. Without sufficient experience and comprehension, it is no simple task to depict a scenery realistically. Those who are capable of drawing these paintings are at minimum apprentice painters. Gongzi, may I know what kind of painting you are looking for? I can bring you around. As Xianxia slowly browsed through the paintings, a green-robed attendant suddenly walked up to him politely. Are these paintings for sale? Xianxia pointed to those pieces hung on the wall. Indeed. Isn't Gongzi here to buy a painting? The attendant nodded. If the Painter Guild doesn't sell paintings, where else can one buy them? Oh! After giving the matter some thought, Xianxia felt embarrassed for asking this question. It was similar to how the Apothecary Guild sold pills. It was absurd to think that the Painter Guild doesn't sell paintings. Nodding his head, Xianxia asked, "These are all paintings of the first level. Are there any higher-level paintings? Please follow me upstairs." In the guild, the paintings on the first floor are mainly those of the first level, the paintings on the second floor are mainly those of the second level, and so on. Gongzi, what level of painting are you interested in buying? I'll bring you up right now. The attendant's eyes lit up. The higher the level of the painting, the more expensive it was. As an attendant, he received a commission based on the price of the painting sold. The more expensive the painting Xianxia bought, the more money the attendant would earn. Is there? Just as he was about to ask if there was any painting of the fifth level for him to look through, he saw a crowd charge forward. Hurry up! GMO Gongzi is out. He passed the one-star painter examination? Indeed. The examination has just ended, and in order to thank the crowd for their support, he intends to conduct an open painting, and will auction the finished art piece on the spot. Open painting? Great. I will get his painting for sure. People in the crowd started to discuss among themselves. They were mostly young ladies, and, walking slightly forward, Xianxia could see a few middle-aged men. Judging by the clothes on them, they were likely to possess great wealth. GMO Gongzi, painting? Xianxia looked at them contemptuously. GMO is the young master of the capital's G clan. Despite just being in his teens, he is already an official painter of the guild. Upon speaking of GMO Gongzi, the attendant's face grew red in agitation as well. Gongzi, if you intend to purchase a painting, you should take a look at the open painting too. If you can buy young Master G's painting, you will have made your trip here worth it. Oh? Let's go over then. Since Xianxia was free, he decided to take the opportunity to learn more about how the painter examination was conducted. Thus, he followed behind the green-robed attendant into the crowd. Right at the front, before a dark green table lined against the wall, an 18 or 19-year-old youngster, dressed in white, was sitting on a wooden chair, and his eyes were tightly closed. GMO Gongzi, I love you. I want to bear your babies. How shameless can you get? G Gongzi is mine. Whoever who dares to vie with me, I'll rip off her clothes. Young mistress, a beautiful lady over there is intent on vying with you. Go and rip off her clothes. We'll cheer you on from here. Even though GMO Gongzi's eyes were still tightly shut, many ladies in the surroundings had already gone into a frenzy. G Gongzi may be young, but he's extremely gentle toward ladies. More importantly, he has a suave appearance. Thus, he became the idol of ladies in the capital. The green-robed attendant explained with a hushed voice. Xianxia nodded. Turning to look at GMO Gongzi, his skin was indeed fair and smooth, and he had a dashing face. Even though his eyes were closed, His lips were slightly curled upward and vaguely. It seemed as if he was smiling. Xianxia could understand why he was able to win the fancy of these ladies. Talented, capable, a good background, and most importantly, he was dashing. It was no wonder why so many ladies went insane for him. What is he doing? Seeing the other party seated with his eyes shut, ignoring the ruckus around him, Xianxia inquired. Gmo Gongzi is about to paint. He is probably calming his brain and adjusting his mental state, the green-robed fellow said. Adjusting his state of mind? Here. Xianxia was puzzled. It was just a painting. Xianxia would usually grab a brush and start on his work right away. Is there a need to adjust any state of mind? Besides, even if he truly needs to adjust his state of mind, he should have gone somewhere quiet and peaceful. With so many people causing a huge ruckus here, how in the world does he expect to adjust his state of mind? Ji Gongzi possesses incredible talents, having reached the level of a master painter before even reaching 20. Every single action that he makes has its own profound purpose. This isn't something a countryside bumpkin like you can comprehend. Before the green-robed attendant could reply, a lady turned around and glared at Xianxia furiously. Indeed, where did this amateur come from? Scram aside, don't taint Ji Gongzi's painting. Another lady harumphed angrily. Walala. The ladies in the surroundings turned to glare at Xianxia with disdainful eyes. Ah! Not expecting to meet with so much hostility just by raising a simple doubt, Xianxia became speechless. A lot of civilians in Tianwu Kingdom are interested in painting, thus raising the status of painters here greatly. Ji Gongzi, as one of the most talented painters of the younger generation, has countless fans. Thus, it is best for you not to say anything here. Otherwise, you might really drown from the criticisms of his die-hard fans. With a bitter smile, the green-robed attendant whispered to him. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Gongzi abrupt opened his eyes and stood up. Look, Ji Gongzi is about to begin painting. I wonder what level of painting will he create. Does it have to be said? Ji Gongzi is an official painter. His works are definitely at least of the second level. Upon seeing Ji Gongzi move, those who were glaring at Xianxia previously turned to look forward immediately, their eyes twinkling with adoration. The first four realms of painting are reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude. Just like in the case of Lu Chun and Yuanyu, official painters, otherwise known as master painters, are capable of producing a painting of the second level or third level with ease. As for whether the painting can reach breathtaking verisimilitude, it would depend on his luck and condition. Me, GMO, will now display my humble skills. GMO stood before the table and with a flick of his wrist, a Chinese fan appeared in his hand. Gently fanning himself twice, his black hair and white robe danced along with the light breeze. The painting that I create will be sold on the spot. However, I will not claim a single cent of the money, and instead, I'll be using it to build a painting hall. I'll invite apprentice painters to conduct lessons there, so as to propagate the comprehension and passion for painting. As expected of Ji Gongzi, he truly doesn't care for material wealth. A character befitting of a master painter. I am impressed. Hearing his words, the crowd burst into commotion once more. Numerous ladies screamed fanatically. This fellow sure knows how to win the hearts. Xianxia shook his head. This GMO Gongzi might be young, but he was obviously skilled in politics, knowing how to attract attention. That was similar to the charity auctions conducted by celebrities in his previous life. In plain honesty, they were just gimmicks. If he truly wanted to build a painter hall and propagate the passion and understanding of painting, he could have done so silently. There was no need for him to create such a huge ruckus. More importantly, it was already late autumn and not to mention nighttime. It felt cold just to stand on the spot, and yet he was fanning himself. Silence! Shutting his fan, GMO Gongzi gestured grandly. All right, not to waste everyone's time, I shall begin painting now. I hope that everyone can remain silent while I am at work. Hearing his words, the screaming crowd quietened down all of a sudden. Smiling lightly, GMO Gongzi flung his sleeves and picked up a brush. After opening a Xian paper on the table, GMO struck the table lightly with his left hand, and under the tremor of his Xianxia, a droplet of ink leaped into the air from the ink slab and landed precisely on the tip of his brush. Then, with a grand movement of his right hand, the brush fell on the surface of the paper. The brush flew around the paper gracefully, creating an imposing sight. Walala! The brush danced about on the paper, reminiscent of a fish swimming freely in a pond. Accompanying the passing of time, and the painting gradually took shape. It was a painting of a mountain and a stream. On the tall and towering mountain was a combination of mystical forests and mysterious boulders, divided by a stream that flowed through them. Ding-dang! One could almost hear the sound of the stream striking the surface of the boulder, and the leaves were dancing toward a certain direction, as though a gentle breeze was caressing them. This is a painting of the second level. With a single glance, Xianxia nodded his head silently in approval. The Heaven's Path painting art which Xianxia compiled using the books in Master Lu Chen's house had given him a profound understanding of paintings. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia was capable of appraising paintings to a certain standard. This mountain stream painting was detailed, allowing people to feel as if it were a true mountain right before them. There was a spiritual touch to the painting which gave it bizarre but wonderful aesthetics. This was proof that it has reached the level of spiritual canvas. However, even though the contents were outstanding, the mountain and stream were lacking artistic conception and a personal touch. In other words, it did not reach the level of infused intentions. It is a pity. If he wasn't overly focused on showing off his skills, and instead had carved out his painting slowly and calmly, he might have been able to achieve the level of infused intentions. Xianxia sighed after a moment. Even though this GMO Gongzi was a braggart, his painting fundamentals were in place. Logically speaking, as long as he were to paint calmly, producing a painting of the third level shouldn't be a problem. However, his obsession with graceful and exaggerated movements had caused him to neglect the essence of the painting. Thus, this painting had only managed to reach spiritual canvas pinnacle, just a small step away from infused intentions. Even though Xianxia thought that it was a pity, he didn't voice out his thoughts. He was only here to see how the master painter examination was conducted, and he wasn't related to this GMO Gongzi in any way. Besides, he had been criticized by the crowd just moments ago for expressing his doubts on GMO's actions, and he didn't want to be berated by this bunch of women before him. Soon, the painting was completed. GMO Gongzi threw the brush into the brush holder and hung the painting on the wall. This is a painting that has reached the second level pinnacle, and it is called Breeze by the Mountain and Stream. The auction will start now. The starting price is 1 million gold coins, and every raise must be 100,000 gold coins at the minimum. At which, the edges of Li Ji Gongzi's lips shot up, and a mesmerizing smile appeared on his face. Waving the fan in his hands, he brought out the disposition of a dashing scholar. I'll accompany anyone who manages to purchase this painting for dinner. For free. Accompany for dinner? This painting is mine. Don't compete with me. I'll offer 1,100,000. You wish to buy GMO Gongzi's painting for 1,100,000? Stop joking. 1,300,000. I offer 2 million. Upon hearing the additional service that came with the painting, the ladies' eyes reddened with excitement immediately. As they competed wildly against one another, the price soared rapidly. 2,400,000? Seeing the price reach 2 million in the blink of an eye, Xianxia was flabbergasted. He sold the fifth-level painting he created to Lu Chen, Huang Yu, and the others for merely 2 million each, and this mediocre second-level painting has exceeded that sum. This is way too damned. That? How much is a painting of the fifth-level, spirit creation, worth? Feeling dismayed, Xianxia could not help but ask the attendant beside him. A painting of the fifth level? That would be a treasure left behind by a 2-star Grandmaster painter. Furthermore, even such a painter wouldn't be able to produce a fifth-level painting as when he pleases. It depends heavily on his condition and luck. A painting of that level will easily become the treasure of our painter guild, and one can say that it is priceless. The green-robed attendant hesitated for a moment before answering. Priceless. Xianxia's body swayed violently. Indeed, if one has no choice but to assign it a price, this starting price would likely be at minimum 10 million gold coins. As for how high it can rise, I can't give a concrete answer to that. However, half a year ago, an auction for a painting of the 5th level was conducted here, and the final price was 34 million gold coins. The green-robed attendant replied. Xianxia's mouth twitched and he was on the verge of tears. 34 million for a single painting, and he sold 4 of it at 2 million each. Why is the world be so cruel to him? The Painter Guild has been established in the capital for less than 30 years, and it was only from then that the price of paintings had been on the rise. If it was 30 years ago, when no one held paintings in high regard, a painting of the 5th level would only be worth 1 or 2 million. The attendant said, if it were any higher than that, no one would be willing to spend their money. 1 or 2 million 30 years ago? Xianxia shook. That's right. The attendant nodded. After hearing the other party's verification, Xianxia finally recovered, and his aching heart was soothed. Tianxian Kingdom was remote, and there wasn't the presence of a painter guild. It seemed that what Huang Yu and the others reported to him was the 30-year historical price, and 2 million could already be considered as a huge sum for a painting of the 5th level then. Does Gongzi want to buy a painting of the 5th level? The green-robed attendant looked at him. Only our guild leader is capable of drawing a painting of the 5th level. But he had gone out half a month ago in search of inspiration and isn't back yet. I am just making a casual inquiry. Suppressing his vexation, Xianxia shook his head. That? Staring at Xianxia, the attendant asked, then, Gongzi, why don't you buy GMO Gongzi's breeze by the mountain and stream? It is 2nd-level pinnacle and, not to mention G Gongzi's work. Its value will definitely rocket in the future. Forget it. Xianxia shook his head. I'm not here to buy paintings. Besides, it's just a painting of the 2nd level. I'm not interested in it. Just a painting of the 2nd level? How arrogant. Before the green-robed attendant could reply to Xianxia's words, a cold harumph sounded. Lifting his head, Xianxia saw GMO Gongzi staring coldly at him. Xianxia didn't expect the other party to hear his words when he had already spoken so softly. Xianxia replied with embarrassment, I apologize. I was just speaking casually. So please do not be offended by my words. Every painting is created painstakingly, and saying such words before a painter is indeed inappropriate. Do you think this can be settled with just an apology? GMO Gongzi flung his sleeves, and his eyebrows shot up. This action of interrupting the auction and treating my painting with contempt. You are insulting the occupation and belittling all official painters. Then, what do you think I should do? Xianxia had only made a casual comment and had already apologized for his disrespect. Yet, the other party went on and claimed that he was insulting the occupation and him. Feeling helpless, Xianxia shook his head. Simple. Buy my painting at 5 million gold coins. Placing his hands behind his back, GMO Gongzi glanced at him impassively. Don't worry. I won't take a single cent of that money. I'll donate all of it to build the Painter Hall, so you can consider it as atonement for your mistake. 5 million gold coins? Xianxia was stunned. He had merely come to take a look, making a comment in passing, but the other party actually wanted to force a deal upon him. What a joke. There are so many people who worship you present. Can't you get them to buy it for you? Why? Are you unwilling to buy it? GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. Waving his hands casually, he said, You can refuse, but you must apologize now and swear not to step into the guild ever again. Our Painter Guild doesn't welcome people like you. Never step into the guild ever again? Xianxia was speechless. Kindness doesn't beget kindness. Other people will simply take advantage of you. It was just a casual comment and he had already made an apology. Yet the other party refused to let the matter go. I can apologize, and never stepping into the Painter Guild is fine by me as well. In fact, I can even buy your painting for 5 million gold coins. However, your painting has to be worth that price first. Xianxia shook his head. Do you think that this toy, which any apprentice painter can create, is worthy of that price? Xian paper, it's mean a kind of high-quality paper. After the uproar that Zhang Xian created with the ladies, the crowd had cleared the area around him, causing him and the attendant to stand out with exceptional conspicuity. While everyone was busy placing their bids, the two of them were chatting incessantly about something else, and upon witnessing this, GMO Gongzi felt displeased and disrespected. Then, when he listened carefully to their conversation, it turned out that they were belittling his work. How could he tolerate this? Thus, he bellowed at them immediately. They were clearly challenging his prestige and authority. He had thought that the other party would apologize immediately upon being questioned like that, but contrary to his expectations, the other party spoke such words in return. A toy which any apprentice painter can create. Becoming infuriated, his face turned crimson red immediately. What did you say? Clenching his fists tightly, a surge of power gushed out from him, causing the air in the surroundings to howl. He was actually a Pishue realm expert. To be able to attain Pishue realm below 20 years of age, it seemed that this Jimi Gongzi's talent in cultivation was no way inferior to his flair for painting. The green-robed attendant didn't expect Zhang Xian to say such words, and his face paled immediately. Putting aside the fact that the Ji clan was one of the 3 great clans in the capital, this Ji Gongzi himself was a highly respected one-star painter with incredible rallying abilities. Provoking him like that, wasn't that equivalent to courting death? Angering the other party and receiving a beating were no big deals, but it was highly likely that Zhang Xian would be banned from the Painter Guild. If so, he wouldn't be able to buy a single painting no matter how much money he offered. Gongzi, calm down. It's best that you apologize and give in. He tugged on the clothes of the young man beside him involuntarily and sent a telepathic message. After which, the young man before him nodded and spoke. Oh, it's my mistake to say that any apprentice painter can create such a painting. That's more like it. Hearing Zhang Xian admit his mistake, the attendant was just about to heave a sigh of relief when he heard the second half of his words. His eyes shot upward and he nearly passed out from shock. This is an insult to apprentice painters. Given the standard of this painting, even a random savage beast is able to do better than that. 5 million, you say? I won't even buy it for 5 gold coins. Zhang Xian uttered. He didn't wish to cause trouble, but that didn't mean that he would allow anyone to climb all over his head. Trying to take advantage of me? You must be joking. It's already good enough that I'm not trying to take advantage of you. While the other party was drawing, without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he was able to see 7 to 8 flaws with just his own judgment. He wouldn't want this mediocre drawing even if the other party were to give it to him for free. To pay for it, you must be pulling my leg. Savage beast? 5 gold coins? Zhang Xian spoke calmly and the crowd became tongue-tied, beginning to stare at him as if they were looking at a monster. To insult a painter right at home in the Painter Guild. Where did you get such confidence? You! GMO Gongzi was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. Even a random savage beast would be able to do better than him. Won't buy it even for 5 gold coins. The other party was clearly doubting his professionalism. Alright, there's nothing much to see about this clown. Let's go up and take a look at the other paintings. Disregarding the infuriated GMO, Zhang Xian turned around impassively and prepared to leave. Even though he had just arrived at Tianwu Kingdom and didn't possess any standing in the capital, he was someone who was about to take the master teacher examination and should carry a befitting disposition. If the other party were to dare to say such words to him after he becomes a master teacher, he would lash him to death on the spot instead of wasting any breath on him. This is the authority and power unique to a master teacher. Master teachers mustn't be sullied, and those who dare to desecrate one has to die. He was just a boastful painter and yet he dared to force a sale upon him. Zhang Xian was already behaving very respectfully to him, having merely criticized his piece. Hold it right there. Seeing how that fellow intended to leave straight after humiliating him, GMO Gongzi's face warped in anger and he almost flew into a rage. However, even though he was infuriated, he didn't lose his rationality. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and stared at Xianxia coldly. Since you spoke so confidently, you must be rather confident in your knowledge of painting. Then, do you dare to compete with me? Compete. That's right. We'll start painting simultaneously, and after we're done, we'll find someone to appraise our work. The person whose painting is superior and attains the higher level wins. The losing side will have to kneel down and apologize, and swear to never enter the Painter Guild ever again. GMO Gongzi's eyes were filled savagery. How about it? Do you dare to take on the challenge? Start painting simultaneously? Find someone to appraise our work? Are you certain? Seeing how confident the other party was, Xianxia shook his head. He didn't mind competing with the other party. In any case, he had nothing else to do today apart from exploring the Painter Guild and, from the looks of it, the other party wouldn't let this matter slip if he were to reject his challenge. Why? Do you not dare to take me on? GMO Gongzi sneered. That's not it. It's just that. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia looked at him with a helpless expression. I'm afraid that you'll cry. Gudong. Everyone fell to the ground, the entire room falling into silence. Voila! Then, the entire room burst into an uproar. What in the world are you bragging about? GMO Gongzi is an official painter. How dare a nobody like you spout such arrogant words? Compete with him. Let him know the capability of a true master painter. The ladies present stared at Xianxia furiously. With arms akimbo, each and every one of them felt a strong urge to tear Xianxia into pieces. We've seen arrogant people, but we've never seen such an arrogant person. You dare say that GMO Gongzi will cry? Do you know who he is? He is the first person in Tianwu Royal City to pass the painter examination before having reached 20 years of age. A person who possesses unparalleled talent in painting. Afraid that he will cry? Who do you think you are? The guild leader of the Painter Guild? You! GMO Gongzi's body swayed, and blood nearly burst forth from his mouth. The other party's words were way too vicious. He knew that the more he quarreled with the other party, the more likely he would die from anger. Thus, he waved his hands and said, Then let's not waste any time then. Let our skills do the speaking. After which, as if he was afraid that the other party might back out, he turned around and issued instructions to an attendant behind him immediately. The attendant then turned around and left, returning with 2 elders in no time. This is Vice Guild Leader Chang and Vice Guild Leader Wu. They are 2-star Grandmaster painters, so there shouldn't be a problem having them act as the judges, right? Hearing that the 2 were Vice Guild leaders, Xianxia directed his attention to them immediately. These 2 seemed to be around Master Lu Chen's age, and snowy beards hung on their chins. Perhaps due to years of immersion in painting, both of them carried unique and refined dispositions. I'm fine with it. It made no difference to Xianxia whoever the judge was. Thus, he nodded to indicate his approval. Do the 2 of you wish to compete? Walking forward, Vice Guild Leader Chang asked with a frown. The attendant had explained to them about the conflict on their way here. A youngster of unknown background suddenly appeared and spoke arrogantly before GMO, resulting in a conflict between them. The 2 Vice Guild leaders were curious to see how that youngster could be so confident. Yes, GMO Gongzi bowed. May I ask from whom did you learn painting? Vice Guild Leader Chang turned to Xianxia and asked. I am acquainted with master and grandmaster painters in the 13 surrounding kingdoms, so I might just happen to know your teacher. I merely possess an interest in painting. I do not have a teacher, Xianxia said. His understanding of painting came from books, so it was true that he did not have a teacher. An interest? Do not have a teacher? Both Vice Guild Leader Chang and Vice Guild Leader Wu exchanged gazes, and they felt baffled at the situation. Even though painting ranked among the lowest in the 9 upper paths, it was impossible to learn true skills without guidance from a teacher. The other party dares to compete with a 1-star painter just because he is somewhat interested in painting? Is he unaware of a master painter's capabilities? Or did his arrogance blind his rationality? Painting is an elegant art, and such a contest would be a breach of decorum. If the both of you have any arguments, it would be best to settle it privately. There's no need to settle it through a competition. After hesitating for a moment, Vice Guild leader Wu tried to persuade the duo. Painting is a refined activity, and using it for a competition is unbefitting of a refined painter. I beseech the two grandmasters to persuade us no further. Academics get to know each other through literature. On top of that, I believe that there's a need to uphold our pride as painters. This fellow dared to insult painting. If I do not have a showdown with him today, I will not be able to lying down. Before Xianxia could speak, GMO Gongzi had already spoken up. This fellow claimed that even apprentice painters and savage beasts could do better than him. If he didn't teach him a lesson today, his reputation would fall to the gutters, and he would be too embarrassed to meet anyone in the future. Seeing that GMO was adamant on the matter, the two Vice Guild leaders turned to Xianxia, only to see him nod his head casually. If he wishes to compete, so be it. All right then. Seeing that both parties had agreed to the competition and that it was impossible to persuade them otherwise, the two Vice Guild leaders could only agree to the matter. Since the both of you have decided to compete with one another, we'll serve as judges then. The rules are simple. The time limit is 2 hours, and the person whose painting is at the higher level will be declared victorious. If both paintings are of the same level, the one who took the least time will be the winner. There's nothing such as superior or inferior in art, and everyone has different tastes and interest. Thus, it is impossible to decide which artwork is superior or inferior. However, since there were different levels to painting, they could use it as a benchmark to assess their painting skills objectively. Let's begin. With the rules set and no disagreements from both parties involved in the competition, a few apprentice painters began to lay out 2 tables with brushes, ink slabs, and paper. There are no restrictions to the topic. Feel free to paint anything you desire to. Seeing that the both of them had taken their positions, Vice Guild leader Wu said, "Yes." GMO Gongzi nodded his head. Since there were no restrictions, he could choose to paint what he was best at. The mountains and streams that he drew before were not what he was good at. If he were to draw what he was the most adept in, he would surely be able to produce a painting of the 3rd level. He had just become a 1-star painter and was looking for an opportunity to increase his reputation when this fellow appeared from nowhere. The idiom delivering a pillow when one is craving for a nap fitted the situation perfectly. Xianxia's appearance was simply too timely. Otherwise, GMO wouldn't have gone to the extent of blowing the matter up. All right, since there aren't any objections, you may begin now. Since the duo wasn't objectionable to the rules, Vice Guild leader Wu waved his hands, gesturing for them to start. All right, GMO Gongzi harumphed coldly. With a swift movement, he picked up the brush, dipped it in the ink, and began drawing. This time, in order to obtain a more convincing victory, he chose to use plenty of flamboyant techniques, winning him the loud cheers from the crowd. Do all of you think that GMO Gongzi will win? Of course. G. Gongzi is the most talented painter in the younger generation. Even the guild leader has said that it is highly possible that he will take over his position in the future. How can he possibly lose to a countryside bumpkin? That's true. G. Gongzi has already begun drawing. But why is that countryside bumpkin still standing idly? It can't be that his words are louder than his actions, and that he doesn't know how to paint at all. That may really be true. Look, he is totally motionless. Mesmerized by GMO Gongzi's graceful brushstrokes, everyone had been discussing GMO Gongzi excitedly, and only at this moment did they realize that the youngster he was competing against was standing motionlessly on the spot, his expression seeming to indicate a dilemma within. Is there anything wrong? Do you have any problem that you find hard to voice out? Feel free to speak. Seeing him in such a state, Vice Guild leader Wu asked. Oh, it's like that. Xianxia scratched his head in embarrassment. I've been thinking about it. If I were to simply paint and win him like that, I would be bullying him. Since I claimed that even a savage beast can paint better than him, may I ask, are there any savage beasts here? Can I borrow one to use? Rest assured, After it's done with the painting, I'll return it to you. What? He intends to use a savage beast to compete against GMO Gongzi? The heck? Surely I am hearing things. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they stared at the man as if he were a lunatic. Even though savage beasts possess intelligence, it is insignificant in comparison to human thoughts. As such, it is impossible for a savage beast to be capable of painting. Pitting a savage beast against an official painter in a painting contest. How is that possible? You must be pulling our legs. Even if they weren't here, being able to see and hear it in person, they would have thought that the fellow was insane. In fact, even though they were actually here in person witnessing the situation, they were doubting his sanity. While everyone was just shocked, GMO Gongzi's body was already convulsing. 10,000 imaginary divine beasts flew around his head, and he nearly threw his brush at the other party's face. Finding a savage beast to compete with him. The heck? Do you mean that I am not worthy of being your opponent? He thought that he would be able to humiliate the other party once the results were out, but the painting had barely started, and the other party's contempt had by now seared his skin. If that fellow were to really win with a savage beast, doesn't that mean that I am inferior to a beast? Even I win, it would only mean that I am better than a beast. The heck? GMO Gongzi felt blood welling up in his mouth and that he was about to break down. Cough cough. Even though savage beasts possess intelligence, they are incapable of painting. Are you certain of this? Vice Guild leader Wu was also astonished at the youngster's request. He couldn't help but ask him once more. He had seen people request for a longer duration, better quality paper, a better standard of ink. Of all of these innumerable requests, he had never come across someone requesting for a savage beast. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Yes, I am certain. Xianxia nodded his head with a serious expression. He could easily paint a 5th-level work. If he were to take the painter examination, even if it wasn't sufficient for him to reach 3-star, he would be a 2-star pinnacle at the minimum. With such a capability, for him to compete with a young fellow who had just passed the 1-star painter examination would be akin to bullying the weak. Even if he were to win, it wouldn't be honorable. However, even after he had affirmed his request, the other party didn't make a move. Therefore, Xianxia asked, "Can it be that there aren't any savage beasts here? Or is looking for a savage beast too difficult a request? After all, this is the Painter Guild, not the Beast Hall. Can it be that savage beasts are difficult to find in Tianwu Royal City? Difficult?" Everyone staggered. This isn't the main point at all. The main point is, how can a savage beast be capable of drawing? Arrogant. While Vice Guild leader Wu was at a loss, Vice Guild leader Cheng's face darkened, and he flung his sleeves angrily. He had immersed himself in painting for several decades now, and he was well aware of the difficulty of this art. To wish to outdo an official painter at painting using a savage beast? That was an incredibly arrogant thought. Initially, he thought that this would be a valiant battle between two outstanding youths, but to think that the youngster before him would be such a conceited fellow. Why not? I go out and look around? I know of a wild savage beast in the vicinity. Recognizing the persisting awkwardness, the green-robed attendant hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Go on. Xianxia gestured. Yes. The green-robed attendant rushed out immediately and in a short while, came running back with a savage beast in his embrace. Rather than a savage beast, it was more appropriate to call it an undomesticated animal. Similar to dogs and cats that households kept, it didn't possess any fighting prowess. Oblivious to the reason why it was brought here, it had a confused look on its face. Upon receiving the savage beast, Xianxia took a quick look at it. Even though he wasn't very satisfied, the competition had long begun, and there wasn't time for him to be picky. Time to try out the abilities of a poison master. With the savage beast in his embrace, Xianxia thought. As for why he dared to make such a bet with his opponent, in claiming that he would use a savage beast to create his painting, it wasn't because he was arrogant, but rather because he had aces up his sleeves. Even if a savage beast is tamed, it is impossible for it to obey exactly the thoughts of its owner. If one desires to create a painting that surpasses the second level, he cannot place his hopes on something beyond his control. One has to have absolute control over the painting process. As a 2-star beast tamer, it would have been impossible for him to control the actions of a savage beast precisely. However, after the trip to the poison hall, the situation had changed. After 10 days of studying in the poison hall, not only did Xianxia manage to cultivate the poison body, his mastery of poison had also reached the level of a 2-star poison master. More importantly, he had also gained an additional use for the Heaven's Path Xianxia. He is now able to convert it into tonic with a single thought and transform it into deadly poison with another. The Heaven's Path Xianxia happened to be the ideal tool that allows him to control movements of a savage beast precisely using just his mind. Stretching out his hands, he sent a surge of Heaven's Path Xianxia into the meridians of the savage beast that was in his embrace. Then, with a simple will, he distributed it into the various acupoints all over its body immediately. Time to start. Now that the preparations were in place, he had the savage beast roll around in the ink before casually throwing it onto the large piece of Xian paper. Is he really having the savage beast draw for him? I would like to see what kind of painting he can create. I've seen this savage beast and it does not possess any intelligence. What kind of painting can it possibly draw? Seeing that Xianxia wasn't joking and that he had soaked the savage beast in ink and had it step onto the Xian paper, the crowd burst into an uproar. To have a savage beast paint and win against an official painter? Brother, are you daydreaming? Or are you just pulling a prank? Preposterous. Vice Guild leader Cheng's face steeled. Painting is a respectable and refined occupation. To actually call a savage beast splashing ink around as painting is clearly an act of provocation. He had decided to chase this fellow out the moment the competition ended. He couldn't allow the art of painting to be insulted like that. Feeling displeased within, he was glaring at Xianxia in fury when Vice Guild leader Wu's words rang beside his ear. Something is wrong. Cheng Feng, look. What's wrong? He turned around to look at his old friend, only to see him staring at the youngster's painting in bewilderment. Frowning, Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng turned his head over as well, and with a single glance he became stupefied. How is this possible? The savage beast on the Xian paper hesitated for a moment before beginning to saunter on the paper, leaving behind one plum flower after another in its wake. There wasn't a specific pattern to those plum flower marks, but they went along a straight line and seemed as if they were held hanging by a formless vine. Shouldn't an unintelligent savage beast, who was splashed with ink all over, run away the moment it was released? Why would it walk on the paper slowly without the slightest repetition in its footsteps? It's a type of beast taming technique. Vice Guild leader Wu's voice sounded in his ears. That's right. Hearing his old friend's words, Cheng Feng came to a realization. Not only did the savage beast not escape or run about, it walked in a straight line on the paper. This showed that it was listening to someone's orders, and to be able to get a savage beast to obey his commands immediately, it had to be an extremely advanced beast taming technique. Can it be that this extremely young fellow is a beast tamer? However, so what if he has the ability to tame a savage beast? No matter how neat these footsteps are, it isn't a painting. Naturally, it is impossible for it to reach the level of reality depiction and, not to mention, spiritual canvas. Cheng Feng was surprised, but he shook his head nevertheless. Even though reality depiction was merely the first level of painting, countless apprentices and painting fanatics had to be locked out from its gates for several years, and sometimes even several decades before it could be achieved. So what if that youngster can control movements of a savage beast using techniques belonging to beast tamers? Savage beasts being savage beasts, it is impossible for them to devote any emotion or artistic conception to the painting. It is just like controlling a puppet. It is impossible to instill spirit into the work. You're right. Vice Guild leader nodded in agreement. He was also curious what the fellow was up to. Pada. Just as they were pondering what kind of painting the youngster would show them, the savage beast, which was advancing on the Xian paper, fell down abruptly and the ink on its body blotted an area of the paper black. Seems like we had been overthinking. Initially, the plum blossoms that the savage beast created with its footstep looked satisfactory, appearing to be a proper piece of painting. Even though Cheng Feng didn't think that the youngster could achieve much with the savage beast, it was nonetheless a novelty. However, with the fall, the entire painting was ruined immediately. That was to say, the painting had been turned into scrap. Indeed, how is it possible that a savage beast can create a painting? Cheng Feng harumphed. You're right, Vice Guild leader Wu agreed. Shaking their heads, they chose to ignore this attention-seeking fellow and turn to GMO Gongzi instead. As expected of a genius. Even though he was infuriated just a moment ago, he hadn't allowed those emotions to interfere with his painting. With swift brushstrokes, the outline of the painting was already in sight. It was a peony that stood proudly amidst a cluster of flowers. It carried a powerful disposition which made the other flowers pale in comparison, resembling a monarch. The king of flowers is the peony, and his painting has brought out the refined and prideful nature of the peony that causes surrounding florists to bow in deference. His painting will probably attain the third level, infused intentions, the moment it is completed. Cheng Feng's eyes lit up. That's right. GMO is indeed a promising bud. As long as we do a good job grooming him, we might have a legendary figure emerge in our guild. Vice Guild Master Wu nodded in agreement. As two-star painters, they were well-versed in paintings. Although Jimo Gongzi's work had yet to be completed, they were nevertheless able to tell a thing or two just from its outline. This painting was clearly of a much higher grade than that of the breeze by the mountain and stream, the conception behind the painting being at a much higher level as well. As long as there weren't any large deviations, it would surely reach the level of infused intentions. Even if it were the most basic standard under infused intentions, to be able to create a painting of the third level despite having just become a one-star painter showed that GMO Gongzi was indeed talented. Look, GMO Gongzi's painting is about to be done. What a beautiful peony. I like this painting. This is too beautiful. The two Vice Guild leaders were still conversing when GMO Gongzi had already begun the final touches on his painting. His brush flew about the Xian paper, and an alluring peony appeared before everyone's eyes. Who? Then, with a light jerk of his hands, the last stroke was completed. Voila! The moment the painting was completed, a sweet scent of flowers struck everyone's nose, as if they had stepped into a garden of flowers. A single peony stood out proudly from amidst the crowd, outshining every single other surrounding flora. This is a painting of the third level. It has reached the level of infused intentions. Incredible. I've already said so. How can GMO Gongzi possibly lose? Most of the people present were either here to purchase paintings or were a fan of GMO, and naturally would have some understanding of paintings as well. They might not have been able to estimate the level of the painting when he was still working on it, but the effects that occurred upon completion allowed them to recognize it immediately. Even a one-star painter would be incapable of producing a painting of the level of infused intentions every single time he paints. It was even rarer to see one being created in a public setting and, furthermore, in a competition. I've completed my painting. Throwing his brush aside, Jimo Gongzi looked at his completed work and nodded in satisfaction. The best way to win a lady's fancy was to paint flowers. The peony was the king of the flowers, so he spent a huge effort to practice it. He might not be able to ensure that any other of his works would be able to reach the third level, but he had practiced painting this for more than 1,000 times. If he were to paint it 9 out of 10 times, it would be a painting of infused intentions. Clearly, it didn't disappoint him this time as well, having reached the level he desired. Even some one-star painters who had immersed themselves in painting for more than a decade would find it hard to produce a painting of the third level. To have produced a painting of this level so easily despite just becoming a one-star painter, regardless of the duel's outcome, his goal of making a name for himself had already been accomplished. You acted so arrogantly just now. Let's see what you are capable of painting. Harumphing coldly, Moji put down his artwork and turned toward Zhang Xian. At this moment, the savage beast finally jumped off the Xian paper. Because the savage beast was soaked with excessive ink, the painting, from the plum blossom footsteps which the savage beast imprinted, to the blotch caused by its fall, was smudged heavily. Even until now, the ink had yet to dry and the entire piece was glistening with ink water. Especially for the patch which was created due to the fall earlier, because of the savage beast's tough fur, a chaotic mess was created. Is this the savage beast painting you spoke of? Haha! How hilarious! GMO Gongzi nearly laughed his lower jaw off. He thought that since the other party acted so high and mighty just now, he would really be able to create some impressive painting through a savage beast. Yet, to think that this was all he was capable of. Do you call this a painting? Even random flinging of ink onto a paper would be much better than this. What nonsense is he painting? To dare to compete with Ji Gongzi, he sure is laughable. If you call this a painting, won't I be considered a painter as well? Ignorant fellow. Let's see how you embarrass yourself later on. Hearing Jimo's laughter, the crowd turned their gazes to Xianxia, and a scornful expression appeared on their faces. Can the random spilling of ink be considered a painting? What a joke! Are you done with your painting? Lifting his hand to interrupt the crowd's discussion, Vice Guild leader Wu turned to look at Xianxia. I'm almost done. At this point, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If someone were to pay careful attention, the person would notice that his body was trembling and that his face had become pale. After browsing through books on poison in the poison hall, Xianxia had gained the ability to convert the Heaven's Path Jinqi into tonic or poison with a single thought. He had been secretly controlling the savage beast using the Jinqi he left inside its body, making it behave as he desired on the paper. Even though it had only been 10 minutes or so, it was sufficient to wear out his spirit, sending him into a state of weakness. Seems like my cultivation is still too weak. Xianxia lamented. Taking a deep breath, he started to pump his Jinqi to rejuvenate his body. He had been converting the Jinqi he deposited in the savage beast into either poison or tonic to stimulate its acupoints, so as to induce the savage beast to act the way he intended. Even though it sounded simple, it had a high requirement on one's soul depth. If not for Xianxia's soul depth exceeding 5.0, it would have been an impossible task. But more importantly, the savage beast was of an extremely low tier, making it easy to manipulate. If it were any stronger savage beast, given Xianxia's current cultivation, it would have been an impossible task to manipulate them. Almost done. Disappointment surfaced on Vice Guild leader Wu's face. He was wondering what formidable painting the youngster could create, but to think that this would just be it. All right, since Jimo's painting is completed, and this youngster's painting is roughly done, let's just announce the results right away, Vice Guild leader Chang Feng said. All right, Vice Guild leader Wu nodded. Pointing to Jimo Gongzi's work, he appraised. Painter Ji's peony creates ripples in the surrounding spiritual energy, and it has a deep artistic conception. Undoubtedly, it has reached the third level of painting, infused intentions. After which, he turned to Xianxia's work and said, As for this painting, I am unable to understand its meaning. In my opinion, it is nothing at all. After hesitating for a moment, Vice Guild leader Wu continued, Thus, my verdict is that it is Painter Ji's victory. I share the same opinion as Vice Guild leader Wu. Vice Guild leader Chang Feng nodded in agreement. I've won. Hearing the results from the judges, GMO Gongzi turned to Xianxia and sneered. Since the results are out, are you going to kneel down and then scram on your own 2 feet? Or do you want me to break your legs before throwing you out of the Painter Guild? Before the competition, they had decided to have the loser kneel down and apologize to the other party before leaving the Painter Guild, never to return. Now that Xianxia had lost, how could he simply allow this matter to slip by? Seeing the savage expression on Jimo's face as he pressurized Xianxia, the 2 Vice Guild leaders glanced at each another. Initially, they had intended to mediate between the two, but eventually, they simply shook their heads and chose to stay out of this matter. This foreign lad had shown blatant disrespect for painting by having a savage beast paint in his stead, and the both of them thought that he should be taught a lesson. Otherwise, wouldn't it signify there are no consequences for desecrating the Painter Guild? Ah, You've made a verdict just like that. After resting for a moment, Xianxia finally regained some strength. Upon hearing GMO Gongzi's gleeful words, he lifted his head. Why? Do you refuse to acknowledge the verdict by the two Vice Guild leaders? GMO harumphed coldly. The two Vice Guild leaders are two-star painters and I believe in their eye for painting. Just that, I had only mentioned that my work was almost done. I have never said that it was done. Xianxia shook his head. Are you claiming that your work is incomplete? What do you want to do then? Do you intend to lift your brush and continue painting? GMO Gongzi was taken aback. Since I said that this is a savage beast painting, naturally, I won't use my brush. Just that, this painting is still lacking one final step. Xianxia smiled. One final step? The entire crowd was startled. The painting that you created through the savage beast is such rubbish. Do you think that adding some final touches will make any difference? Under the situation that you aren't going to use the brush, do you think that the conclusion can really be changed? I think that he's just unwilling to admit defeat, to be bragging despite the fact that he has lost. How can there be such a person in the world? Shameless! Everyone began to clamor and looks of disgust fell on Xianxia from all around. Weren't you behaving very arrogantly? You're already nearing your end. Why are you still putting on an act? Even Vice Guild Leader Chang and Vice Guild Leader Wu were perplexed. It is just a layer of ink water on top of the paper. Without using a brush, is there really a way to turn it into a painting? You say that there's a final step before its completion. Fine. Let's see what you have to say after this then. GMO Gongzi laughed coldly. All right, I'll start then. Disregarding the commotion around him, Xianxia walked up to the painting, grabbed the Xian paper by the corner and gave it a gentle shake. Walala! The ink water on the surface of the painting flowed down, dyeing the entire painting. All right, I've completed my final step. Placing the Xian paper back on the table casually, Xianxia smiled. That's all. Everyone was taken aback. They thought that the youngster's final step would be some incredible move, but to think that it would be just a gentle shake. For a moment, they were completely dumbfounded. Wait, something's not right. Look, just as they were wondering what that fellow was up to, a person from the crowd suddenly shouted. Upon hearing the voice, Vice Guild Leader Chang and Vice Guild Leader Wu turned to look at the Xian paper. Instantly, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, with their faces turning pale and their eyes widening. A moment later, words of disbelief escaped through their mouth. How is this possible? With a gentle shake from Xianxia, the ink on the Xian paper flowed down. The many footsteps left behind by the savage beast were linked together by a dark stroke, forming a painting of haughty and unyielding plum blossoms. The portion where the ink flowed through formed a black dry tree bark, on which plum blossoms bloomed sporadically. Looking rather desolate from afar, one could feel bone-chilling intent from the painting, as if the bitter winter had struck. The location where the savage beast fell formed two glaring boulders, and the marks left behind by its fur formed ridges of differing depths on the surface of the boulder. Plum blossoms grew from the crevices within the boulders, standing proudly in the frigid weather. GMO Gongzi made use of a field of flowers to accentuate the nobility of the peony. On the other hand, these plum blossoms didn't have any other flowers to compare to, but one couldn't help but sense its haughtiness, with nothing that dared to vie with it, that there was no one that did not fear to stand beside it. Even without the intention to vie for supremacy, it was able to surpass the radiance of all other flowers. Upon seeing this flower, one could almost see the painter standing lonely by the edge of the world. So what if they disregard me? So what if they don't understand me? All I desire is to stand proud and remain true to my conscience. Why am I crying? I feel as though I saw a man uncomprehended by the world, but even so, he continued to step forward bravely, without the slightest intention to retreat. Is this the third level of painting, infused intentions? That must be it. Otherwise, it is impossible for our emotions to resonate with it with just a single glance. The surroundings fell silent. In that moment, Many people's emotions were influenced by the desolate mood in the painting, and their eyes reddened in agitation. A painting with high artistic conception is able to influence the state of mind in its viewers. Clearly, this painting is one such masterpiece. A painting that was drawn by a savage beast has reached the third level, infused intentions. Seeing the crowd being influenced by the desolate beauty of the winter plum blossoms, Vice Guild leader Chang Feng's mouth quivered, and his body trembled. Since others were able to tell the level of the painting, naturally he did so quickly. With just a shake of the painting, the other party was able to turn a nothing into a masterpiece. Not only was the spirit of the painting overwhelming, its artistic conception shone through in an instant. Even they, as two-star painters, would need a long period of preparation before they can create a painting of such level. Yet, for a savage beast to create such a painting by walking a few steps, rolling about, followed by a mere shake, even though it happened right before their eyes, they nevertheless couldn't help but suspect that it was a dream. It was inconceivable. The crux to the painting is that final shake. Vice Guild leader Wu contemplated for a moment before saying, "How much ink is left on the Xian paper, how one should shake it, and how much force should one use? One has to take all of these into account to determine the flow of the ink to form the tree branch to finish the painting. One has to imprint and remember all of these details perfectly into mind before one can create this painting. Even the slightest error could spell failure. Indeed, it may seem simple, but it is actually a profound movement. With different ink and paper, the effects would be different. To be able to reach such a state with a mere shake, his eye of discernment and mastery of painting, even I would be unable to do it." Even though he was reluctant to admit it, Vice Guild leader Chang Feng nodded in agreement. Previously, it was the savage beast who was in charge of painting. The youngster didn't do anything at all. However, the most important part of the painting was the final shake. It was just like adding the eyes to a painted dragon. With the slightest error, the result would be completely different. If not for Zhang Xian's perfect control over the final shake, this painting of the third level would be nothing at all. And for him to find the ideal strength and method to shake off the ink on the painting, this meant that he had absolute control over the painting. He knew what the product would be and what level it would reach. This required a profound understanding of painting. For one to picture what the complete painting would be like down to the minor details, even their guild leader, a 3-star painter, would be incapable of such a feat. This? Impossible! Upon witnessing the stalk of plum blossoms appear with the shake, GMO Gongzi, who was gleefully waiting for Zhang Xian to make a fool of himself, staggered backward in shock. His face paled and looked as if he were going insane. The other party had just randomly dipped a savage beast into a pool of ink and threw it on a Xian paper, and it became a painting of the third level. When did a painting of the third level become so easy to create? He had worked so hard, to the point that he almost vomited blood, just so that he could refine his painting to reach this level. Yet the other party easily. It can't be that my talents are inferior to a savage beast? The green-robed attendant who had brought Zhang Xian in was also yanking at his ears. If not for the inappropriate occasion, he would have gone on a rampage by now. As an attendant of the Painter Guild, he earned a mere several thousand gold coins a month, and even at best, his wages would only reach 10,000. Yet, the other party was able to create a painting which was worth several million just by throwing a savage beast on a paper. The heck? Why was he working so hard then? If he were to capture the savage beast to draw for him, wouldn't he have long become a millionaire? The numerous apprentices who carried the tables before also felt tears welling up in their eyes. Of them, there were those who had spent more than a decade on painting, but even so, their painting could only reach the level of reality depiction at best. Spiritual canvas and infused intentions were way out of their reach, and they didn't dare to think about it. Seeing a savage beast produce a better painting that they could, in that instant, they felt that all of their hard work in the past few years had been completely useless. It was already a miracle that they didn't break down on the spot. The two Vice Guild leaders. May I know whether it is my victory or my loss with this painting? Seeing the painting take the shape as he had planned, Zhang Xian turned to the two elders with a smile. It was just as the two Vice Guild leaders thought. The crux to the painting was his final shake. Even if he was able to control the savage beast perfectly, how could this create a painting of the third level? In order to turn the ink-filled paper into a complete painting with his final shake, he had to make use of the ability of the Library of Heaven's Path to avoid all mistakes. Since there were no mistakes in his movements, it had to be correct. The timing, the strength, the shaking method, grasping the paper, all of these had to be paid attention to. A single error would cause the entire painting to fall apart. It was fortunate that he succeeded. The two Vice Guild leaders glanced at one another. Your Winter Plum Blossoms painting and Painter G's Peony painting have both reached the third level. Even though the two paintings are of completely different style, they are both on the same level. Thus, I announced that. Hesitating for a moment, Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng declared, "It is a draw. Draw." Xianxia shook his head, although he had expected such a situation. In terms of quality, his painting was clearly of a much higher standard than GMO Gongzi's peony painting. However, as their competition had a wager at stake, and the latter would be a future elite of the Painter Guild if he were declared to be the loser, wouldn't that mean that he has to kneel down, apologize, and leave the guild for good? If that really happened, they would have to lose a valuable talent. Declaring that it was a draw could avoid offending any of the two parties. In a sense, it was the perfect conclusion. Of course, this GMO Gongzi wouldn't appear as dashing as he was before. Even though it was a draw, it was with a savage beast. In other words, he was no different from a beast. No matter where he went, people would definitely be gossiping about him. Even so, Xianxia was indifferent to his plight. The other party had it coming. A draw? To think that it would be a draw. This is for the best. That's right. It's best not to sully the harmonious spirit among fellow painters. Hearing the verdict, the crowd broke into a commotion. That's good. The two of you are genius painters, so you both should try to get along. After the declaration, Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng smiled in an attempt to mediate the conflict. However, GMO Gongzi took a deep breath and stepped forward. Vice Guild leaders, hold it for a moment. The crowd immediately turned to look at him. Everyone has seen the painting just now. The crux of the painting lies in his final shake. If not for that, it wouldn't even reach reality depiction, needless to say, infused intentions. GMO Gongzi turned to look at Xianxia and sneered coldly. That's to say, his drawing was completed with the effort of a human and a beast. It was only with a combined effort from them that they were able to match up to my standard. So how can he be worthy of becoming my equal? Everyone was taken aback. It was obvious that having a savage beast in a painting process would only drag one down. To be capable of creating a painting of infused intentions under such circumstances bore testimony to the incredible painting mastery that the other party possessed. This fact couldn't be any clearer on everyone's mind, yet he dared to spout such words. He has truly thrown away his dignity for this competition. But even so, there was a sliver of truth to his words. It was indeed a collaboration between Xianxia and the savage beast. Since this was a competition between Xianxia and GMO, there should just be a single-person painting. No one else should be allowed to touch the painting. Even a single word of guidance cannot be accepted. The plum blossoms by the savage beast's footsteps and the tree bark from Xianxia's shake. These two were essential to forming this art piece, and without any of them, it would have been incomplete. Given that this was a collaboration work against an individual, it was indeed an infringement of fairness. Oh, so you mean that? Seeing how shameless the other party was, Xianxia didn't get angry. Instead, he turned to gaze at the person squarely. Simple, I've won this competition. Since you have only managed to reach my standard through a collaboration, your skills can only be said to be inferior to mine. GMO Gongzi smiled coldly. Painter G, a draw isn't a bad conclusion either. Not expecting the other party to be so lacking in sportsmanship, Vice Guild leader Wu felt rather displeased. Can a savage beast really know how to paint? It is clearly that it was through the sole efforts of the painter that a painting of such quality could be created. Even though it could be said to be a collaboration by a human and a beast, It was due to the incredible painting mastery of this youngster that this painting could reach such a level. We are already giving you leeway to back down by declaring a draw, yet you don't know how to be contented? Vice Guild leader Chung Feng was also incensed by the other party's actions. Just as he was about to speak up, Xianxia shook his hands casually and looked over with a faint smile. Ji Gongzi's words make sense. Since you believe that this is a collaboration between me and the savage beast, we'll take it as that. However, since you don't consider this a draw, I would like to ask, under what kind of circumstances will you be willing to admit defeat? Want me to admit defeat? GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. I am a fair person, so I will not use your collaboration as a reason to proclaim my victory. If your painting had reached the 4th level of breathtaking verisimilitude, I would have admitted my defeat immediately. However, it's a pity that it isn't. Given that your collaboration has barely reached my level, how can I consider this a draw? Your words are logical. I can't find any words to refute them. Zhang Xian didn't seem to be vexed by the other party's words. Instead, he shook his head with a smile. Since you've nothing to say, just admit defeat. GMO Gongzi's eyes shone brightly. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the edges of the lips of the youngster before him curled up, and he looked at him pitifully. Are you that certain that this painting has only reached the 3rd level? What do you mean? GMO Gongzi glanced at the Shen paper on the table. As it was just a moment ago that the painting had been completed, the ink on it had yet to dry. The painting was outstanding, but it was clear that it had only reached the 3rd level. Thus, he sneered coldly, stop putting on an act here. If you wish to admit defeat, hurry up. Even if you were to argue about it the entire day, it's impossible for the painting to reach the 4th level. That might not necessarily be the case. Zhang Xian calmly turned around and said, Vice Guild Leader Wu, I've something which I need to trouble you with. Feel free to speak. Vice Guild Leader Wu nodded. May I know if there are any fire torches in the guild? May I borrow one? Zhang Xian asked. The Painter Guild used night illumination pearls as the source of light for its interiors. Its radiance was gentle as bright as the morning sky. But despite the brightness, it didn't provide any warmth. Furthermore, it was in the middle of the autumn, and the room was slightly cold. As everyone present was a cultivator, they didn't pay the matter any heed. There is. Vice Guild Leader Wu glanced at the youngster doubtfully for a moment before waving his hands. An apprentice stepped out from the room, and soon returned with a fire torch in his hands. Bring it to the painting to warm it. Instead of receiving the fire torch, Zhang Xian instructed the apprentice. Yes. The apprentice glanced at Vice Guild Leader Wu, and upon seeing him nod, walked to the winter plum blossoms painting. Under the heat of the fire, the wet ink began to coagulate. Hong Long. Under the warmth of the torch, a change occurred in the ink, inducing a vastly different sensation in the painting from before. A slight trace of white appeared in the 4 corners of the inky black flower buds, as though the flower was beginning to bloom. For a moment, the crowd could smell the aroma of plum blossoms in the air. Woo woo woo. A few butterflies flew into the room from nowhere and landed on the painting, as if they were attracted by the aroma of flowers, then lingering on the surface for an extremely long time. Is this breathtaking verisimilitude? How is this possible? Everyone's body shuddered. They felt that they were about to go insane. Before the ink dried, it was clearly only at the level of infused intentions. Yet, the moment it dried, it became a 4th-level painting. How did this situation happen? However, if the painting hadn't reached the level of breathtaking verisimilitude, how could those butterflies be attracted to it? And how could they catch the faint aroma of plum blossoms in the air? Dang 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 dang. GMO Gongzi staggered backward with a pale face. He had just claimed that he would admit defeat if the other party's painting reached the 4th level, and never in his dreams did he expect that it would become one the moment it was dried with a burning torch. Are you for real? He has examined the painting multiple times to ascertain that it was only at infused intentions. How could the heat from a fire torch raise so easily the level of the painting? This can't be true. You must have cheated. Shaking his head vehemently, he was unable to believe the sight before him. He howled in a frenzy. Cheated! Xianxia shook his head. His gaze swept through the surroundings and finally fell on Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng. Vice Guild Leader, are you able to tell the reason? I can roughly see a thing or two, but I'm unsure whether my judgment is correct. With a grim face, Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng spoke of his conjecture. The savage beast which did the painting just now is known as the verdant alacrity beast, and it likes to build its nest in the mud. On the other hand, our ink originates from the black inkstone, and mud carries substances that neutralize the black inkstone. That's why, upon the heat of the fire torch, the color of the ink became lighter. The verdant alacrity beast that was brought here is likely to have just been caught, so there are traces of mud still on its body. The mud is mixed into the ink ground from the black inkstone, and after some heating, the effects were displayed immediately, creating the sight of the flowers blooming, thus inducing a rise in the level of the painting. To be able to do this requires a profound understanding of beast taming, as well as the properties of the various materials. You! At this point, Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng stared at Xianxia with eyes filled with disbelief. The sight before seemed magical. A painting of the third level was brought up by an entire level just using the heat from a torch. However, it was actually a fusion of numerous knowledge to create that exact outcome. In fact, even without the heat of the torch, this painting would automatically rise to the level of breathtaking verisimilitude in a day's time. And to do this, one has to have a deep understanding of beast taming, the properties of the substances involved, and numerous other matters. Everything must be fully within grasp, and this youngster who hasn't even reached 20 yet has managed to achieve this. The heck? Is it the world that's mad? Or have I gone mad? Is such a thing possible? To know the constituent of the ink and the mud on the savage beast beforehand, is he still a human? Listening to the explanation, the crowd widened their eyes in disbelief, as if it were the most absurd thing they had ever heard. Painting a picture using a savage beast that was caught at random, and you were able to create a breathtaking verisimilitude art piece which only 2-star painters are capable of producing. Brother, you are about to break through the heavens. Vice Guild Leader Cheng does indeed possess a superior eye of discernment. Hearing the other party point out the reason, Xianxia complimented. Even though the other party's words were not perfect, the idea was there. While he was correct about the mud on the verdant alacrity beast, he failed to explain why they appeared so perfectly on each corner of the plum blossom. Naturally, it was due to his manipulation. However, since the other party had explained it this way, he did not bother to add on. You said that as long as this painting reaches the 4th level, you will admit defeat. Do you still have anything else to say? Xianxia glanced at GMO Gongzi with a sharp gaze. Aye. GMO Gongzi's knees caved in, and he fell to the ground. His face went as pale as a sheet of paper. Initially, he thought that his victory was certain and that nothing in the world could change it. Never in his dreams did he expect that the other party would hide a trump card within his painting. By heating it with a fire torch, the painting was brought up by entire level. GMO Gongzi could only hear the thunder rumbling in his mind, and he nearly burst into tears. At this moment, all he felt within himself was regret. Of all people, why did he have to provoke this fellow? Furthermore, he could have accepted the draw, yet he had to push his luck. In the end, he simply dug his own grave. Feeling greatly depressed, he turned to Vice Guild Leader Cheng. Initially, Vice Guild Leader Cheng intended to ignore his plight. However, after a moment of hesitation, he sighed and asked, "Little brother, how should I address you?" Xianxia. Brother Xianxia, you and Painter G are pillars that will prop up our guild. On my account, can you forgo the bet? Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng asked. GMO was courting death. Vice Guild Leader Cheng Feng was already siding with him by declaring the match a draw. Yet he wasn't content with the result, choosing to push the boundaries. Now that the other party has brought the painting up to the 4th level without having made a single action, GMO had no choice but to admit defeat. Just that, if he were to admit defeat, he has to carry out the bet they promised on, and this bet would be too huge of a loss for both this talent and the guild. Forgo the bet? I'm sorry, but I don't have the habit of not retaliating when someone has already climbed over my head. Waving his hands casually, Xianxia uttered, "Kneel down and admit your mistake. Then, leave the painter guild and never return." If the other party had merely provoked him once or twice, Xianxia wouldn't have been bothered to waste his efforts on him. However, since the other party had chosen to cross his line time and time again, he shouldn't be blamed for getting nasty. Hearing those words, Vice Guild Leader Chang and Vice Guild Leader Wu exchanged gazes, shook their heads simultaneously, and fell silent. Since GMO has lost the bet, he was expected to carry it out. Otherwise, if word spread that the Painter Guild was siding with their own people, the prestige it had built up in the capital would crumble. Seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to give in even after the Vice Guild leader had pleaded on his behalf, Jimo's face darkened. "Fine, I'll apologize to you," after which he kneeled to the floor, glaring at Xianxia with a grudge so deep as though the other party had killed his father. He spat. "It's my fault for provoking you. I apologize to you." Scram! The other party was clearly insincere in his apology. But Xianxia wasn't bothered. In his eyes, GMO was nothing more than a pesky fly. Scram! GMO stood up resentfully and he sneered. "Humph. I may have lost the bet, but you don't have the right to prevent me from entering the Painter Guild. Even I leave today, I can still return tomorrow. I am an official painter of the Painter Guild. Do you think that a mere bet can restrain me? Dream on." Hearing GMO's sneer, the crowd felt despise for this rising painter. However, they couldn't help but agree with the other party's words. No matter how mediocre and unseemly GMO Gongzi was, he was nevertheless an official painter after having passed the examination. Even if the bet could cause him to leave temporarily, it was clearly impossible to ban him from entering the guild for good. "The bet can't restrain you?" Xianxia stroked his chin, him appearing to be deep in thoughts. "That's right. Unless you camp outside the guild every day, I will still return, without a doubt. Haha. I might have lost this time, but it can't be considered your victory either." GMO Gongzi put on a "so what can you do about it" expression gleefully. His words were true. No matter who it was, it would be impossible to camp outside the Painter Guild forever. The moment Xianxia left, the other party would be able to easily return back in. After all, it is just a verbal bet, not an official contract. Even if I do not comply with the bet, what can you do to me? I won't be camping here. However, if you were to return while I am away, it will indeed look bad on me. When a human tosses aside his pride, he will feel invincible. Initially, Xianxia thought that this fellow would value his dignity, given how he had won himself the heart of countless ladies. Yet, to think that he would be so shameless. Thus, Xianxia could only nod his head in agreement. This is indeed a dilemma. However, this isn't any big issue, and there's a simple solution to it. A simple solution? Only 3-star painters are qualified to issue a ban. Are you thinking of banning me from the Painter Guild? Dream on. GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. Only painters who have reached a minimum of 3-star have the right to order a permanent ban on specific people. In GMO's opinion, no matter how incredible Xianxia's painting skill was, he could only be a 2-star painter at maximum. Since he wasn't a 3-star painter, how could he ban him? 3-star painters can issue bans? Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Then, I'll take the 3-star painter examination first then. Take the 3-star painter examination? Is this person sleep-talking? To actually say that he wants to take the 3-star painter examination. He must be joking. While I admit that he's formidable for being able to create a 4th-level painting, he is still a far way off from reaching the level of a 3-star painter. Shocked by Xianxia's words, the crowd nearly fainted. Of the entire Tianwu kingdom, only the guild leader has reached the level of a 3-star painter, it being so obvious that to do so isn't any simple feat. Do you think that you can pass the examination just because you want to? Speaking so arrogantly, aren't you afraid that the heavens will punish you? Even the two vice guild leaders couldn't help but shake their heads to his words. The youngsters nowadays are complacent, unable to realize there is a huge world beyond what they are able to see and imagine. Even though it was just a level of difference between 3-star and 2-star, the gap was just like the divide between heaven and earth. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stuck at the level of a 2-star pinnacle for so long. They weren't the only ones. There were more than a dozen 2-star painter in the Tianwu Kingdom Painter Guild, but there was only one 3-star painter. The disparity between a 2-star and a 3-star painter wasn't something that just anyone could fathom. Yet, to say so easily that he would take the examination, the ignorant sure is fearless. Haha, this is the funniest joke I've heard today. GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. Don't become complacent just because you happen to create a painting of the 4th level. You're still way too far from becoming a 3-star painter. Disregarding the conceited GMO Gongzi, Xianxia walked up to the two vice guild leaders, hesitated for a moment, before asking sheepishly. Actually, I'm here to take the painter examination. I would like to ask, how does the apprentice examination work? Put on. Everyone fell to the ground. The heck? Didn't you just declare haughtily that you would take the 3-star painter examination? Yet, to ask about how the apprentice examination work. Brother, you must still be sleeping. Besides, you just created a painting of the 4th level, which means that your skill is on par with a 2-star painter. How can you not even know how the apprentice examination works? How does the apprentice examination work? It can't be that you aren't even an apprentice. Realizing something, Vice Guild leader Wu could not help but ask. Cough cough, that's right. I've never taken the apprentice examination. The reason why I'm here today is to give the examination a try. Xianxia nodded his head as if it was the most natural thing to do in this world. Pooh! Everyone's eyes fell to the floor. The two Vice Guild leaders shuddered at the same time, and they nearly vomited blood. Being not even an apprentice, you dare to challenge an official painter and wager with him. Aren't you being too bold? Furthermore, to be able to easily utilize a savage beast to create a painting of the 4th level. Despite not even being an apprentice, your skills and experience are clearly higher than ours. Are you sure that you aren't lying to us? More importantly, you speak so lightly of the examination as if it were nothing. Other people have to put in the grueling effort just to pass the painter examination. Yet, from your tone, it sounds as if you're doing this just because you've some free time. Fine. You do seem to have the ability to do so anyway. Suppressing the depression welling up in them with great effort, Vice Guild leader Wu began to introduce the examination. The examination for painters isn't as complicated compared to the occupations. One doesn't need to take the examinations one by one. As long as one is able to create an art piece to prove that his skills have already reached a certain level, he is qualified for the rank. For example, a person who has created a 1st-level reality depiction work is qualified to become an apprentice painter, and a person who has created a 2nd-level spiritual canvas is qualified to become a 1-star painter. Given that you have just created a painting of the 4th level, you are already qualified to apply for the 2-star painter rank. Ah, it's that easy? Not expecting the painter examination to be so much easier than that of the other occupations, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Then, what is the requisite to apply for a 3-star painter rank? A 3-star painter has to create a painting of the 5th level spirit creation. There is a huge gap between the 5th level and the 4th level, and of the entire guild, only our guild leader has reached this level. Seeing that the other party was still hung up on this matter, Vice Guild leader Wu tried to persuade him. Given that you're able to create a painting of the 4th level at your current age, your talent is top-notch. Furthermore, you have never undergone professional painting training. If you study diligently under a true master, you will surely be able to create a painting of the 5th level in less than a decade and pass the 3-star painter examination. As such, there's no need for you to be so anxious. The difference between a painting of the 4th level and the painting of the 5th level was extremely huge, comparable to the gap between the Tongxian and Zhongshe realm. Even though the Winter Plum Blossoms painting that Xianxia just created had reached the 4th level, luck seemed to have played a huge factor, and even so, the painting appeared to have barely reached that level. It is still a far way off from reaching the 5th level. To wish to sprint before you can even walk. Aren't you being too anxious? Vice Guild leader Wu is right. Being able to create a painting of this level at your age bears testimony to your incredible talent. In my years with the Painter Guild, you're already the most talented painter that I've seen. As for 3-star, it's better for you. Vice Guild leader Chung Feng quickly chirped in as well. However, halfway through his words, he saw the youngster walk past him, and within a few steps, he was standing before the Winter Plum Blossoms painting. There was a bowl of water, which appeared out of nowhere, in his hand. Taking a gulp, he sprayed the water out from his mouth, all of a sudden, onto the Xian paper. Walala! The water droplets fell onto the painting, and gray spots appeared on the previously white portions, as though snow falling from the heavens. In an instant, it created an image of the plum blossoms standing proudly in the snow, contending against the heavens. Wang! Spiritual energy in the surroundings suddenly gathered around the painting, and the plum blossoms emerged from the surface of the Xian paper. Relentlessly, the flowers were trying to climb into the sky, as though trying to challenge the heavens and destiny. I'm done. Placing the bowl on the table, Xianxia clapped his hands. Then, turning toward the 2 Vice Guild leaders, Xianxia casually pointed to the painting. A painting of the 5th level. Done. Xiaoya and the others arrive. The winter plum blossoms are using spiritual energy from the surroundings to grow. Is this a painting of the 5th level? Just by spurting some water, it became a 5th level painting? Does it have to be so exaggerated? The faces of everyone present distorted in shock as they became dumbfounded. It was merely a savage beast playfully running and rolling about on the paper, so they thought that the painting would be nothing at all. Yet, with a mere shake, it transformed into a 3rd level painting. And that wasn't the all. By heating the painting with a fire torch, it was immediately elevated to become a 4th level painting. Then, with a spurt of water, it created the effect of snow, allowing the painting to reach the 5th level. The heck? Are you a painter? Or are you a street performer? A 5th level painting is something that only a 3-star painter is capable of creating. Yet, to be able to reach that level with a savage beast. What is this craziness? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Xian once more, and they couldn't help but doubt if he were human. A moment ago, they thought that he was just an arrogant, boastful, and ignorant lad. But now they realized how wrong they were. He was actually a grandmaster possessing skills beyond their imagination. A painting that seemed to be scrap was forcefully raised to become a painting of the 5th level. It was just like magic, leaving the crowd present thoroughly bewildered and dizzied. This. The lips of the 2 Vice Guild leaders quivered in astonishment. This is beyond incredible. For a child who isn't even 20 to create a 5th level painting. Even in the headquarters, he would be considered as one of the top geniuses. More importantly, anyone else, even if it were a 3-star painter, would have to abstain from meat, meditate, and conduct several types of preparations to adjust their state of mind before they were able to create a painting of the 5th level. Yet, this fellow achieved this with just a spurt of water. When did creating a 5th level painting become so simple? Did I actually challenge a fellow who is capable of creating 5th level paintings? GMO Gongzi's face paled, wishing to knock himself dead on a pillar at this instant. After scolding the other party took out a savage beast to challenge his skills. After mocking the other party's painting, the other party immediately brought the painting up to the 3rd level with a shake. After saying that the other party's work was a collaboration and that the result shouldn't be a draw, the other party immediately raised the level of the painting to the 4th level. And now it has been raised to the 5th level. Are you here with the purpose to slap my face? If I knew that you are a grandmaster capable of producing a 5th level painting, no matter how foolish I may be, I wouldn't have dared to provoke you. Now, my attempts to make my name known has made me a fool, and I have become a laughingstock. Needless to say, flirting with ladies, I would be too embarrassed to walk in the streets. Give it a check. Ascertain whether it is a 5th level painting. Ignoring the shock that the crowd was going through, Xianxia turned to the 2 Vice Guild leaders. There's no need to check. It is definitely a 5th level painting. The two Vice Guild leaders were astonished beyond words. A fifth-level painting is capable of absorbing spiritual energy to materialize its own contents. Even though the painting didn't yet possess wisdom, it was capable of leaving the original dimension of the painting and creep outward. One didn't require a deep understanding of painting in order to identify a fifth-level painting, only requiring that one not be blind. As the Vice Guild leaders of the Painter Guild, two-star pinnacle painters, how can they possibly be unable to tell a fifth-level painting? Then, am I eligible to claim the three-star painter emblem? Xianxia's eyes lit up. This Vice Guild leader Wu forcefully calmed down the agitation rippling within his mind, and after hesitating for a moment, spoke. Going by logic, you are eligible as a three-star painter. However, our guild leader is the only three-star painter at our branch, and he is absent at the moment. We don't have the qualifications to confer this rank upon you. You don't have the qualifications? Grandmaster Zhang, there's no need to panic. Vice Guild leader Wu waved his hands immediately to placate him. His method of addressing Xianxia had changed from brother to grandmaster. Since the other party was able to create a painting of the fifth level, this showed that his skills had far surpassed theirs. Even though they were much older than him, they didn't dare to overstep their boundaries and call him brother. It would truly be indecorous for them to do so. They would be disregarding order and hierarchy. As long as we send your painting to the headquarters and have someone to examine and verify it, the emblem should be issued soon. Vice Guild leader Wu added. This will take around 10 days. 10 days. Yes. However, while we are unable to give you the three-star emblem, for the time being, we can present you with the two-star emblem on the spot. Vice Guild leader Wu gestured, and an apprentice walked forward to receive instructions. Very quickly, an emblem with two shining and brilliant stars on it was brought out. Two-star painter emblem. It signifies one's identity as a two-star painter. Xianxia was delighted. He didn't expect the painter examination to be so simple, that one is able to directly obtain a rank just by producing a piece of work. It is unlike the other occupations which conduct all kinds of troublesome tests in order to assess one's skills. Since Grandmaster Zhang has successfully produced a fifth-level painting, even though you have not obtained the actual emblem, you already possess the authority of a three-star painter. Vice Guild leader Cheng Feng interjected. Can I already exercise the authority of a three-star painter? Very well. This painter GMO has provoked me time and time again, and I hereby declare that he is permanently banned from the Painter Guild. Xianxia turned to the crowd as he spoke. Hearing those words, GMO Gongzi's face turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground. The other party had become a three-star painter, and he had gained to authority to issue bans. Once this ban was filed, all of the branches of the Painter Guild would receive the order, and he would be unable to enter any single one of them. Any attempt to circumvent this ban would be taken as an act of provocation against the Painter Guild, and the offender could be killed on the spot. GMO thought that he used this countryside bumpkin as a stepping stone to make his name known. Never in his dreams did he expect to instead knock into a tough boulder, leaving himself with a smashed head. Painter G, you may leave now. Hearing Xianxia's orders, Vice Guild leader Wu shook his head, having no choice but to drive the other party away. Even though he thought that it was a little too harsh, it was an irrefutable fact that GMO had lost the competition, and thus the wager. Hence, there was nothing more he could say about the situation. Besides, in Xianxia's presence, GMO Gongzi's talents amounted to nothing at all. There was no need to think about whom they should support. Yes, albeit reluctant, GMO Gongzi knew that the ban had been issued, and there was no point of reconciliation. Unless his skills surpassed that of the other party, he would never be able to overcome this ban. Voila! Rising to his feet, he turned around and walked out of the Painter Guild immediately. He would only be embarrassing himself further by staying here. Damn it! Damn it! Upon leaving the guild, he roared furiously to the skies, and killing intent shone in his eyes. To dare to humiliate me like that! I'll never forgive you. Men! Young master! A figure immediately appeared from the depths of the darkness. Investigate his background, find out who that fellow is, and if there is an opportunity, kill him. He flung his hands grandly. For him, a young master of one of the 3 great clans in the capital, to be humiliated in public by a nobody, he felt an indescribable rage within him. Yes, the shadowy figure nodded and, with a slight blur, disappeared into the darkness once more. Where is your library? After obtaining the status of an official painter, Xianxia didn't leave immediately. Instead, he inquired about the location of the library. The painting books he browsed through in Master Lu Chen's house back then only covered the fundamentals. While it was sufficient to create lower-level paintings, Xianxia required more advanced books to improve. Since he had already become an official painter and was at the Painter Guild, it would be beneficial for him to look through the books and seek further improvements. Grandmaster Zhang, this way please. Vice Guild leader Wu led the way. In no time, the party arrived at a massive room. This is our library. Vice Guild leader Wu pointed inward. Xianxia nodded. I'd like to take a look at the books. Do not allow anyone to interrupt me. After which, he strolled in with his hands behind his back. The collection in the Painter Guild was much larger than that in Master Lu Chen's house. An innumerable amount of books and art pieces of all sorts laid within the massive room. Seeing that Vice Guild leader Wu and the others didn't follow him in, Xianxia took a deep breath, placing his finger on the first row, and then started on his job. Swiftly, book after book was duplicated into the Library of Heaven's Path. While Xianxia was duplicating books in the Painter Guild, a huge aerial savage beast landed outside Tianwu Kingdom, and several figures leaped off its back. So, this is Tianwu Kingdom? A youngster stared at the towering city walls, his eyes glittering with excitement. That's right. Within the crowd, an elder stroked his beard and chuckled. We had to take a carriage to Beiwu Kingdom so as to borrow an aerial savage beast from the royal family to travel to Tianxian Kingdom. Even though we didn't rest much throughout the journey, it took us a month to reach this place. Tianwu Kingdom is incredibly vast. A lady within the crowd smiled. The slight illumination from the stars and the moon added a mysterious allure to her beautiful face. Blinking her eyes twice, she asked, Say, do you think that teacher has arrived yet? I heard from Shen Laosher that Zhang Laosher would be heading straight for the Red Lotus Ridge right after leaving the Beast Hall. He probably has something to attend to there, so I doubt that he has reached Tianwu Kingdom. However, there's no need for us to worry. He will surely come here to take the Master Teacher examination, so we'll just have to wait for him here. Another lady spoke up. In contrast to the shy lady from before, this one exuded a valiant aura. Her facial features were unbelievably beautiful. It was as if she had come right out of a painting. Let's not waste our time here. We should proceed into the city. The elder from before interjected into the discussion. I'm reminding all of you beforehand, Tianwu Kingdom is a Tier 1 kingdom. Unlike Tianxian Kingdom, you have to behave cautiously so as to not offend any formidable figures by mistake. Although I can solve most problems through the Master Teacher Pavilion, it will be exceedingly troublesome. Thus, it'll be best to remain prudent. Yes, a few people answered harmoniously. Seeing the group agreeing to his words, the elder nodded. The sky has turned dark. We should enter the city and find a place to rest. Tomorrow morning, I will contact the Master Teacher Pavilion to check if Senior Zhang has arrived. Before Senior Zhang returns, you must have all broken through to Dingli Realm, or else I would be too ashamed to meet him. Lu Shi. Rest assured. Hearing his instructions, the group nodded immediately. If Xianxia was here, he would surely be able to recognize these figures as his 5 students, together with Lu Shi, Lu Sun, Huang Yu, and a few others. When Xianxia left Hongtian Academy for the Beast Hall, this group had also headed for Beiwu Kingdom. Riding on a carriage, it took them more than 10 days to arrive at their destination. Then, Lu Shi borrowed an aerial savage beast from the Beiwu royal family, and only then did they manage to pick up speed. However, this savage beast was unable to compare up to Xianxia's howling firmament beast, possessing only a Tongxian realm cultivation. Thus, it took them a dozen more days to arrive here. As such, it took them slightly over a month before they managed to arrive at Tianwu Royal City. In this long period of time, Xiaoya and the gang's cultivations had improved significantly. The Library of Heaven's path-modified secret manuals that Xianxia left behind were top-notch, and coupled with Lu Shi's tutoring, it would not be an easy feat for them to not improve swiftly. Right after the awakening of her unique constitution, Xiaoya's cultivation had originally risen to Dingli Realm Pinnacle. At this moment, 2 faint bundles of light could be seen on her body surface, bearing testimony to the fact that she has already opened 2 acupoints to become a Pixue realm expert. On the other hand, Zhang Yang and the others had also improved swiftly. They had reached Fighter 4 Dan Pigu Realm Pinnacle, and they were only a single step away from reaching Dingli Realm. Of the group, the one with the weakest cultivation remained as Yuan Tao. But even so, he had already reached Pigu Realm Intermediate stage. On top of that, his defensive ability had grown greatly, to the point that Zhao Ya's offense was a mere itch to him. Even Pixue Realm Pinnacle experts would be unable to break through his defense. He had become a human shield in the truest sense. Lu Xun, as Lu Shi's apprentice, had also improved significantly under the latter's guidance. A month of training had allowed him to advance to Tongxian Realm Primary Stage. Huang Yu had also successfully advanced from Dingli Realm Pinnacle to Pixue Realm. But of course, the one who underwent the greatest improvement was Lu Shi. The pointers which Yang Shi offered him back then in Tianxian Kingdom allowed him to overcome the obstacle which had hindered him for many years, and he successfully became a Zongshi Realm expert. The magnificent energy in his body billowed mightily. All right, let's enter. After paying the entrance fee, the group entered the capital. Xiaoya and the others were immediately captivated by the bustling city, and their eyes widened in thrill. We'll stay here. Walking through the streets, they soon spotted an inn in the distance. Lu Shi led the group there and settled them in. Lu Shi, on the way here, I noticed that the Painter Guild is in the vicinity. I would like to try taking the apprentice painter examination. Having made all necessary arrangements, Lu Xun walked over and looked at Lu Shi expectantly. You will require a supporting occupation to become eligible for the master teacher examination in the future. Go on. Lu Shi waved his hands casually. Yes. Nodding his head, Lu Xun walked out of the inn. Who? Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian rubbed between his eyebrows. Even though there were many books in the Painter Guild, to Zhang Xian, it just meant a slightly longer run. In less than an hour, he managed to duplicate all of the books in the library into the Library of Heaven's Path. Even though I am able to produce 5th-level paintings, my understanding of the occupation is sorely lacking. Now that I possess these books to augment my knowledge, I should finally be able to live up to my identity as a 3-star painter. Looking at the neat rows of books in the Library of Heaven's Path, Zhang Xian stretched his back lazily. Even though he was able to create 5th-level paintings through the painting techniques mentioned in Master Lu Chen's books, he didn't know much about the basic history of painting, the various styles, schools, and such. Taking Duanyu, for example, he was capable of executing the top-notch martial arts technique, 6-pulse divine sword, which allowed him to defeat the powerful Morong Fu. However, his fundamentals were extremely weak, and he didn't know any other basic techniques. If he were to face a group of hoodlums, he might not even be a match for them. Zhang Xian was in a similar circumstance. He was able to create a 5th-level painting easily, but if one were to ask him to produce a reality depiction painting, he would find it very difficult to do so. However, with the books from the Painter Guild library, it was no longer a problem. Once Zhang Xian read all of these books, his knowledge would far surpass that of 3-star painters, and perhaps even 4-star painters. However, I have countless books in the Library of Heaven's Path collected from Tianxian Kingdom Book Collection Vault. The Beast Hall, Poison Hall, and Painter Guild. There are several 10 million of them in the library, and if I were to read them one by one, how long would it take for me to finish reading all of them? After gathering the books, another dilemma struck him, leaving him with a slight headache. He had already duplicated over tens of million books since his time at Tianxian Kingdom, and even though he had been reading whenever he found the time, accompanied by his fast speed at reading, he could only cover a maximum of 1 to 2,000 books every day. In comparison to the huge collection consisting of tens of millions of books, the number of books he could read a day was just like a droplet of water in an ocean. Furthermore, as he goes further and deeper into each occupation, the amount of books he would have to read would only increase. Without several years of effort, it would be impossible for him to convert all of them into his own knowledge. If only I have the golden page, Xianxia thought. The golden page was something that was formed by the Book of Heaven's Path. It could instantly assimilate all of the knowledge contained within the library into his own mind. If he obtains the golden page, he would be able to easily remember everything contained in the library, and he wouldn't have exhausted himself flipping through the books one by one. I thought that it is formed only when someone is grateful to me, but thinking about it now, that shouldn't be the case. When I was passing off as Xianxia, there were many people who were grateful to me, but the golden page didn't form. This means that there is more to it. Thinking of the golden page in the Book of Heaven's Path, Xianxia tried to recall the scenario in which it appeared. He had no idea when the first golden page appeared, but the second golden page appeared when Xiaoya and the others challenged Lu Xun on the dueling platform in order to defend his honor. Back then, their gratitude carried the purest and most earnest of emotions between teacher and student. Can it be that only strong feelings of gratitude between the teacher and his students can make the golden page appear? As Xianxia, most of the people he helped felt deference to him instead of such feelings. I can give it a try. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. While other people might find it impossible to verify such matters, Xianxia had a method up his sleeves. Casually taking out an empty book from his storage ring, he wrote his conjecture in a book before touching it lightly. Wang! With a jolt, an identical book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia flipped it open casually. It is really the earnest gratitude between the teacher and student that forms the golden page. To think this would be the case. Upon seeing the results of his conjecture, Xianxia felt agitated. If he knew that this golden page was formed like that, he wouldn't have exhausted himself reading along the entire journey. He put in so much effort but had only managed to read a small portion of the entire sea of books. Looks like I should accept a few students and think of a way to make them feel grateful to me. Xianxia smiled gently. Once the golden page was formed, he would be able to easily convert those knowledge into his own. Right now, what he lacked was an accumulation of knowledge. Only with sufficient knowledge can he easily identify flaws and solve problems without utilizing the Library of Heaven's Path. I wonder if Xiaoya and the others have arrived. Seems like my only choice is to make an inquiry at the Master Teacher Pavilion tomorrow. Since I'm free now, maybe I should walk around to see if there's anyone I can guide. Perhaps I might even find myself a student. Thinking so, Xianxia stepped out of the Painter Guild library. As he was leaving the library, he met the two vice guild leaders, and after a short chat, he stepped out of the guild onto the streets once more. Time is precious, so it was imperative for Xianxia to identify a way to form the golden page. The moment he stepped out of the guild, another young man walked in from another direction. He was Lu Xun, who had just arrived at Tianwu Royal City. The Tianwu Inn, which they settled in, was just a few hundred meters away from the Painter Guild, and he rushed here as soon as Lu Xu finished making arrangements. To take the Master Teacher examination, one must have a supporting occupation. I have learned painting from my father from young, and I've long been able to produce paintings of the reality depiction level. I should first settle the apprentice painter examination before thinking of a way to become an official painter. Witnessing the large and majestic calligraphy at the entrance of the Painter Guild, Lu Xun felt agitated. With his current skills, it would be difficult for him to qualify as an official painter. However, becoming an apprentice painter shouldn't be much of a challenge. Upon stepping into the guild, he saw paintings after paintings hung on the walls. There were mountains, streams, canaries, spring, the radiant sun, and to his astonishment, all of them had attained the level of reality depiction. With a single gaze, he could tell that the painters behind those works possessed an understanding of painting that was in no way inferior to his. As expected of the Painter Guild, impressive. Lu Xun couldn't help but comment with glowing eyes. Because this branch didn't have a long history, even Master Lu Chun hadn't been here to visit. So Lu Xun naturally wasn't aware of what was within. He hadn't expected to be able to see so many incredible art pieces the moment he enters and was impressed by the sight before him. Gongzi, may I know what kind of painting you are looking for? I can bring you around the guild. Right after he entered, the green-robed attendant who served Xianxia previously walked up to him with a respectful attitude. I'm not here to buy a painting. I am here to take the apprentice painter examination. May I know where the examination held would be held? Lu Xun smiled. Are you here to take the apprentice painter examination? The green-robed attendant was taken aback. Usually, examinees appear only once every several months. What is going on today? Why have they appeared in a whole group today? Right after GMO Gongzi's assessment, Grandmaster Zhang appeared. And right after Grandmaster Zhang left, this fellow came to take the apprentice painter examination. Sure is lively today. This way, please. Even though he was bewildered by the situation, he didn't dare to keep Lu Xun waiting. After all, he was just an attendant of the guild, while an apprentice is someone who has a chance to become an official painter in the future. There was a huge gap in status between the two. Lu Xun followed behind him. Impressive. This is really a 5th-level painting. Indeed, to think that he would be capable of painting a 5th-level work in his first examination, and moreover, below the age of 20. He is such a genius. Even GMO Gongzi fell in defeat before him and was chased out of the guild. His talents are indeed impressive. My head is still whirling from the situation just now. That is truly the most exciting competition I've ever seen. I didn't think that a savage beast would be capable of painting as well. This is something which I've never dared to even think about in the past. Making his way in the spacious hall, discussions in hushed voices echoed from all directions. Even though there were many of GMO Gongzi's fans within the crowd during the competition an hour ago, there were also plenty of noblemen and aristocrats who were truly passionate about painting. It was Grandmaster Zhang's first appearance here, and he had already left the entire guild amazed. They say that someone was able to produce a 5th-level painting in his first attempt at the examination. What is that about? With the discussions around him heating up, Lu Xun could no longer hold back his curiosity and asked the green-robed attendant. Oh, they're talking about the competition that concluded just a moment ago. The attendant's eyes glowed with excitement when he heard the question. Not only was he able to watch the proceedings of the competition clearly from right beside, he was the one to attend to the Grandmaster, and he felt greatly honored. Competition. That's right. It happened just a few moments ago. The green-robed attendant soon recounted the events vividly to Lu Xun. You say that the Grandmaster dipped the savage beast in ink, allowed it to walk on the Xian paper, and with just a shake, turned the painting into a 3rd-level art piece. Lu Xun widened his eyes in disbelief. Having studied painting under his father since young, he understood the difficulty in producing a 3rd-level painting. Even his father couldn't guarantee to be able to produce a 3rd-level painting every single time he paints. Yet, this Grandmaster is able to create such a painting using the random footsteps of a savage beast and a casual shake. Are you trying to exaggerate things? However, the true shock was laying in wait. By heating the painting with a fire torch, it turned into a 4th-level painting. With a mouthful of water, it became a 5th-level masterpiece. The more he heard, the more he found his mind unable to cope. He was on the verge of entering a frenzy. Why does it sound like fiction? If it is true, then that Grandmaster's control over his painting is way too fearsome. It's all true. I attended to the Grandmaster myself, and I witnessed the proceedings of the competition personally. I can't be wrong. Seeing the disbelief in the other party's eyes, the green-robed attendant declared proudly. That's amazing. If I can become a student of this Grandmaster, my painting mastery will definitely soar rapidly, and it won't be long before I become an official painter. Seeing how the other party was so certain of himself, A thought appeared in Lu Xun's mind, and it soon grew to the point that it could no longer be contained. One of the prerequisites to the master-teacher examination is to become an official member of another occupation. Even though Lu Xun had been studying painting from young, he knew that there was a world of a difference between reality depiction and spiritual canvas. If he studied all by his own, he could possibly take decades to reach the next level. However, with the guidance of an incredible teacher, this process could be greatly shortened. He didn't know about other grandmasters, but the one which the attendant just spoke of amazed him greatly. To be capable of elevating the level of a painting so easily, especially to the 5th level, the grandmaster's comprehension of painting must be unimaginably profound. If he were to come under the grandmaster's tutelage, he would be able to clear all the doubts he had immediately, and his path as a painter would become much more smooth sailing. What is the name of that grandmaster? Do you know where he is? Is he accepting any students? Arriving at this conclusion, Lu Xun could not help but ask. His face reddened with agitation. That grandmaster, if I'm not wrong, his name is Xianxia. The green-robed attendant pondered for a moment before replying. Xianxia. Lu Xun's eyes widened immediately. Duan Yu, reference to demigods and semidevils. He is known for being capable of utilizing the ultimate art, 6 Meridian's divine sword. However, he only managed to learn this technique due to a series of coincidences, and due to his lacking fundamentals, he was unable to execute the technique every single time, which posed as a fatal flaw. He managed to defeat powerful antagonists like Murong Fu, but often lost to minor and weaker characters. Can it be that this person is Uncle Zhang? Lu Xun's body swayed, and an urge to vomit blood welled up within him. From the moment he challenged him in Tianxian Kingdom, he had been suffering blow after blow. He thought that now that he had come to Tianwu Kingdom, he would be able to walk out from the other party's shadow and make a name for himself. Yet, the moment he arrived, he suffered yet another blow. Are you my nemesis? Why must you appear wherever I go, just like a vengeful spirit? More importantly, to always hog the limelight. Holding back his dismay, Lu Xun asked, how does this Grandmaster Zhang look like? He's around my height, slightly thin, having fair and smooth skin. The green-robed attendant pondered for a moment before describing Zhang Xian's physical traits. Halfway through, Lu Xun could already tell that it was definitely Zhang Xian. Forget it. I'm already used to suffering these blows on my confidence. Ascertaining that it was the person he was thinking of, even though Lu Xun felt gloomy, he heaved a sigh of relief. This monster wasn't just incredible, the students he taught were the same. Competing with him would just frustrate him and shorten his lifespan. Lu Xun had thought this matter through on the way here and had decided to just accept his lot. Initially, when he heard about the legendary affairs of this grandmaster, he thought that there were monsters like Zhang Xian in Tianwu Kingdom. But since they were the same person, at the very least, it was proof that Zhang Xian was the anomaly. Otherwise, if everyone were like him, Lu Xun wouldn't stand a chance at all. I should first take the apprentice painter examination. After I'm done, I'll inform teacher Zhang Yang and the others about it. They'll probably be delighted at the news. Adjusting his state of mind, Lu Xun decided not to dwell on this matter and, under the lead of the green-robed attendant, entered the examination hall. Zhang Xian was oblivious to the fact that Lu Xun had entered the Painter Guild right after his departure. At this moment, he was strolling casually on the streets. In order to form the golden page, he must find students and win their earnest gratitude. But where can Zhang Xian find a student? He couldn't possibly grab a random passerby and demand the person to acknowledge him as his teacher, right? If he did so, he would probably be pummeled to death on the spot. Tianwu Academy. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up all of a sudden. He would definitely be pummeled to death if he were to grab random passerbys and plead with them to become his student, but in an academy, the situation was completely different. The reason why students join an academy is to seek knowledge, and they offer their unconditional trust to its teachers. It was feasible for Zhang Xian to impersonate a teacher. As long as he is able to find a suitable student, it wouldn't be difficult to make him feel grateful. Furthermore, He had heard that the best academy in Tianwu Kingdom is in the capital when he first entered the city. Not a bad idea, I shall head over now. Thus, he made up his mind to ask around for directions to this academy. However, at this moment, he noticed something strange and his eyebrows shot up. Someone is following me. He is currently a half-Xianxia expert, and even without utilizing the Library of Heaven's Path, he is able to sense the hostility in others. Despite the dense crowd, he could clearly sense a faint but malicious intent in the air. Even though this intent was carefully concealed to the point that any other Xianxia realm experts would find it hard to detect, Xianxia, who had reached a soul depth of 5.0, was still able to discern it easily. Could it be that GMO Gongzi? He had just arrived at Tianwu Kingdom and didn't know anyone. The only enemy he had made was GMO, whom he had just taught a lesson. He didn't expect the other party to send someone after him so quickly. He glanced over casually using his peripheral vision. There was a total of 5 people and they were all at Tongxian Realm. 2 of them had even achieved Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. It seemed that GMO Gongzi was unaware of his actual cultivation realm. Thus he thought that sending these few people would be sufficient to deal with him. After all, painters are different from the other occupations of the upper 9 paths. A prerequisite for beast tamers and apothecaries to attain a promotion to 2-star is to possess Xianxia realm cultivation, and to reach 3-star, they have to possess a Zhizuan realm cultivation. On the other hand, one's cultivation realm is irrelevant to his status as an official painter. Regardless of whether he is at Tongxian realm or Pishua realm, as long as one has reached a level of enlightenment and is capable of painting a 5th-level work, he would be eligible to become a 3-star painter. That being said, those who are capable of produce a 5th-level painting tend to have a rich experience in life, most of them already in their 70s and 80s. In addition, given the huge amount of money they could earn from each of their painting, they wouldn't lack resources. Thus, even if they weren't able to reach Zhizuan realm, they would be at minimum Xianxia realm pinnacle. Thus, on the whole, there wasn't too large of a difference between painters and the other occupation. It was extremely rare for a quirk such as Xianxia to appear. To paint a 5th-level painting before the age of 20, he had already broken all of these underlying assumptions. Back in the Painter Guild, he didn't display his strength, and the Heaven's Path Xinqi allowed him to conceal his cultivation realm perfectly. Thus, no one was able to tell how high his cultivation realm was. However, based on his age, it was unlikely for him to exceed Pishua realm. Thus, GMO Gongzi thought that these few experts would be more than enough to give him a punishment. There are too many people here. I should look for somewhere remote to play with them. Xianxia chuckled. Since his transcension, even though he has been trying his best to raise his cultivation all along, he didn't have much of a chance to try out his moves, and his fists had been itching for an opponent. Since these fellows were here to cause him trouble, he could make use of them to test his techniques. Acting as if he didn't notice the other party, he glanced around to look for a remote alley. To his frustration, he realized that Tianwu Kingdom was way too prosperous. Given that the sun had just set not too long ago, the streets were still filled with crowds, so he was unable to find any suitable locations. Time to go out of the city then. Besides, he was on the outskirts of the city and wasn't too far from the city gates. Thus, he began walking with widened strides. Why is this fellow heading out of the city? The group of pursuers, upon seeing Xianxia stride past the city gates, became dumbfounded. There were too many people in the city, and if a conflict occurs, it was highly probable that it would blow out of proportions. Just as they were in a dilemma about how they could bring this fellow to an isolated location, this fellow took the initiative to leave the city, all by himself. Isn't he acting too obediently? Who cares, he's just a young lad. Don't tell me that you're scared of him. That's true. Even if he were to have started cultivating even from inside his mother's womb, he can only have attained Tongxian realm at best. It is impossible for us to lose. The few men hesitated for a moment before nodding simultaneously. Even though the environment and resources for cultivation in Tianwu Kingdom were much better than that of Tianxian Kingdom, a Tongxian realm cultivator could already be considered an expert. Given that not 1 but 5 such experts were at once sent to deal with an insignificant young lad, it was no wonder why they were so confident. I shall remind all of you once more. The young master has instructed us not to kill that fellow. No matter what, he's a 3-star painter. If he were to die, the Painter Guild headquarters would definitely look into the matter, and this would bring the young master a lot of trouble. What we'll do is to humiliate him. I trust that you know what you should do. A Tongxian realm expert, who appeared to be the leader of the group, instructed the others in a suppressed voice. Rest assured, we know what to do. The others nodded simultaneously. Because of his status as a 3-star painter, the Painter Guild headquarters would definitely send someone to investigate if he were to go missing. Even though the Ji clan was one of the 3 great clans of Tianwu Royal City, it was impossible for them to withstand the Painter Guild's rage. Thus, GMO Gongzi had already instructed the group that instead of killing Xianxia, they were to humiliate Xianxia and allow him to comprehend the meaning of a fate worse than death. Tailing behind Xianxia, it didn't take long for the group to leave the city. After walking for a distance, they soon arrived at a remote forest. Be careful. I think that lad has already noticed us, and he brought us here by intention, the leader said with a hushed voice. What do we have to fear? This is just what we wanted. We can let loose and teach him a lesson here. The rest of the group was unsuspecting. From their perspective, Xianxia was simply courting death. Despite knowing that there are people on his tail, he dared to come to such a secluded place. Isn't it obvious that he is tired of living? Voila! Drawing their weapons simultaneously, the few of them entered the forest. They were wondering if the fellow would conceal himself and wait secretly for them, when they suddenly caught sight of him lying opening on a tree branch, looking at them with a bright grin. Did GMO send all of you here? Since there was no one here, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to beat around the bush. To him, they were just a few small fries. Move! Not expecting the young lad to face them so fearlessly, the leader harumphed coldly and gestured. I'll do it. The weakest of the group, a Tongxian realm intermediate stage cultivator, chuckled. Pushing forcefully against the ground, he leaped straight at Xianxia with amazing speed. Walala! The human was airborne, the powerful zhenqi that he exuded causing the surrounding flora and fauna to bow before his presence, and sent sonic waves into the surroundings. This battle technique is not bad. Judging from his wholesome aura and the might of his leap, it seems that Zhang Qing isn't too far off from reaching Tongxian realm advanced stage. The leader nodded. At the same time, he bellowed, Control your strength. Do not kill him. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. Zhang Qing replied. He was still considering how much strength he should put into his fist when the vision before him blurred all of a sudden. Pa! With a crisp sound, a slap struck his face, and an excruciating pain assaulted his cheeks. Before Zhang Qing could react, his entire body had twisted like a fried dough twist, and he flew several dozen meters away, coughing up mouthfuls and mouthfuls of blood. A few of his teeth could be seen on the ground amidst red liquid. Ah! What? Initially, they thought that Zhang Qing would be able to subdue the young lad easily. Yet, contrary to their expectations, he was sent flying with a single slap. The sight left the leader and the 3 remaining members stunned with astonishment. I'm sorry. I've been cultivating by myself, and I haven't really fought with anyone. Thus, I accidentally put too much strength into my slap. Xianxia scratched his head. Ever since he transcended into this world, he hadn't fought with anyone. Thus, he wasn't able to accurately gauge how much strength his slap would wield. He thought that it was just a gentle hit, and at the very most, the other party would just feel a slight sting, but upon seeing how the other party was already on the verge of death, Xianxia apologized immediately and sheepishly. This fellow isn't as simple as we thought him out to be. Everyone, use your full strength. Seeing that Xianxia was capable of exerting such great might easily, the leader's face turned pale immediately. Initially, he thought that the young master was making too big a deal out of nothing to send so many of them just to deal with an insignificant fellow. Nevertheless, they obeyed his order since it was just a simple mission. However, upon witnessing this situation, they realized that it wasn't as they thought. That young lad was definitely stronger than them. possessing a strength exceeding Tongxian realm pinnacle under the age of 20? Probably only the number 1 genius Mo Hongyi is capable of rivaling him. Voila! The others weren't fools either. With a single glance, they recognized that the fellow was much stronger than they had expected. They held their swords tightly as they surrounded Xianxia, each of them with a grim expression on their face. Of the 4, 2 were Tongxian Realm Advanced Stage and the rest were Tongxian Realm Pinnacle. With their strength united, they exerted an imposing might, and the atmosphere seemed to have grown heavy all of a sudden. Go! Knowing that the other party was strong, the leader didn't hesitate and immediately ordered everyone to charge forward, in order to claim the initiative. Walalala! 4 weapons stabbed out at the simultaneously. All 4 of them were guards of the Ji clan, and they had been living together for more than 5 years, so they possessed great teamwork. Driving their Jinshi, they struck at the same time with amazing speed, and their swords were aimed at each of Zhang Xian's top, middle, and bottom, sealing all possible escape routes. With their outstanding coordination, coupled with powerful battle techniques, it would be difficult for even a half-zongsher to deal with them. However, Zhang Xian wasn't an ordinary half-zongsher but could be considered an unparalleled genius. The 4 of them thought that they would be able to land at least a single strike on the young lad, but the moment they sent their swords out, they suddenly felt an emptiness in their palms. Looking downward, they realized that their ferocious assault had been completely neutralized. The swords in their hands were already in the other party's grasp unknowingly. Ah! The entire group was alarmed and they shrieked in fear. The heck! This is too frightening. To be able to steal their swords with bare hands, it was no longer just a problem of the difference in their cultivation. The other party had to have a complete understanding of their battle techniques, strengths, their movements, and the position of their swords to be capable of achieving this feat. With a single error, it could mean the loss of his fingers. Even a Zongsher Realm Pinnacle expert would be incapable of doing so. They thought that it would be a walk in the park to teach this young fellow a lesson. Yet, it turned out that what they were dealing with was a ferocious tiger. Retreat! Narrowing his eyes, the leader knew they would die if they continued to remain here. Thus, after yelling out a command, he turned around to escape immediately. Without any hesitation, the other 3 turned to flee as fast as they could as well. They had no choice but to ignore the convulsing fellow on the floor who was sent flying by Zhang Xian with a slap. We haven't even done anything. Why are you in such a hurry? They had yet to cross any blows, yet these fellows were already escaping. Speechless, Zhang Xian beckoned. Who? Before the 4 could react, the view before them turned pitch black. A massive figure descended from the sky. Pada! As though they were struck by a small mountain, the 4 of them were blasted like a cannonball. The sight before them blurred, and they spurted large mouthfuls of blood. It is a half-Jizuan realm savage beast. It took them much difficulty before they could recover from their stupor. Squinting at the massive fellow, they nearly lost their minds. To think that it would be a half-Jizuan realm savage beast. Only the old ancestor of the Tianwu kingdom would possess the strength of a half-Jizuan. This beast can already be considered the most lethal weapon in Tianwu kingdom. To think that the other party would possess such a tamed beast. What kind of monster did they exactly provoke? The howling firmament beast had been roaming around the forests and, upon hearing Zhang Xian's commands, rushed over immediately. In its eyes, these few fellows were mere ants. If it hadn't held back, these fellows would have been easily reduced to meat paste. After knocking the 4 away, before they could even land on the floor, the howling firmament beast's massive body shook once more. It dashed forward and struck them with its wing. Pada! 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 For consecutive thuds sounded loudly in the silent forest. As they fell limply to the ground, fresh blood gushed from their mouths. Most of their bones seemed to have been fractured from the impact. The howling firmament beast had a half-Jizuan realm cultivation and, not to mention, savage beasts tend to be significantly stronger than cultivators with the same cultivation realm. With just a few light sweeps, it nearly shattered half of all the bones in their bodies and dissipated their Jinqi. Even with treatment, it was likely that they would remain crippled for life. I told you to go easy on them, didn't I? I still have questions to ask them. How in the world can I interrogate them when you have reduced them to such a state? Seeing how the howling firmament beast had crippled the four of them, Xianxia frowned. It would have been better if they did not hear him. Upon catching those words, the four of them twitched, and tears nearly spilled from their eyes. Brother, how can you be so thick-skinned as to criticize your savage beast? You were the one who attacked Zhangqing, and his state seems to be worse than ours. Until now, he is still puking blood, and his entire face has distorted under your slap. Even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him now. If he isn't given treatment soon, losing his cultivation would be a small matter. He might not even survive tonight. Dealing such cruel blows yourself. How do you have the skin to criticize others? Well, who in the world told us that this would be a simple mission? Young master, come here. We promise that we won't beat you to death. Speak, is it GMO who sent you here? After reprimanding the howling firmament beast, Xianxia turned to the leader of the group. Even though they were stubborn at the start, upon being forced to consume poison by Xianxia, they realized immediately that the person before them wasn't just a simple painter and cultivator. He was a poison master as well. Recalling the stories about poison masters that they heard of, the final line of defense in their minds crumbled. They disclosed everything that they knew. GMO Gongzi told you not to kill me, but to strip me, hang me on the tree, and then record this down using a record crystal? Hearing the other party's motive, Xianxia became speechless. However, after giving the matter some thought, Xianxia realized why the other party would want to do so. Xianxia had become a 3-star painter, and if he were to be humiliated, he would probably keep silent for fear of embarrassing himself. On the other hand, if he were to be killed, the Painter Guild would definitely pursue the matter. Given that he had a recent dispute with GMO, the latter would become the prime suspect. That would put the GMO at risk of facing the Painter Guild's punishment. If it were just a 1-star or 2-star painter, the headquarter might not even be bothered to interfere. However, if a genius who managed to reach the level of a 3-star painter before 20 were to be killed, it was possible that they would destroy the G-clan out of rage. On the other hand, if they were to humiliate Xianxia and use the record crystal to tape down his shameful demeanor, GMO would gain a weapon against him. Even when he eventually discovers the culprit, in order to prevent the video from getting out, Xianxia wouldn't dare to confront the G-clan. It must be said that even though GMO Gongzi appeared to be a rash person, he had actually planned out the matter carefully in consideration of the consequences. However, it was a pity that he had underestimated Xianxia's cultivation, causing the 5 of them to land in such a pitiful state. Upon uncovering the other party's motive, Xianxia glanced to the 5 and gave each of them another kick. The poison that I fed you will act up within 5 days, and it will corrode your organs, making you die in agony. Regardless of how you do it, strip GMO Gongzi naked, hang him up on a tree and record a video using a record crystal. In return, I will give you the antidote to your poison. You don't have to dream about finding any other poison masters to treat you. The poison that I introduced into your body is my own secret concoction. Even a 3-star poison master would be helpless before it. An eye for an eye. Weren't you trying to embarrass me? Fine, I'll have these subordinates of yours give you a dose of your own medicine. Let's see what happens. As for the secret poison concoction that Xianxia used, it was actually just heaven's path Xinqi. However, it was true that no one could remove it except for him. With a single thought, Xianxia would be able to detonate the Xinqi, already hidden deep inside their acupoints, causing them to die on the spot. Thus, he wasn't lying. Yes, yes. Upon hearing about the poison that was planted in their bodies, their lips quivered in fear. Poison masters were feared throughout the continent, their methods sinister and terrifying. Offending any of them spelled certain doom. If only they knew that the person whom their young master sent them after was such a terrifying figure, they would have disobeyed his order and escaped from the city. They had never thought of rushing to their dooms just like that. Scram! After instructing them, Xianxia sent them away. Yes, supporting each other, The 5 of them struggled to their feet and left the forest in a haste. The moment they returned back to the city, they glanced at one another with uncertainty. What should we do? The severely injured Zhang Qing asked the others in a feeble voice. What else can we do? We can only obey his commands. At worst, we'll just leave Tianwu Kingdom after that, never to return. The leader gritted his teeth. They were all mercenaries who worked for the Ji clan in return for money and resources. Now that their lives were threatened, it was clear what was the most important. Besides, if not for GMO Gongzi's willful nature, he wouldn't have offended such a formidable character, which eventually landed them in such a tragic state. Their hatred for this young master fella had long permeated their bones. We should discuss this matter carefully to see how we can accomplish his mission within 5 days. Having decided their next course of action, the 5 men pledged their brotherhood, before limping to find a suitable resting spot to treat their injuries. Ignoring the crippled 5, just as Zhang Xian was just about to return to the city to look for Tianwu Kingdom, he heard a ruckus in the mountain not too far away. There seemed to be a battle going on. I should go and take a look. Zhang Xian leaped onto the back of the howling firmament beast, and with a strong gust of wind, the savage beast soared into the skies and, under the cover of darkness, crept toward the source of the noise. Tianwu Yin, are you saying that teacher took the painter examination just moments ago? Xiaoya and the others stared at Lu Xun, their faces red with agitation. They had thought that their teacher would require another period of time before he could arrive at the kingdom. To think that he would get here earlier than them. I heard that from the personnel of the Painter Guild that a person named Zhang Xian had passed the examination to become a 3-star painter. As for whether he is senior uncle, I'm not too certain, Lu Xun said. After he passed the apprentice painter examination, he rushed back to the inn immediately to inform the group about the news he had. It must be him. For 2 people to possess the same name and, at the same time, be capable of painting a 5th-level art piece, is such coincidence even possible? Huang Yu said. She had personally witnessed Zhang Xian painting, and not only were his painting skills formidable, his speed was one to behold. She didn't think that it was impossible for him to use a savage beast to produce a 5th-level painting. Since teacher took the painter examination less than 2 hours ago, he should still be nearby. Let's search around. Perhaps we may be able to find him. I agree. I want to look for teacher as well. Hearing that their teacher was in the vicinity, Xiaoya and the others couldn't remain seated. All right, let's check the area and meet back here in 4 hours then. Understanding their feelings, Lu Shi found it hard to reject them. Thus, he issued his instruction. All right. Unable to remain still any further, Xiaoya and the others dashed out upon hearing the elder's command. Hong hong hong. Zhenqi filled the air and shock waves ravaged the surroundings. A human and a beast was engaged in an intense battle. A Zhongshe realm cultivator against a Zhongshe realm savage beast? Standing on the back of the howling firmament beast, Zhang Xian observed the battle from above and felt somewhat astonished. A Zhongshe realm pinnacle cultivator was actually battling a Zhongshe realm advanced stage crimson tiger. The crimson tiger's physique greatly resembled the gold-alloyed panther that Zhang Xian tamed previously. Not only did it possess tough fur and skin, it also wielded tremendous strength in its compact body. This crimson tiger was clearly much stronger than the gold-alloyed panther. Every single claw and kick seemed to rip air apart. Under the devastating force from both human and beast, trees were torn into pieces while boulders were smashed into fragments. Even though the Crimson Tiger was only at Zhongshe Realm Advanced Stage, its physical advantages allowed it to match up against cultivators stronger than it. The Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle seemed to possess multiple incredible methods, but he was unable to overcome the Crimson Tiger's defense. In a mere few moments, they had already crossed blows numerous times, but none of them was able to get the better of the other. Pung 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 pung. After a few more blows, upon realizing that there would be no conclusion to this battle, the Crimson Tiger shook its thick tail, turned around and left. Seeing it disappear into the distance, the Zhongshe Realm Pinnacle Cultivator heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes narrowed suddenly, and he lifted his head to look at the howling firmament beast which was airborne. It was already late into the night, but the howling firmament beast wasn't flying too far off the surface and was visible to the naked eye. Back then, the cultivator's attention had been completely taken by the battle with the Crimson Tiger, so he failed to notice its presence. However, now that the battle had ended, if he still were to be unable to notice that powerful presence lingering above him, he should really jump off a building. May I know which elder it is? I hope to seek your understanding for being unable to welcome you. The cultivator clasped his fist respectfully and in a hurry. Since the other party was able to tame a half-Jizuan savage beast, he was probably a Jizuan realm expert. Even though he possessed a Xianxia realm pinnacle cultivation, he didn't dare to act impertinently before the other party. Elder. Right after the battle, Xianxia was about to leave when he was noticed by the cultivator below. Hearing his words, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. That's right. I am looking for a student to make him feel grateful toward me. Since this fellow thinks of me as his elder, I can make use of this opportunity to hoodwink him. Perhaps this might work out. Xianxia was getting frustrated over where he could find a student when this fellow appeared out of nowhere. Thus, he decided to give it a try. However, my current appearance is too young. He will definitely question my abilities if he sees my face. I should assume Xianxia's appearance. Thus, making use of his disguise ability, Xianxia's bones and muscles shifted to model Xianxia. In any way, he was on the howling firmament beast and it was late at night. Even though the other party had noticed his presence, he was unable to see his appearance clearly. Who? Upon command, the howling firmament beast slowly descended to the ground. Landing on the ground surface, Xianxia could see that the Xianxia realm pinnacle cultivator was a spirited, middle-aged man dressed in tight clothes. With prior experience from passing off as Xianxia was able to get into character easily. Standing atop the firmament howling beast, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back, and then with a completely calm expression, he replied, "There's no need to worry. I am just passing by this area. I happened to see you battling with the Crimson Tiger, so I stopped for a moment to observe the fight. Are you trying to tame it?" There were many ways to tame savage beasts, and pleasing them was just one method. Battling them was another. Even though the beast and the human had fought ferociously, if they were to truly get serious, they should have been bleeding by now. Given that this middle-aged cultivator allowed the Crimson Tiger to leave freely, it was highly probable that he was trying to tame it. Furthermore, judging from their battle, they seemed to have some understanding of each other's techniques. It was most likely that that wasn't the first battle between them. You're right, Elder. I do intend to tame it. The middle-aged man clasped his fist in response. He had tried to examine the other party, but he realized that he wasn't able to detect any signs of his cultivation at all. To be capable of this feat, the other party's Jinshi must either be purer than his or that his cultivation far surpassed his. Given that the other party possessed a half-Jizuan howling firmament beast as a tamed beast, and that he was unable to see through his cultivation, the elder before him was at minimum a Jizuan realm expert. Coming to this conclusion, the middle-aged cultivator's attitude grew even more respectful. The Crimson Tiger is the king of the forest, and taming it is no easy task. It is impossible to do so through a few mere battles. Xianxia spoke casually. Even though Xianxia might not have heard of rarer savage beasts just as the lava beast, as a 2-star beast tamer, he nevertheless knew quite a bit about the Crimson Tiger. The Crimson Tiger is the king of the forest, and upon maturity, it would possess the strength of a Xianxia realm pinnacle. Given that this Crimson Tiger was only at Xianxia realm advanced stage, it had yet to reach maturity. Such savage beasts, who are powerful from birth, rarely submit to anyone. The chances of taming it with just a few fights is extremely low. I understand that as well, but I can't help my greed. The middle-aged man flashed a bitter smile. He knew that it was too difficult to tame this Crimson Tiger. However, when he thought about the benefits taming it could bring him, he found himself unable to suppress his desire. I can impart to you the way of taming it, Xianxia said. Is Elder willing to teach me? The middle-aged man was feeling distressed over this matter when the other party spoke these words. Narrowing his eyes, his face grew slightly red in agitation. Elder, may I ask if there's anything you need help with? As long as it is within my abilities, I won't speak a single word of complaint. Knowing that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, even though the middle-aged cultivator was thrilled by the idea, he didn't allow it to consume his rationality. I've nothing that requires your help, and given your cultivation realm, you won't find it worth to be used by me. However, I can't allow my techniques to be leaked. Since it's fate that brought us together, I'll teach you the method, but you'll have to acknowledge me as your teacher. Xianxia glanced at the other party. Acknowledge you as my teacher? The middle-aged cultivator had thought of the countless different requests that the other party could come up with. But even so, Xianxia's words caught him by surprise, and for a moment, he became dumbfounded. He had heard of experts injuring others because of a mere disagreement and had also heard of experts breaking societal conventions. But he had never heard of experts going around accepting random strangers as students. The middle-aged man blinked his eyes. The ability to achieve Xianxia realm pinnacle bore testimony to his talents, but he was also aware that he was a far cry from true geniuses. He wasn't a genius, yet the other party, without thinking twice, offered to accept him as his disciple. What in the world is going on? That's right. Are you bewildered why I would accept you as my student? Xianxia shook his hands casually. With profound intent and composure reflecting in his eyes, he spoke. Your talent isn't top-notch and your cultivation isn't anything. Therefore, there should be no reason for me to have taken a fancy to you, right? Having his thoughts verbalized, the middle-aged cultivator smiled awkwardly. I watched your battle with the Crimson Tiger. You complemented the verdant stream movement technique with Hong Yen Fist. Even though it's quite a good combo, you are unable to display the full might of these skills. If I'm not wrong, the Hong Yen Fist which you practice is incomplete, Xianxia said as a matter-of-factly. Elder, how did you know? The middle-aged man's face warped in shock immediately. The verdant stream movement technique was a famous movement technique in Tianwu Kingdom, so it wasn't surprising that the other party knew it. However, Hong Yen Fist was his exclusive technique. He happened to stumble upon the grave of a Jizuan expert inside a valley during his travels and, in it, he found the Hong Yen Fist secret manual. The fist technique was created by an elder named Hong Yen. The technique allows the user to exert an immense force that is capable of breaking through even a savage beast's resilient defense. Even though the secret manual left in the grave of the expert was an incomplete version, after practicing the technique for many years, the middle-aged cultivator had already mastered it, and he had since always regarded it as his trump card in times of danger. During the battle with the Crimson Tiger, he executed the technique with the intention of brushing up his skills. Never in his dreams did he expect that this elder would be able to recognize it in a single glance. Xianxia didn't reply his question. Rather, he continued impassively. The Hong Yen Fist emphasizes heavily on brute force through huge motions. If you practice just this battle technique, even though it is incomplete, there wouldn't be any adverse side effects. However, you cultivated the 3-CUN fist along with it. The main concept behind the idea is a burst of strength within 3-CUN of space. The idea of huge motions and explosive strength is at odds with each other. If I'm not wrong, you should have some stubborn ailments on you. The middle-aged man shuddered in astonishment and hurriedly clasped his fist out of respect. Elder, you're right. The very first battle technique that he ever practiced was the 3-CUN fist. Subsequently, when he encountered the Hong Yen Fist, he knew that it was likely that the two techniques would be in conflict, but was unwilling to allow such a powerful fist technique pass him by. Thus, he chose to practice it forcefully. He thought that given his identity, he would be able to solve all possible traumas easily. But who knew that the more he cultivated the technique, the greater the damage to his body was. Especially in the recent few years, he could already sense that his stamina was far lacking as compared to before. This was precisely the reason why he wanted to tame this young Crimson Tiger. If anything happened to him, he could still ensure the safety of his kins. As a master teacher, despite knowing that there is a conflict between both fist techniques, you chose to go ahead and practice it, damaging your own body. Foolish. Xianxia spoke sharply. Elder, you know that I'm a master teacher. The middle-aged man stared at Xianxia in disbelief. In the previous battle, he had utilized both the Hongyan fist and 3 Cun fist. Thus, it wasn't surprising for the other party to be able to tell that much. However, he wasn't dressed in the master-teacher robe and didn't don the emblem either. How did the other party know that he was a master teacher? He didn't say anything that would have betrayed his identity. When you fought with the Crimson Tiger, you were able to predict and avoid the other party's lethal blows. Even though this is partly due to the numerous fights with it which resulted in familiarity with each other's techniques, the fact you were able to exploit the other party's weaknesses to launch counterattacks precisely every single time proves that you are a master teacher. Xianxia said. Master teachers possess the state of insight, which allows them to peer into the flaws and weaknesses of each battle technique. It is through such that they are able to pinpoint problems and their causes and steer their students to the right path. This is also the reason why master teachers are the strongest among cultivators of the same realm. In the battle just now, the middle-aged cultivator was able to strike a good balance between offense and defense. Despite facing a ferocious savage beast, he was able to remain calm, and every single move he made was purposeful. Any cultivator could have easily sensed that something was amiss. Furthermore, when he fought with the Crimson Tiger previously, he had executed several battle techniques. As such, a book on him had been compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. Elder, your eye of discernment is incredible. The middle-aged man contemplated for a brief moment and suddenly, his eyes lit up. Can it be that? Is Elder a master teacher as well? Other than a master teacher, he couldn't think of anyone else who would be capable of discerning the battle technique he practiced, deduce that there was a problem with his body, and even identify his occupation. As Xianxia placed his hands behind his back, a mountainous breeze tugged on his robe, creating an impression reminiscent of a saint. I spend my time traveling around the world, and it has been years since someone last addressed me by that title. As expected, Elder is a master teacher. Hearing the other party's words, the middle-aged man's eyes shone in agitation. The fact that the other party was at least a Zhizuan realm cultivator and that his discernment ability far surpassed his meant that he was at least a 3-star master teacher. If he was a master teacher, he could understand why the other party would request him to become his student although they had just met. Master teachers bear the responsibility of educating the masses. Upon meeting the puzzled, they are to answer their doubts. This is precisely the reason why the human race was able to prosper throughout the entire land. It was the reason why master teachers became an occupation respected by the masses. The hierarchy among master teachers was strict. It was normal for a low-tier master teacher to address a high-tier master teacher as teacher, and there weren't rules against acknowledging a fellow master teacher as one's teacher. More importantly, given how the other party was able to see through his problems in a single glance, and that he could help him tame the Crimson Tiger, it would be nothing but advantageous for him to become his student. It's my honor to become Elder's student. Holding back his agitation, he hastily replied with a reddened face. Do you not doubt me anymore? Xianxia asked. I dare not to. The middle-aged man quickly nodded his head. Given the other party's indiscernible cultivation realm, half-Zhizuan tamed beast, and incredible discernment ability, even if the other party were to now claim that he wasn't a master teacher, he would definitely not believe it. The Crimson Tiger that you fought with has yet to mature, and his strength hasn't reached its peak yet. If you can find a way to raise its cultivation to Xianxia realm pinnacle, it won't be difficult for you to tame it. Now that the other party was convinced of his identity as a master teacher, the rest was easy to accomplish. Without further ado, Xianxia began to toss out the benefits. I know that as well, and I've tried. However, I couldn't find anything that can raise its cultivation. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before answering. Master teachers are expected to be knowledgeable in all occupations, and the middle-aged cultivator dabbled in beast taming, so he knew that he would have to offer some incentive to tame the other party. However, He had experimented numerous methods, but wasn't able to find anything which could help this crimson tiger achieve a breakthrough. After all, the savage beast's strength was shackled to its age. There are no herbs in this world that can raise one's age. Even if such a herb did exist, that would be equivalent to pulling on a seedling for it to grow taller. If the crimson tiger were to learn of it, it would definitely feel a resentment toward him, and by then it would be impossible for him to tame it. "Do you have any pills on you?" Xianxia asked impassively. "I do. I have a few pills for injuries." Not knowing the intention behind the question, the middle-aged cultivator hesitated for a moment before replying. "Pass it to me." Xianxia stretched out his hand. "Yes." Even though he didn't understand why the other party wanted his pills, he didn't hesitate at all. With a flick of his wrist, a jade bottle appeared in his palm. With a light toss, the pill rode on his jinchi and floated slowly to Xianxia. Even though his actions were simple, it displayed the amazing control he had over his jinchi. Xianxia was astonished by the other party's feat but hid his expression well. Grabbing the jade bottle, he opened it casually and saw 10 smooth, round pills within. Every single one of the pills had reached grade 2. Every single grade 2 pill was worth an exponential sum, and the entire bottle of pills was likely to be worth more than 10 million. Probably only a master teacher would bring such a bottle around with him and throw it so casually. Pouring these pills onto his palm, he started to infuse the pure heaven's path jinchi into them. Then he crushed the 10 pills to form one large pill. The only way for an immature savage beast to achieve a breakthrough was the bloodline evolution. Xianxia didn't know what medicine was capable of inducing a bloodline evolution in a crimson tiger, but he knew that his heaven's path jinchi could. The crimson tiger was at Xianxia realm advanced stage while Xianxia was a step away from reaching Xianxia realm. Thus, his heaven's path jinchi should still be highly effective in inducing a bloodline evolution in the former. However, the heaven's path jinchi was too pure, and the other party was a master teacher who also possessed incredible discernment ability. If he were to help the crimson tiger achieve a breakthrough directly, it was possible that the other party might notice something suspicious. If so, his efforts in disguising as an expert would have been in vain. Furthermore, if Xianxia wanted to infuse heaven's path jinchi straight into the other party's meridians, he had to ensure that the other party would not retaliate. Be it his own strength or the middle-aged cultivator's strength, it was impossible for them to knock the crimson tiger out. Thus, even if he wanted to do so, it was unfeasible. As such, he chose to pump his jinchi into the pills instead. As soon as the pills dissolve within the crimson tiger's body, the heaven's path jinchi would permeate into its body. As it circulated along its bloodstream, it would cleanse its bloodline, thus inducing in the savage beast a bloodline evolution. However, the method was exceptionally wasteful on pills. The higher the grade of a pill, the more jinchi it could hold. In just a short moment, 10 million gold coin worth of pills went to waste. But of course, to Xianxia it made no difference whatsoever. The pills didn't belong to him. Furthermore, 10 million gold coins for a tamed Xianxia realm pinnacle savage beast. This was an extremely good deal. Alright, I've modified the pill a little. Once you feed it to the crimson tiger, it would be able to break through its current cultivation realm immediately. As for how you'll make it submit to you afterward, that would depend on your skills. With a flick, the pill shot straight back at the middle-aged man. He didn't possess the other party's control over jinchi, so he could only use this crude method. Yes, the middle-aged cultivator grabbed the pill but found it hard to believe the other party's words. He had bought these recovery pills from the apothecary guild and knew that there was nothing unique about them. All the elder did was to grab the pills for a moment and then knead all 10 of them into a large pill. Is just this sufficient for the crimson tiger to achieve a breakthrough? Why does it sound so unreliable? Find the crimson tiger and feed this to it now. Xianxia didn't bother to explain. Yes, even though the middle-aged cultivator held doubts, he didn't think that the other party would lie to him. After all, as a 3-star master teacher and a Jizuan realm expert, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Thus, as he nodded his head, he kept the pill properly and dashed in the direction where the crimson tiger escaped. Instead of following him, Zhang Xian waited calmly on the back of the howling firmament beast. Around 2 hours later, a violent roar sounded. Then, the middle-aged cultivator could be seen returning on the Crimson Tiger's back. This time, without any hesitation, he leaped off the back of the tiger and kneeled to the floor. Student Jiang Shu pays respect to teacher. He saw that the Crimson Tiger, which hovered about the middle-aged Jiang Shu, had indeed reached Zhongshe realm pinnacle. Knowing that the other party had successfully tamed the savage beast, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned to Jiang Shu and spoke in an indifferent manner. This teacher of yours is called Yang Xian, and I just happened to pass by Tianwu Kingdom and decided to stay here for a while. During this period of time, you'll be considered as my student, but after my departure, I'll remain as myself and you'll remain as yourself. After all, we're just mere passerbys in each other's life. However, you are not to use my name to conduct villainous acts. Otherwise, I will kill you. Zhang Xian's motive for accepting this student was to form the golden page. Naturally, he couldn't bring him around and, thus, decided to make things clear beforehand. Yes. Jiang Shu nodded as a tinge of disappointment crept onto his face. Earlier, when the other party said that he would take him as a student, even though he didn't outright decline, he felt resistant to the idea. However, when he fed that pill to the Crimson Tiger and the latter really achieved a breakthrough, he realized that it was his fortune to be able to come under the tutelage of the other party. Just by needing an ordinary recovery pill, the other party was able to turn it into a treasure that would help savage beasts achieve a breakthrough. Despite the vast knowledge he possessed as a master teacher, he had never heard of such a matter. Just this feat alone allowed Jiang Shu to realize that the person before him wasn't likely to be simply a 3-star master teacher. May I know where does teacher live? So that in time to come, I may pay my respect. Even if it were just for a short period, becoming Yang Shi's student was a huge advantage. Jiang Shu clasped his fist, hiding his disappointment. I do not have a definite abode as of now. Once I find one, I will send someone to inform you. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. All right, you should return first. To induce gratitude in another person and form the golden page wasn't something that could be done all of the sudden. Zhang Xian was already making great progress, having collected the other party as his student and establishing trust. If he were rush into things, he might just mess it up instead. Yes. Knowing that experts have their own way of doing things, Jiang Shu didn't dare to inquire any further. After leaping onto the Crimson Tiger, he turned around and left. Who? After the other party left, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It was troublesome to act as an expert before a master teacher. After all, master teachers possessed incredible abilities of discernment. A single lapse in his disguise could have resulted in failure. Right? I forgot to ask him where Tianwu Academy is. Zhang Xian had intended to ask about the location of Tianwu Academy so that he could gather a few more students to groom in one go, but he ended up forgetting about this matter. His only choice was to return to the city to look around. Soon, he was once again back in the capital. This time round, with no one stalking him, he was able to conduct his inquiries freely. Tianwu Academy was where the talents of the capital were gathered. Hence, nearly everyone knew about it. Thus, it didn't take long before he found out about its approximate location. It was actually in the vicinity of the Master Teacher Pavilion, near the center of the city. To travel there by foot would take 3 to 4 hours. Upon hearing that it was so far away, Zhang Xian dropped his plan of finding a student today. When he first arrived at Tianwu Kingdom, the sun had already set. Eating dinner, competing with GMO, and reading books had taken up more than 2 hours of his time, and after which he dealt with the assassins and accepted Jiang Shu as his student, taking up another 2 hours of his time. With reference to the time system used in his previous life, it was already nearing 11 o'clock. Even if he were to rush over now, everyone would have been asleep by the time he arrived. If he were to sneak into the academy compounds in the middle of the night to solicit some students, others might just think that he was some corpse who had climbed out from his grave and bury him back in. I leave this for tomorrow. For the time being, I'd better look for a place to rest for the night. After a long journey here, as well as the painter competition, fighting and feigning as an expert, He had long been drained of energy. Tianwu Inn? All right, I'll stay here. After looking around the streets for a short while, an inn appeared before Xianxia and he walked right in. The inn was wide and clean, and after finding out at the receptionist that there was an empty room available, he then chose to settle down here. The moment he stepped into the room, a few figures rushed into the lounge. Is Xiaoya not back yet? Yes, Lu sure. Wang Ying replied apprehensively. Didn't I instruct all of you to return in 2 hours regardless of whether you managed to find him? Why is she not back? Lu Shi frowned. All of us split up the moment we left. We didn't see her on our way back in, so we thought that she had already returned to her room. We then waited for her, but she didn't come out after such a long time. Wang Ying replied fearfully. All right, Lu Sun, bring Zheng Yang to look around the east. Sun Chang, you bring Lu Yang and Yuan Tao to search the west. Wang Ying, Huang Yu and I go to the north. As for the south, that's where the city gates are, so there's no need to look around there. Lu Shi instructed. Regardless of your outcome, just like the last time, all of you must return within 2 hours. Yes. Everyone nodded their heads before proceeding out of the inn. Physician Bai had been on a roll lately. Ever since he returned from Red Lotus Range, all the physicians that he met treated him with utmost respect and deference. In fact, even the guild leader of the Physician Guild had a complete change in attitude. From an insignificant snub figure, he was now the center of attention. All of those haughty 2-star physicians from before didn't even dare to speak loudly before him. He was getting increasingly happy and increasingly satisfied with his new life. To think that getting knocked out in an alley would reap such benefits. Today, the guild leader even proclaimed him as his brother and drank with him. By the time he left and was back on the streets, he was already feeling very groggy. The turning point in his life came from being knocked unconscious in the Red Lotus City. After waking up, the attitude that all the physicians had toward him changed. He had even thought that he was dreaming. But of course, in the past few days, he had managed to understand the situation fully. That fellow from that day, who appeared together with Princess Mou, knocked him out and saved the great Herb King in his appearance and name. The reason why these physicians were behaving so friendly to him was first, to be able to purchase good medicinal herb from the great Herb King through him at a discounted price, and secondly, to find out what the contract goo actually was and how it could be treated. He was unconscious and naked in an alley throughout the entire incident, so how could he know the great Herb King? Needless to say, the contract goo. However, this change in his life didn't come easy. He had become so highly regarded, and it would be embarrassing if he were to speak the truth. Wouldn't it be likely that he would get beaten to death? Thus, after contemplating carefully, he decided to carry on with the lie. Whenever someone asked him about the incident with the great Herb King, he would change the topic forcefully. Since he was unwilling to speak, the crowd assumed that some kind of important secret was involved, so they didn't dare to continue asking. Thus, his status grew instead. This outcome left him thrilled. Every time he saw an alley, he would dive in expectantly in hopes that he would be knocked out again so as to gain greater prestige. After bidding the guild leader farewell, he was on his way back to his residence all alone. Upon noticing an alley, he was just about to enter when he saw a lady walking toward him from the opposite direction. The lady was young, her age between 16 and 17, but her facial features were extraordinarily beautiful. Even Princess Mou, who was reputed as the #1 beauty of Tianwu Kingdom, wasn't a match for her. He had never met such a beautiful person in his life. He had a reputation for being lecherous, and that was the main reason why Mou disregarded him then. Having pretended to be an expert for such a long time, he had already begun to feel deprived. Upon confirming that there was no one around, as well as under the influence of alcohol, his eyes started to glow. Knowing that Zhang Laoshe appeared in the Painter Guild, Xiaoya and the others left the inn to look for him. For greater efficiency, all of them split up to search alone. They looked around the surrounding alleys and taverns, but there wasn't a single sign of him. Having just completed searching this alley, Xiaoya was rubbing her rather exhausted eyes, intending to return to the inn before doing anything else when she saw a middle-aged man with a lustful look on his face approaching her. Drinking alone is boring. Lady, do you want to accompany me for a drink? Physician Bai blocked her path. Get out of my way. Xiaoya frowned. After her pure yin body was activated, her appearance and disposition had become more refined. Thus, she would often meet with this kind of harassment, just that they mostly came from those of her age. Yet, upon seeing a person who was old enough to be her grandfather appearing before her, her expression became especially awful. What if I refuse? Physician Bai Chan harumphed. It was already close to midnight, and the bustling streets were nearly empty. Furthermore, even if there were anyone around the area, they would be hesitant to stop him once they notice his extravagant clothes. You're courting death. Seeing how the other fellow was behaving like a rogue, Zhao Ya's eyebrows knitted together. With a flick of her wrist, a sword appeared in her palm. Circulating her pure yin body fully, a frigid sword chi immediately was sent straight at the fellow before her. You don't know what's good for you. Seeing how Zhao Ya dared to swing her sword at him, Physician Bai Chan harumphed coldly before stepping forward. Ding! Zhao Ya's sword fell into the other party's hand. Even though Physician Bai Chan was someone whom Xianxia could knock out with a single punch, he was after all a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert. He wasn't someone that Zhao Ya, who had only opened 2 acupoints, could stand against. This is bad. Having her sword taken from her, Zhao Ya was astonished. She could tell that with her cultivation, it was impossible for her to handle this person. Thus, she dashed straight toward the inn immediately. With the awakening of her pure yin body, even though she didn't become as fast as Wang Ying, her speed was incredible nevertheless. She wasn't far from the inn, and once she was there, Lu Shi would surely be able to deal with this rogue. Trying to escape? Do you think that I will allow you to do that? It wasn't easy for him to come across such a beauty, so how could Bai Chan allow her to escape so easily? Thus, he chased after her hastily. Zhao Ya! Sprinting with all her might, Zhao Ya soon arrived at the lounge of the inn and encountered Lu Shi and the others, who were just about to set off. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing her charge into the lounge anxiously, everyone became perplexed. Someone tried to take advantage of me. Zhao Ya pointed to the back. At that moment, Physician Bai Chan walked into the lounge as well. What? Upon hearing that someone wanted to take advantage of her, Zhang Yang and the others flew into a rage and prepared to charge at Physician Bai Chan. Hold your horses. Seeing through the other party's cultivation in a single glance, Lu Shi halted them immediately. Upon seeing the people present, a gleam flashed across Physician Bai Chan's eyes. It's no wonder why you escaped so quickly. You have backups here. If so, this will make the matter much easier. As a cunning old wily, he had experienced such situations innumerable times, so he was able to react immediately without panicking. This friend, may I know why you are chasing my student? He knew that Tianwu Royal City had many powerful and influential clans and that members of these clans were everywhere and could be anyone on the street. Therefore, even though he felt angry, Lu Shi held himself back, stepped forward, and clasped his fist. This young lady stole my item, so I chased her to take it back. Since you all know one another, this will make this matter easier to settle. You either can choose to return my item, or leave her for me to deal with. Physician Bai Chan spoke, casually gesturing with his hand. Stole your item? You're lying. Not expecting that the other party would frame her as a thief after trying to take liberties with her, Zhao Ya's face flushed in anger. Sword Qi. This refers to a visible wave of energy from the might of a sword swing. May I know what it is that you have lost? How could Lu Shi not tell that the other party was lying? Hearing the other party's words, his eyebrows knitted together into a frown. I lost a stalk of precious medicinal herb. Physician Bai Chan had been used to carrying out this scam, so he continued calmly, hand it over now, or else I will report all of you and have you jailed. Lu Shi, I didn't take his things. He's slandering me, Zhao Ya explained hurriedly. Indeed, Lu Shi, Zhao Ya's father is the city lord of Baiyu City, and she has everything she needs. It isn't possible that she resorts to stealing. Zhang Laoshe is an apothecary. There is no need at all for her to steal. Zheng Yang and the others stepped forward. Having spent so much time together, all of them naturally placed their trust in Zhao Ye's character. How could she possibly steal the belongings of this shabby middle-aged man? Lu Shi held his hand up to silence everyone, before raising his head to look at the other party. I am Beiwu Kingdom's one-star master teacher, Lu Ling. These are my students whom I have brought along, and there seems to be a misunderstanding. After which, he flicked his hands and a token representing his identity as a master teacher appeared in his palm. One-star master teacher? Physician Bai Chan was taken aback. Master teachers possess an extremely high standing in Tianwu Royal City, and with them both having a one-star grade in their respective occupations, he was far beyond what a mere physician could compare up to. However, the truly prestigious ones in Tianwu Royal City were the two-star master teachers. Furthermore, as a veteran in the city, he didn't fear a mere outsider. So what if he was a master teacher? As long as the other party didn't come from Tianwu Royal City, he had 10,000 ways to silence him. At the same time, he recalled how respectful the other one-star physicians were to him recently, and his pride immediately swelled. With a darkened face, he said, "Misunderstanding? Even the guild leader of the physician guild treats me respectfully, and you say that I framed your little student. That's not what I meant." Lu Shi didn't expect the other party to disregard his identity, so he quickly explained himself. In Tianshan Kingdom and Beiwu Kingdom, no one would have dared to offend a one-star master teacher. However, in a Tier 1 kingdom like Tianwu, the standing of master teachers took a dive. Some of the powerful clans even raised master teachers of their own. This was precisely why, even though the identity of a master teacher could induce fear in most people, those who had truly strong backings wouldn't care too much about it. Unless the person was a two-star master teacher. With the master teacher pavilion behind his back, Lu Shi wasn't worried that anyone would do anything to him. However, Zhao Ye and the others were different. He didn't have many connections here, and if this matter wasn't resolved properly, it could potentially bring about a lot of trouble. If the other party tried to be shameless, it might even affect his reputation as a master teacher. If that's not what you meant, then what do you mean? Your student stole my possession, and I have already chased her all the way here. Do you mean to say that I chased her for nothing? Physician Bai flung his hands imposingly. He knew what the other party was afraid of, and this boosted his courage. Masters, what's wrong? Because both sides were speaking loudly, their quarrel caught the attention of the boss of Tianwu Inn. These customers of yours have stolen my possession. What do you think that we should do? Physician Bai Chan pulled out a chair and sat down. The boss panicked. Before he came over, an attendant had already informed him of the situation. On one side was a one-star master teacher, and on the other was the prominent physician Bai Chan. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. I shall not make things difficult for you. Since you can't settle this, let's just invite a patrol squad in. Lifting his eyelids slightly, Physician Bai Chan felt confident. A master teacher that hailed from a small place such as Beiwu Kingdom, there wasn't a reason to feel fear. Yes, yes. The boss heaved a sigh of relief. He gestured to the attendant in a hurry, who then ran out hastily. Tianwu Royal City was huge, and there were all kinds of fights and conflicts every day. Only by resolving them in a timely manner could order be maintained. Thus, the royal family formed patrol squads to uphold the peace within the city. In case of trouble, one could inform and invite them over. May I know what kind of medicinal herb did you lose? It's not convenient to alarm a patrol squad at this time of the night. Why don't we settle this matter privately? Upon hearing the other party mention calling for a patrol squad, Lu Shi chose to give in. It was a major disadvantage being in the other party's territory, it being likely that the patrol squad would side with the opponent. If they pronounced that Zhao Ye stole the other party's possession, she would have to go through all kinds of interrogation and investigation. If it were just him, he wouldn't have feared the other party. Without the master teacher pavilion's approval, No one would dare to capture a master teacher. However, Xiaoye and the others came from the humble Tianxian kingdom, and they didn't possess any formidable background. The moment investigation began, it was likely that it would drag on for months. Furthermore, once they were thrown into the jail, wouldn't the other party would gain the power to twist their words? His senior had entrusted these students to him. If they were to be locked up, how could he account to his senior? Thus, he chose to settle this matter peacefully in order to avoid trouble. What medicinal herb did I lose? Since you want to know, I'll tell you then. I lost a 1,000-year-old green steel flower. It is worth at least 10 million gold coins. I'm fine with settling it privately. You can choose to either pay me 10 million gold coins or hand this girl over to me. Physician Bai Chan looked at them gleefully. Small matter. So you wish to settle this privately now? Let's see how I play with you. You. Bullshit. How dare you frame me? Xiaoye didn't expect the other party to be so shameless. Her face turned scarlet in anger, and her breathing hastened. Zhang Yang and the others clenched their fists as well. A 1,000-year-old green steel flower? Lu Shi's expression turned awful too. As a master teacher, although he didn't specialize in medicine, he had heard of the green steel flower. Those which had grown to reach a maturity of 1,000 years were extremely valuable, and even with 10 million gold coins, one might not necessarily be able to purchase one. Given his many years of savings, he did have 10 million gold coins. However, anyone, even him, would find it hard to accept to being scammed of so much money all of the sudden. That's right. Physician Bai Chan's finger drummed on the table. Lifting his eyelids slightly, he said, "Right after bumping into your student, the medicinal herb which I just bought went missing. If it isn't her who is responsible, who else can it be? You can either pay me the money or hand her over for me to interrogate. Otherwise, I shall publicize this matter, claiming that you turn a blind eye to your student's misdeed. Let's see how the master-teacher pavilion deals with you." Pouring a cup of water for himself as he spoke, he glanced at Lu Shi gleefully. This, Lu Shi's, was livid. The other party seemed to be clear of a master-teacher's weakness. All master-teachers valued their own reputation. If he were to be framed of condoning his students' misdeeds, how will he be able to take the 2-star examination in future? How will he face the world? Walala! The entire room was silent when a group of men arrived. The attendant had returned with a patrol squad. All of them had a Pishue realm cultivation at the minimum, and the one standing at the forefront was a Tongxian realm expert. They were dressed fully in steel and carried swords in their hands, appearing to be a cold-blooded bunch. Paying respect to Physician Bai Chan. Upon stepping into the lounge, the members of the patrol squad glanced around the room and recognized Bai Chan immediately. They walked forward and clasped their fists. To name the persons who were the most prominent in the capital recently, without a doubt, the first place would go to Third Princess Mou, and after which the second place would go to this person before them. It was said that he cured an illness which even 3-star physicians were incapable of treating. If so, his ability must have far surpassed a 3-star grade, just that he was unable to take the examination due to his lacking cultivation. "Oh, it's Squadron Leader Yao." With a brief look, Bai Chan recognized the other party as well. He waved his hands grandly and proclaimed, "Since it's you, this will make things easier. This girl stole the medicinal herb which the great Herb King just gave me, a 1,000-year-old green steel flower. What do you say about how we should handle this?" "The great Herb King?" Squadron Leader Yao's complexion changed. The great Herb King was an extremely famous person in the capital. He represented the Poison Hall and, as a result, could almost be considered an overlord in the Red Lotus City, such that even the Tianwu royal family dare not deploy troops against him. If the great Herb King gave him a medicinal herb personally, it appeared that the rumors were true. He had to deal with this matter prudently. "Audacious! How dare you steal Physician Bai Chan's medicinal herb?" Harumphing coldly, Squadron Leader Yao walked over to Lu Shi. "This master teacher here, in respect for your identity, I will not make a move on you. So, hand over your student so that I can interrogate her. Rest assured, the patrol squads are impartial, and if she is innocent, I will do her justice." However, if she really stole something, even if you are a master teacher, we won't hesitate to raise this to the master teacher pavilion. Please calm down. We are willing to settle this matter in private. Seeing how the both of them were acquainted, Lu Shi knew that Xiaoya would surely be deemed as a thief if she were to be captured. Thus, after taking a deep breath, he decided to give in. Lu Shi, you mustn't. Xiaoya didn't steal anything. Why should we settle this matter privately? That's right, Lu Shi. The moment we choose to settle this matter privately, it would mean that Xiaoya had taken his item. This will be harmful to teacher's reputation. Hearing that Lu Shi intended to settle the matter privately, Zhang Yang, Lu Sun, and the others voiced their disagreement immediately. The moment this matter was chosen to be settled privately, it would mean that they were guilty, that they had really stolen the other party's possession. This would blemish Lu Shi's reputation, and if the matter reached the master-teacher pavilion, he might even be taken in for investigation. It would be impossible to explain himself then. Enough! Keep your mouths shut. Lu Shi's face darkened. If he didn't keep the matter privately, Xiaoya would surely be taken in for interrogation. How would he dare to face his senior if a mishap happened to his student while she was under him? You choose to settle it privately? Not expecting the other party to be willing to pay 10 million gold coins for a student's sake, Physician Bai Chan was surprised. He then adapted quickly and sneered. I'm fine with settling it privately. However, I recalled that this 1,000-year-old green steel flower is incredibly valuable, and it is impossible to get it at 10 million, requiring at least 50 million. Take this sum out and I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I apologize, but I'll be taking her with me today. 50 million? What kind of medicinal herb would be worth so much money? You just said it's worth 10 million. How can you inflate the price so abruptly? Damn it! Hearing the other party raise the price to 50 million, everyone burst into an uproar and glared at him furiously. Lu Shi clenched his knuckles. In his numerous years as a master teacher, he had never suffered such humiliation. Why? If you wish to settle this privately, hurry up. My time is precious and I don't have any to waste on you. Physician Bai Chan raised his cup and gazed at Lu Shi gleefully. You! Lu Shi's face steeled. Lu Shi, I'll go with them. He is obviously the one who tried to take advantage of me, yet now he frames me for stealing his medicinal herb. I don't believe that Tianwu Kingdom is such a lawless place. Stepping forward, Xiaoya declared loudly. Meanwhile, in the room, Xianxia had just washed up, and as he was about to go to sleep, he froze all of a sudden. That sounds like Xiaoya? Can it be that they have arrived? After half a month getting along with each other, how could Xianxia not recognize Xiaoya's voice? Who else could the owner of that angry voice be, if not her? After a brief moment adjusting his clothes, he pushed open his door and came out, immediately noticing the two hostile and opposing sides in the lounge. It really is her. Upon seeing so many familiar figures, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that they would arrive at Tianwu Kingdom right after him. Furthermore, they happened to put up lodging at the same inn, which was extremely lucky. Is that person Bai Chan? Glancing at the fellow standing opposite Xiaoya and Bai Chan, Zhang Xian realized that it was the fellow whom he knocked unconscious at the alley back then. Seems like this fellow is trying to bully my student. The situation wasn't complicated, and it didn't take long for Zhang Xian to understand the situation using just his own observation. Zhang Xian knew very well what kind of person Xiaoya was. Stealing? What a joke! On the other hand, this physician Bai Chan was greedy and lustful. He wasn't anything good. Since Zhang Xian happened to meet him here, he could use the chance to teach him a lesson. Chuckling lightly, he lifted his foot and began walking over. Xiaoya, you can't go. You won't know what will happen if you follow them. Hearing Xiaoya's decision, Zhang Yang and the others panicked. It was clear that the physician and the patrol squad were in cahoots. If she were to follow them, who knows what kind of crime would be pinned on her. Can't you tell? He's doing this intentionally. No matter how much money you give him, he'll just keep raising the price. Xiaoya said. Everyone fell silent. She was right. The other party was clearly taking advantage of them just because they were outsiders. Even if they agreed to give him money, he would simply say that it was insufficient. Perhaps he might even claim that he has lost something else. Rather than to face humiliation here, she might as well follow the patrol squad and vie for her innocence. The crowd thought that the capital of a Tier 1 kingdom would be filled with hopes and that they could fulfill their dreams here. Yet, right after arriving, they encountered such an incident and a sense of helplessness gloomed over their hearts. If you go, it would be falling for the other party's trap. I have no choice. The patrol squad is here, and looking at how adamant he is on insisting that I stole his herb, I will be taken in regardless. With their fists clenched tight, everyone was infuriated, but they found themselves without any solution. 50 million, so be it. I am still willing to settle it privately. Lu Shi shook his head, full of indignance. Just as the saying goes, a dragon by the shallow shores would be ridiculed by a prawn, and a tiger which leaves its mountain would be bullied by a dog. If such a thing happened in Beiwu Kingdom, this fellow before him would have been beaten to death right on the spot. But over here, despite his status as a dignified master teacher, he was rendered completely helpless. Lu Shi. The crowd was incensed. They squeezed their fists tightly, and their faces were steeled. Enough, it's just a small matter. There's no need for anyone to go. Just as everyone thought that this matter was a hopeless cause, a slightly lazy voice echoed, and with his hands inside his pocket, Xianxia strolled over. Ah, teacher. Zhang Laoshi, why are you here? Zhang Laoshi, you put up lodging here as well? Seeing him emerge from inside the inn, everyone was taken aback for a moment. Then furious joy overwhelmed them. They had been searching for him the entire night, but to think that he would be right under their noses. Ignoring the crowd which was filled with excitement, Xianxia sauntered to Physician Bai Chan and smiled. Are you the one who is bullying my student? Thinking that victory was in his grasp, Bai Chan sipped on his tea, not even bothering to lift his head to look at Xianxia. As such, he didn't recognize him. Gesturing grandly, he harumphed. It's your student who stole my possession. I am merely retrieving what I lost. Steal your head. Before Bai Chan could finish his words, he heard a voice, and a shadow flitted across his vision. A teapot had crashed onto his skull. Pong! The teapot shattered, and steaming hot water drenched his entire body. Scalded, Bai Chan leaped up abruptly and fanned himself hard. You are fricking courting death. These days, be it the guild leader, nobles, or prestigious clans who didn't treat him with respect. Yet, this fellow slammed a teapot on his head. How dare he? Hair fell off from his entire face under the hot water. His head, which had become as red as a braised pig head, was steaming, and the aroma of cooked flesh could be smelled. Teacher. This is way too intense. Xiaoya and the others widened their mouths in shock, and their lower jaws nearly fell to the ground. They knew that Zhang Laoshi would definitely stand up for them, but they didn't expect that he would do it like that, smashing a pot of hot tea into the other party's head. The heck? Zhang Laoshi wasn't even treating the other party as a human. On the other hand, Lu Ling and Lu Sun's lips twitched, and they nearly fainted on the spot. If this was a matter that could be solved through brute force, why would he, as a Xianxia realm master teacher, behave so subserviently? Just from how arrogant the other party acted, it was clear that he possessed an extraordinary status. Furthermore, he had the patrol squad standing guard right beside him. Yet, Xianxia still chose to slap him hard in his face. Seems like this matter will not end peacefully. This is too rash. Lu Ling shook his head with a bitter smile. This senior of mine has always been calm, always planning his actions carefully. Why is he acting so rashly today? This is Tianwu Kingdom, not Tianxian Kingdom. To beat someone up right after arriving, not to mention a person of tremendous standing, the thorns in the path ahead can already be seen clearly. Has this fellow gone mad? That is Physician Bai Chan. Squadron leader Yao and the other squad members didn't expect such a twist and were dumbstruck. Are all of you here to catch a show? This fellow made a move on me, what are you dawdling around for? Kill him. Took him a while before he could recover. Seeing the patrol squad standing idly by the side, Physician Baichan bellowed angrily. Yes. Only then did they recover from their daze. Squadron leader Yao drew his sword and charged forward. Lad, how dare you touch Physician Bai? Do you not know who he is? How dare you attack someone in the capital? Who do you think you— Aya, the hell! Before he could finish his words, a shout of agony escaped his mouth, and his face was immediately distorted just like a fried dough twist. Then he flew backward, flipping a few rounds before landing on the ground more than a dozen meters away. Squadron leader. The entire patrol squad flew into a frenzy. The heck! They were the Kingdom Patrol Squad. They represented the kingdom's dignity, and wherever they went, people would be trembling, careful not to step on their toes. Yet that fellow gave a tight slap to their leader. Lad, you are making yourself an enemy of the kingdom. With a roar, they charged forward to avenge their squadron leader. However, before they could finish their words, a series of crisp sounds echoed in the air. Pa! 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 Their faces warped and they were sent flying as well. In an instant, wails of agony echoed in the air. We're doomed, doomed. The inn and the attendant in the inn almost clawed out all of their hair upon witnessing this sight. They thought that this incident could be resolved quickly since the patrol squad was present. It had been many years since anyone dared to lay their hands on a patrol squad. The only difference was that the one 10 years ago was a Xianxia realm primary stage wandering cultivator. He had a conflict with a patrol squad member and ended getting violent. Eventually, he became wanted throughout the city, and in less than a single day he was caught and executed. Yet, not only did this fellow beat up the entire patrol squad, he even scalded Physician Baichan's head into a pig-head-resembling mess. They thought that it was just a simple affair that could be resolved quickly. To think that it would escalate so dramatically. If they knew this would happen, they would have never gone to look for the patrol squad. If the authorities were to blame them for housing such violent characters, their inn would be shut down immediately. You are courting death. Physician Baichan finally regained himself from the searing pain. Through his puffy eyes, he saw members of the patrol squad lying all over the ground. Infuriated, he turned to Xianxia and declared, "You're done for. You're really done for this time. To dare to lay your hands on even the patrol squad. No one can save you now." Before he could finish his words, he felt his throat tighten, and an excruciating pain could be felt at his neck. Xianxia had lifted him up. Pa! 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 He felt stinging pain on both sides of his cheeks. Just like that, he had been slapped more than a dozen times consecutively. No one that can save me? Are you sure? Xianxia smiled brightly. Woo! Physician Baichan was on the verge of tears. It was too painful to bear. He had never suffered such a beating from birth. Not daring to spout any further nonsense, he slowly opened his swollen eyes to look at the person who beat him up. He was intending to imprint the other person's features into his mind so that he could get back at him in the future. However, with this single glance, his face turned deathly pale. Too familiar. He was the fellow who was with Princess Mou at the Red Lotus Range, as well as the one who knocked him unconscious. The status he possessed today was all because of him. That's right, it's me. Throwing Baichan to the floor, Xianxia said impassively. Baichan's expression became distorted. If there was a person whom Baichan wanted to meet the most, it was definitely the person standing before him. It was because of his impersonation that he possessed such an important standing today. However, if there was a person whom Baichan would never want to meet, it was this very person as well. He could expose the fact that he wasn't the one who treated the great Herb King and pull him down from his high horse. Once the truth was exposed, who in the Physician Guild would respect him? Who would even bother to look at him? He thought that he merely had to guard against Princess Mou. Thus, wherever she went, he would avoid. This way, he would be able to continue living off the prestige of having treated the great Herb King. However, Never in his wildest dreams had he expected to meet Xianxia under such a situation. And not to mention, he had even tried to take advantage of the other party's student. Was I courting death? Even if Xianxia didn't touch him, just by revealing the fact that Physician Bai Chan wasn't the one who actually treated the great Herb King, he would have been pummeled to death by the countless physicians even before he could take a step out of his own doors. Senior, we're in trouble now. Seeing the unkempt and head-swollen Physician Bai Chan, Lu Ling walked forward and could not help but to shake his head. Trouble? There's no trouble at all. Xianxia answered casually. Since he had made his move, it naturally meant that he had long thought of a solution to resolve this situation. If everything else fails, he would just have to feed each of them lethal poison. He didn't believe that they would dare to wreak havoc under the threat of death. This is the patrol squad. To have given them a beating. Not knowing what Xianxia was thinking, Lu Ling spoke a short few words before stopping. Then, after hesitating for a moment, he continued again. Why don't I go to the Master Teacher Pavilion to seek for protection? Given my identity as a Master Teacher, the Tianwu Kingdom shouldn't dare to do anything to me for the time being. It is just that I might have to undergo judgment at the Master Teacher Pavilion. The Master Teacher Pavilion carries the responsibility of protecting Master Teachers, but if Master Teachers were to err, they possess the authority to judge them as well. Originally, because the other party tried to exploit them, they had valid reasons in their defense. However, now that Xianxia had beaten them up like that, no matter how they explain it, they were the first to get physical and hence in the wrong. There's no need. Xianxia gestured. Pointing to the Bai Chan, whose head had swelled to resemble a pig head, he said, He'll settle this matter for us. Him? Lu Ling was perplexed. Even Zhao Ye and the others looked at Xianxia in bewilderment. The very reason why this fellow is here is to cause trouble, and not to mention, now that you have smashed a teapot on his head and even beat him up into such a state. If he could, he would probably kill you on the spot, yet you hope that he'll settle this situation for you? You must be pulling our legs. Even Lu Sun, who was standing off to the side, shook his head as well. This senior Uncle Zhang is exceptionally talented in various occupations, but he has one fatal flaw. He is too rash. With such a personality, it is a matter of time before something grave happens. Physician Bai Chan, what do you think we should do? Ignoring the doubtful look that the crowd cast on him, Xianxia turned and smiled at the physician whom he had just beaten up. Cough, cough, this. Despite the other party's smile, he could see a menacing gleam in his eyes and cowered backward immediately. I am in the wrong. I was blinded by lust and came to cause trouble for your student. Don't worry, I'll resolve this issue quickly. After which, Physician Bai Chan stood up, and with an expression full of righteousness, walked over to Squadron Leader Yao's party, and took out a bottle of medicine. This is some medicine to treat superficial wounds. Also, here is 100,000 worth of gold bill. Squadron Leader Yao, you should bring the men to eat something good. Physician Bai? Seeing how the fellow was paying and speaking up for the person who beat him up, Squadron Leader Yao and the other patrol squad members were on the verge of madness. However, at this moment, the hushed voice of Physician Bai sounded by their ears. Sure, this person over here has connections with Princess Mou, and I saw him traveling alongside her. You should know how to handle the rest. Connections with Princess Mou? Squadron Leader Yao and the others froze, and their eyes narrowed. Even though Princess Mou couldn't compare to Mo Hongyi, the #1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom in the past 1,000 years, she was nevertheless a top-notch genius. Her status far surpassed any other princes and princesses. Furthermore, she was on the verge of passing the Master Teacher examination, besides being highly favored by the Emperor. In fact, there were even rumors claiming that he would devote the resources into grooming her as the candidate to become the next emperor. This way, he could prevent the throne from falling into the hands of Mo Hongyi. To have connections with her? Traveling alongside her? Could it be they were merely ordinary soldiers who relied on bribes to earn some additional money? Offending the princess's friend, that was no different from suicide. Are you serious? Squadron Leader Yao's heart quivered, and he found himself unable to accept the situation. How is the world be so small? To stumble upon the princess's friend in such a huge Tianwu kingdom? Besides, the princess had always maintained her purity and stayed a distance away from the countless geniuses who attempted to pursue her. They had never heard of her having such a friend. I wish that it were false too. Physician Baichan looked as if he was about to cry. Seeing the other party's expression, the patrol squad members immediately understood that it was true. After all, this was the up-and-coming, highly prominent physician Baichan. To not even dare to retaliate after getting pummeled into such a state, something was clearly amiss. Since that's the case, then we'll accept Physician Bai's kind gesture. Farewell. After struggling to his feet, squadron leader Yao clasped his fist. He didn't dare to offend Physician Bai, needless to say, Princess Mou. Rather than asking for a beating here, it was much wiser for them to just leave. To be patrolling in the capital, if they didn't know how to adapt to situations, they would have long been beaten to death. Regardless of whether it was Physician Bai or Princess Mou, they were both figures whom they couldn't afford to offend, and it was best that they leave as soon as possible. Walala. In just a few moments, the patrol squad members disappeared completely. How are they leaving just like that? Lu Ling and the others were still worried just a moment ago, and upon witnessing this occurrence, each and every single one of them became dumbfounded. This was especially so for Lu Sun. He thought that his senior uncle Zhang had been too rash, and upon seeing this sight, his mouth twitched violently. That was the Kingdom Patrol Squad. They represented the dignity of the kingdom. They got beaten up so badly that their entire faces were swollen like pigs. Yet they walked away without a single word? However, this wasn't the end yet. Physician Bai, who was so arrogant as to disregard even Lu Shi, walked up to Zhang Laoshi and bowed respectfully. That, Elder, I have already settled the matter. Do you think that I can leave now? Everyone's eyes popped out. Senior? You are already in your 40s to 50s, while the other party hasn't even reached his 20s. And you call him your elder? Do you have to be so shameless? Can it be that, are all Tianwu Kingdom civilians that cheap? Do they have to be beaten up before they can talk properly? Yuan Tao could not help but mutter. Upon hearing those words, even though the crowd remained silent, internally, they couldn't approve of Yuan Tao's words anymore. How in the world did Zhang Laoshi do it? That fellow was already threatening to make this matter known to the entire city before they even did anything. With the smash of a teapot on his head and more than a dozen consecutive slaps, wouldn't he exterminate everyone here? Yet, at this moment, he was behaving just like an obedient dog. No one could understand what had happened, and at this very moment, all they could feel was deep admiration for Zhang Laoshi. Seemed as if, regardless how insurmountable an obstacle could be, once it comes into his hands, it would become a non-issue. Lu Sun had initially harbored hopes of comparing with the other party. From the looks of it now, his thoughts were truly laughable. Leave? Don't be in such a hurry. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since I did something, I will definitely take responsibility. After all, I do feel embarrassed for beating you up. Zhang Xian glanced at the other party. How do you intend to deal with your injuries? I was asking for it. It will be fine if I just find some medicinal paste to apply. Physician Baichan laughed dryly. Make the other party take responsibility? He didn't dare to. Putting aside his relationship with the princess, just the fact that he could treat the contract goo, which baffled even 3-star physicians, showed how incredible his mastery in the way of medicine was. Most probably, no one in Tianwu Kingdom would be able to match up to him. In addition, considering his relationship with the great Herb King, make the other party take responsibility? That was no different from committing suicide. Since you say you deserved it, I will not interfere. However, you framed my student, and this has left a huge trauma in her mind. How should we settle this? Knowing what the other party was thinking of and what he feared, Zhang Xian looked at him impassively. Physician Baichan's mouth twitched. Didn't you say that your stock of medicinal herb is worth 50 million? How about this? Since your actions have left a scar in my student's heart, you will use this money to compensate her. After paying up, you can scram. Otherwise, let's see if I will break that calamity-bringing thing of yours. After which, Xianxia's eyes drifted downward and fell upon a certain spot. Feeling terrified, Physician Bai-chan could but help but to shudder. I don't have so much money. After a moment, Physician Bai-chan replied meekly with a tearful face. He was only a one-star physician. Even though he had swindled quite a bit fortune and committed many evil deeds, he wasn't able to save up that much of money. You don't have it? Chuckling lightly, Xianxia's hand stretched out all of a sudden and stabbed straight at the other party's forehead. Almost jumping in shock, Physician Bai-chan's neck tilted backward and simultaneously, his mouth opened just a little. Who? Xianxian flicked his finger and an object flew straight into his throat. Cough, cough. What is this? Pinching his throat, Physician Bai-chan's face paled. It's nothing much, just some good stuff which the great Herb King gave me. Didn't you treat the great Herb King's illness? You should be familiar with him, right? You can try asking him about it. Xianxian answered casually. Aye. Physician Bai's face reddened, and his legs went weak. Unable to suppress himself any longer, he fell to the floor, kneeling. Elder, please be magnanimous as to spare me. The great Herb King was the spokesperson of the Poison Hall. Even without thinking, it was clear what the other party fed him was, "It's not impossible for me to spare you. We have just arrived at the capital, and we don't have a place to stay. I want you to find a mansion near the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Once you're done, I can consider saving you. Otherwise, even if I don't do anything, the great Herb King's poison should be more than sufficient to send you on your way." Xianxian waved casually. Even though this fellow's character was atrocious, he could still be of help. Xianxian and the others had just arrived at the capital, and they were strangers in a strange place. With Physician Bai taking care of stuff for them, many difficult matters could be resolved easily. The reason why Xianxian chose to beat the other party up directly was that he knew the other party would recognize him. Back then, he was with Princess Mou when he encountered the other party, so the other party would surely think that they were related. If the situation was any different, such brute actions would have had a completely opposite effect. Thus, he decided to render help from Physician Bai. This way, they could have a reliable person stand up for them and settle any matter that occurred in the future. Elder. Physician Bai-chan felt dismal, and bitterness welled on his face. What the heck is this? He had merely drunk a little bit of alcohol and teased a beautiful lady. In the end, not only was he scalded with boiling water, the assaulter even demanded a mansion as compensation. Why does he have to pay despite being the victim? Why? Are you unwilling? Fine then. I heard that the poison which the great Herb King gave me causes maggots to grow in one's head, resulting in a constantly groggy state of mind. If it gets severe, the person might even rip off his clothes and run about nude. This will last for 3 days straight before one succumbs to death. I wonder, does this suit your taste? Xianxian said. Physician Bai-chan felt so terrified that his face was drained of color. Even though his behavior was atrocious, if he really did something like stripping nude and running in the city, life would lose its meaning. Why? Don't you like it? That's easy. He gave me 18 types of poison back then, and if you don't like it, I can let you try something else. Xianxian said. Don't. Tearful, Physician Bai-chan shook his head in a hurry. Elder, there's no need to go through that much trouble. Isn't it just about looking for a mansion? This is simple, I will do it right now. I'll find one by tomorrow. Having been inflicted with poison, his life and death were under the other party's control. Since he couldn't defy the other party, he might as well submit to him. That's more like it. Sun Chong. Hearing his reply, Xianxian turned around. Young master. Sun Chong walked forward. Yangshi was his old master, and naturally he would address Xianxian, who was Yangshi's student, as young master. Follow him and look for a good mansion. Tidy the place carefully. My teacher may be coming in 2 days. Xianxian said. Is old master coming? All right. Sun Chong nodded his head in excitement. Hurry along then. Are you waiting for the sun to rise? Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia said, "Yes." Physician Baichan quickly nodded his head and left. He didn't wish to stay here for a single moment longer. Only after leaving the inn did he heave a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but turn to Sun Chong, who had just chased up to him. "May I know, what's the name of your young master?" When he met the other party in the Red Lotus City previously, the other party has merely mentioned that he was a fan of his before knocking him out. Even today, the other party had not revealed his identity. Even though he was so fearful of him, he realized that he didn't even know the other party's name. "Our master is called Zhang Xian." Sun Chong nodded. Zhang Xian. Physician Baichan was perplexed. He hadn't heard of any prince or incredible genius going by that name. "You spoke about your old master previously. May I know who he is?" Even though Physician Bai was bewildered, he didn't dare to underestimate them. Thus, he continued asking. "Our old master is a master teacher of a grade exceeding 3-star. Sun Chong said in admiration. "A master teacher of a grade exceeding 3-star. Physician Baichan trembled. Even Tianwu Kingdom's most formidable Jiangshi, the pavilion master of the Master Teacher Pavilion, was only a 2-star master teacher. Yet, Zhang Xian's teacher was a master teacher who had exceeded 3-star? It could be said that if his teacher wished to do so, he would be capable of destroying the entire Tianwu Kingdom, at his whim. This Zhang Xian, so he's actually a student to such a person. Indeed, as the old master's direct disciple, the young master has received his inheritance. The reason why he came to the capital is to take the master teacher examination. Not only so, he's a 3-star painter, 2-star beast tamer, heard for Shun by Ru, and 1-star apothecary." Sun Chong continued. 3-star painter, 2-star beast tamer. Physician Baichan's body stiffened. It was no wonder why he was so incredible at such a young age. Any single identity that he casually mentions would already be earth-shattering. Perhaps, even Princess Mo, you might be inferior to him. If you serve the young master and old master well, you will be in for a life of glory. But if you were to betray him, I believe that I don't need to tell you what would come. Knowing what the other party was thinking of, Sun Chong added in. "Yes." Physician Baichan nodded. Thinking about what he had enjoyed in the past few days, his heart leaped all of a sudden. The events today are truly unfortunate, but perhaps this might also be a rare opportunity.